All right. Good stuff. Good stuff. YouTube and Twitch is up. Good to see it. All right. What's up, Zunny? First comment over there on YouTube. How you doing? Diviner, I think that's your name. What's up? How you doing? Dino, what's up? Moonstruck. Second time in a row, Moonstruck. Third time you're out, okay. What up, Cindy? We're gonna get started in debates like hella quick because I'm late, so I'm just setting everything up. What's up, Sandy? Leo? That's step up my game. Yeah. There you go, Moonstruck. We'll do that for Dino for a bit. How you doing, everybody? What's up? My I'm trying to figure out how to get my program to do like some of these highlight things. Or if you like redeem a color, it'll actually show up on the screen, so it'll tell me. It's easier to see for me. But my Streamlabs doesn't have that ability. At least not that I can find, but I'll figure it out. Left on red is rude. I didn't think you were gonna be on. Glad you are. Yeah, I'm chilling. I'm chilling. Who else we got here? Lana, Lyric, Sean. We got Jazz Maniac, Mod. What's up, y'all? Again, we're gonna get started really quickly on the because I'm a little late. Who's ready for a great stream? Should I start with the lesbian topic because that pops off? Or should I start with the Trump is an authoritarian topic? There you go, Flyboy. Sleep Star, what's up? Get this out the way. There we go. Trump because of the orange. All right. You gotta stay on theme. Yeah. Oh, there we go. All right. I think everything's good to go. The schools one it doesn't usually start off, like, I don't usually do it to start off my streams just because it doesn't pop off as much. It's kind of a thing you kind of like switch into, you know? I noticed. Okay, let's get my effects up. Marked viewers, that's cool. I never heard that one. Anybody else watch the Hunter Biden interview? I saw clips of it. I'm surprised they got that sit down with him. He looks just like Biden. I didn't realize how much he looked like this mother. He looks just like Joe Biden. All right, let's get started. Yeah. Twitch bot. Good Twitch bot. All right. Oh, oh, there you go, Mr. Oakley. Andrew from All Gas No Brakes. Yeah, that Channel 5 thing, whatever it's called. All right. Where's my charger? Just that. Good evening, Mr. Oakley. Yeah, good evening. All right. All right, let me talk to some Trumpers real quick. See how they feel about shit. Yes? Uh, He's a great journalist. I recommend watching any of his work. He makes people comfortable to be their honest self, and it really shows. Yep. Yeah, he's pretty good. Teaching my dad how to email is crazy. All right, we're live. We are live. Let's go. Where are we at, guys? All right. Let me put this fucking thing on. It's burning up my phone. There we go. My phone's burning the fuck up. All right. Let's go. Everybody, welcome. How we doing tonight? You already know. I already know. Yeah. Phoebe, thank you for the heartbeat. Trump, what was it? Trump illegally installed his name on Hollywood Boulevard. Yeah. Logic is too tired. Well, damn, Logic. That's 2 days in a row. Lyric, thank you for the heartbeat. In 2007, exactly. Yeah, we saw the Jubilee video. Yeah. Did you do your duty for Uncle Sam? Yeah, always, huh? Welcome, everybody. Welcome. My name is Bradley, also known as Carbon. We are live tonight. Let's get some debates in here. See if we have to do any restarts. Don't think we will. Looks like we're hitting 60 already. That's pretty good. That's usually good. If you're a Trump supporter, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'll do this topic a little bit. Let's switch over to our regulars, our regulars. Hit that share button. I appreciate you. Google, can I get your age, please?
I'm 26.
You're a Trump supporter?
Absolutely.
All right. What was your take?
About what? I just joined. I don't know what you're talking about.
Trump being an authoritarian. Are you an authoritarian?
Oh, what? No, wait. Am I an authoritarian?
Like, do you support authoritarianism?
No, not at all.
Okay.
I support America.
Well, like, if you support America, then why do you support Trump? Because he hates America.
Really? Looks like he loves America to me.
Okay, well, let's go through some of the things that make America great, right? Elections, they make America great, right? The fact that we can choose who we want.
That's a great thing to have, yeah.
Yeah, Donald Trump doesn't seem to think so. It's only great when he wins.
That's not true.
It's not. Oh, do I got to bring it up?
What do you mean?
Do I got to bring up? Do I got to bring up the fake election? Do I got to bring up the fake election scheme and January 6th and him pardoning the violent January 6ers?
Listen,
pull that up.
if somebody commits a crime and cheats, that's not a bad thing to look at and call it out. Like, hey, I'm calling a spade, and they cheated. The elections were rigged. And if he called that out, that's not like
Yeah. Well,
him
like, yeah,
aiding
listen, every
elections.
authoritarian who tries to steal an election, keep himself in power, is always going to say that every single time. And then his supporters will always support him, right? That's just what you're doing. He lied to you, you fell for it, and that's why you're doing that. Now, can you
Right.
justify why Donald Trump pardoned the violent January
Yeah.
6ers? Can you justify that?
Well, are you talking about storming the Capitol thing?
Yeah, on January 6th, and then 7 months ago, he pardoned them, especially the violent
Oh,
ones.
good, good for him then.
Okay, so
Um,
let's go through some of these names of people that he pardoned, and let's see if you're still saying that it's good. DJ Rodriguez, he took a stun gun twice to a police officer's neck and caused that police officer to have a heart attack. He was then pardoned. That's good or bad?
was the police officer trying to stop him from doing whatever he was trying to do?
Yeah, that's
Like, was he
kind of what
protecting
his.
himself? Was he
That's yeah,
protect?
he was protecting himself. Yeah, so do you
Okay, so if he's
agree?
protecting himself against the officer, then
Well, no,
why do you think?
he's the aggressor. I'm saying the officer's protecting himself and what he was designated to protect, which was the Capitol, right? Now, he was DJ Rodriguez was storming the Capitol and then stun gunned the police officer twice in the neck, causing a heart attack. Now, is that a good thing or is that a bad thing?
I mean, I'd have to see like what happened. I mean, I don't know if the officer tried to hurt the man or whatever. I don't know what happened, but if I see what happened, I'll be able to make a claim. Like, you are so ready just to read words and like judge and pick a side. I'm neither picking sides. I don't think it's good nor bad. And you said you think that's good that that happened. I
Yeah,
don't
so
think it's
you
good
think it,
or bad. I have to
yes.
see what happened and what the context is of why he did what he did. Right.
Yeah, it was on camera. He confessed to it. He didn't have any reason. The police officer was already on the ground, and he stun gunned him twice in the neck. And Donald Trump pardoned him.
Again, I have to watch. I have to see this video you're talking about for me.
If he did
But
it
if you
as
want to
I
talk
said that
about
he did it, then you would renounce your support of Donald Trump, correct?
no,
I didn't
no,
think so.
and then
Yeah, so you support
because then I have
authoritarianism.
to hold up. But then I have to check why Donald Trump also pardoned him. There has to
Why do
be a
you think?
reason, right?
What's the best explanation?
It's not, bro.
Use
It's
your
not
head.
about what I. It's not about my thoughts, bro. I have to
Yeah, it
look at
is.
the
It is about
evidence.
whether you look at like what is the best
But how can I
explanation for giving a
formulate a
hypothesis.
thought off of
Okay.
your, bro? I
Okay, would
gotta
an
see what
author
happened,
okay,
man.
would an authoritarian be more likely to pardon one of his supporters who tried to keep him in power, or would he be less likely to?
Obviously, more likely to.
Got a lot of shit that's like confirming the hypothesis. It's
Yeah,
kind of
but
weird how
that's
that's working out, huh?
yeah, but that's you're formulating these questions to be like that. But um,
He
I
pardoned him.
mean,
I'm not formulating. I'm just looking at what Donald Trump did, and what he did. He pardoned these individuals, multiple violent
yeah.
January Sixers.
I know. I just all I'm telling you about January 6th or that specific guy in that case is like you brought it up, right?
Yeah,
I don't know
I
enough
can bring
about.
up case after case after case. There was over 60 that he pardoned who were violent, who committed bodily injuries against police officers.
I mean, I will really, really believe you and regret voting for Trump and all that stuff if after his second term, which is legal to be president for 2 terms, if he tries to go again, that's already But as
No,
far
you
as what
won't.
you're telling me,
You
pardoning
won't
people
renounce your
like
support. If Donald Trump
it's
runs for a
complicit.
third term, you will absolutely support him again. Don't lie to me.
Who are you to say who else? I'm
That's what you guys
pro
always
America.
do.
I
I've
don't
been
care,
debating you
dude.
guys for like 3 or 4 years. You guys say if Donald Trump does X, then I'll
You
renounce his
guys,
support.
I'm an
And then yeah,
individual,
listen,
dude.
yeah, you guys, you're all the same. You guys say I will if
Your
Donald Trump
group.
does X, I will renounce his support, my support of him. Then he does X, and then you don't renounce your support of him. He doesn't lose any
Oh my
support. In fact,
God,
he gained his support of like 5% among Republicans after refusing to release the
dude,
Epstein files. You guys have no morals, no backing whatsoever. You have no morals.
bro. I how the term's not over. If I see that he does that, don't tell me what I will and I won't support. The fact that
How old are
everything
you?
him pardoning people is legal. I'm 26. Him pardoning people is completely legal. He's the president. He could do that.
I'm not
Where's the
asking. Okay,
authority?
okay. If he
Where's the
pardoned Black Lives Matter
authoritarian?
rioters, would you support him still?
If we say that again, I
If
didn't
he
hear that.
pardoned the Black Lives Matter rioters, would you support him still?
Yeah.
Wait, okay, let me see how far we can go. If like a man like a neo-Nazi goes through a Walmart and shoots at a bunch of black people with an AR-15, and Donald Trump pardons him, would you still support him?
No.
Okay, what's like? I don't understand. Where's your line here?
Okay, because the jump that you just made, bro, the two different things you asked me, that's
What?
the line, bro. The line is whenever when I see that it becomes dark and wicked and like I'm like, oh wait a minute, this is not like for the good of America and like the
Mm.
good of like like the people uh chose him, you know. I
Yeah,
chose
so
him
do you think
because I
committing
love what he
violence to
said.
try to illegally install a president against the will of the voters, do you think that that's good or bad for America?
Yeah, January 6th, he told everyone to go home. They didn't do it. Wow, he
Nope, that was
can't. He's
long
not
after. That
everyone.
was long after.
Bro, he's didn't, bro.
He was watching it on
January
camera.
6th
I'm
has
sorry,
nothing
he
to do
was
with this
watching.
election anyway.
Well, yeah, it does. Like that's the whole
How
reason.
so?
That's one of the biggest reasons I didn't vote for him. Like I knew that he was going to pardon the January Sixers, and I didn't want them pardoned. I don't want these criminal degenerates back onto the streets. And so now you have like some of them who like got onto the streets, and within a week they're already looking at like child, stuff. I can't say it on TikTok. And now they're back in
Okay.
jail. He's releasing like the most dangerous people who, by the way, already had a criminal record before this.
I mean, again, I could tell you're very passionate about January 6th. I don't know too much about it, bro. But because I voted for, you're saying you didn't vote for him for that reason. I voted
That
for
was
him
one of
for
the
a
biggest
completely
reasons.
different reason. I voted for him for completely different reasons. Like as far as the wildness of the people and their riots and all that stuff, I'm not gonna blame that on Mr. Trump. All right, uh, he can't control the crazy people doing the
Yes, he
crazy. He
can.
didn't want. No, he can't. He
Yes, he
told them to
can.
go
You
home.
want to know how I know? He can.
Dude, he literally told them to
I
go
can tell you
home.
how I know he can.
But just tell me why.
Okay,
Whenever he
before
said tell
before
them to
long,
go home,
yeah, three
hold
hours
up, tell him,
after.
tell me.
I'm trying to tell you. I'm
Yeah.
trying to tell you. I'm trying to answer the question. Okay, so
Oh,
before he said go home, he was watching on Fox News. He was watching the violence. They were already in the Capitol. They already started storming the Capitol. He was already seeing images of the violence that was occurring. So instead of at that exact moment deciding to say stop, go home, all that stuff, he didn't say it at that point, right? He waited. I think it was an hour after he saw the violence to say go home, right? Once he started seeing the violence, we already know that he was watching it. What did he decide to tweet out? He decided to instead talk about Mike Pence. He said Mike Pence did not have the courage, yada yada yada. And so a guy, I watched this live as it was happening. A guy who was already in the Capitol, as they were like held up against the police officers, pulled up his phone and read Donald Trump's tweet out loud, saying Mike Pence did not have the courage, yada yada yada. And that's when everybody started saying, "Hang Mike Pence." Yeah, so he absolutely has that control. He could have easily prevented a lot of this just by tweeting out. He could have went down there himself. He could have, there's so many things that he could have done.
yeah,
He
he could
chose not to
have.
do. And then on top of that, saying that he told him to go home, and then 4 years later, pardoning those people. No, he didn't want them to go.
Again, I gotta look up why the whys of why he pardoned people and who it is he pardoned, what they did. But as far as him being responsible for what other people, especially rioters, are doing, how dare you put that responsibility on somebody
If he had
who
told the
said
truth
it
about the
could have would
election,
have.
if he had
Dude,
told the truth about the election and conceded the election and shook Joe Biden's hand, none of that would have happened. He knows that his supporters are delusional conspiracy theorists, and that's what he played into. And let's face. I'm not saying it's you, but a lot of them are morons. They're idiots. They don't know how to reason about reality. So he exploits that in order to try to get January 6th.
yeah, I think that's super like rude and offensive. Like a lot of them are morons, as you said.
The people who were, yeah, sorry, the people who were storming the Capitol, committing violence against, yes, those
Yeah,
people were idiots.
yeah, no, yeah, of course they are. But I agreed with you on that. I told you that, but not a lot. You said his supporters, and now you're going back to those people. Um, listen,
Yeah, when I said those supporters, obviously there are a lot of supporters
those, yeah,
who did not fall for Donald Trump's lies about the 2020
yeah, but
election.
okay,
Those are the smart ones.
okay, and on the other hand, like right on the far left, wild rioters, and it's the same thing, bro. Do you
And
guys
did
have just as
Kamala
bad
Harris or Joe
people?
Biden pardon any of those people?
Bro, those Kamala Harris and Joe Biden let in so many criminals in this country that it like I
What?
don't even want to start. Yeah, What do you mean what,
What do
bro?
you
Are you
mean? I
serious,
don't know
bro?
what you mean. Like they let criminals. First of all,
Open
Donald Trump is
borders,
a criminal, and he pardons criminals. So I don't know what you mean. And nobody has an open
bro.
border policy. You're lying.
Listen, brother. The type of criminal I'm talking about is not the setup trial, which is appealing, by the way. And the whole felon thing. Good luck, like having that stick, because it's obviously they were just
What do you
after
mean having
him,
it
right?
stick? No, he was already convicted. It's already stuck. There's nothing more you
Yeah,
can
but
do. He's a
you
he's
know
a
what?
convicted
Do you know
felon
what?
for the rest of his life.
No, he could appeal that if you don't know, he's appealing the felony. I'm surprised you don't know about this, bro. He
Yeah, no,
like
he appealed it. It was denied.
then he'll appeal it again, and if he
Okay,
does
yeah,
that,
you can appeal. Like a criminal can appeal all they want, but he's a convicted felon. He was convicted on 30.
okay,
Yeah, he was
on
convicted on
what
34 felony
the charge?
charges. Yeah,
What's the charge?
the charges were business fraud and cover up of a crime.
Okay, that's not violent. I'm not concerned with whenever
Of
like
course, you're not
Joe
concerned with
Biden people,
criminality. Of course, that's why you supported him.
bro. I'm more, I'm more interested in like evil stuff.
Yeah. You mean like stun gunning a police officer in the neck? You mean Jeffrey Epstein? You mean pardoning? Okay, he's gone. All right, whatever. Anyway, Jesus Christ. Yeah, you mean the fact that he raped a woman? Like that's crazy, bro. All right, I gotta restart, y'all. I'll be back in like 10 seconds, y'all. See, I can't talk about Trump stuff. I get flagged within like 10 seconds of debating this shit. It's fucking ridiculous. I'm gonna do the lesbian topic. Like shooting fish in a barrel, yeah. All right, we're back. Ooh. All right, we're back. All right, let's get back to it. Let's do lesbian topics. Let's do that tonight. And then I want to do some problem of evil stuff too. Those would be fun. You already know part two. Hell yeah, let's go. Maddie, thank you for the heart. What up, everybody? What up, what up, what up? Welcome to my humble abode. Hannah, thank you for the what's up. Welcome to my humble abode. Half of y'all will not be able to know that reference. Probably about, yeah, probably about 40% of y'all, maybe 50%. Yeah, won't know that, don't know that reference. Have you seen the Surrounded episode? Yeah, we watched it yesterday. What's up, everybody? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Grand motherfucking master. Grand grasshopper. Thank you so much for the tiny tiny hot dog. I appreciate you. That's 1/3. Let's go. Did you appeal? No, I didn't get actually like a violation. It was just a flag. Phoenix. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Hannah, thank you for the bubble gum. Thank you guys so much for the tiny dinies. Appreciate you. Yeah, grasshopper, young grasshopper. There's master and then there's grasshopper. Thank you guys for reaching the goal. I appreciate y'all. All right, well, get the tapping on that screen. Get the tapping on that screen. Men debating woman topics. Being gay is not a woman topic. The fuck are you talking about? Hit the share button. Let's go. Come on. We got one share. Hannah, thank you so much for the what is that? I haven't seen that one before. Mark of love. Let's go. Thank you for that. It says lesbian, not gay. Yeah, like it's still a gay topic. It's just asking why being gay is wrong. Yeah, TikTok is weird about saying the word gay. But still, like, I can debate whether being lesbian is wrong. Is that being weird? All right, Hannah, thank you for the tiny diny. Appreciate you. Darling, thank you so much for the heart me. Hannah, thank you for the heart. Hannah, thank you so much. Appreciate you for the rose as well. What's up, everybody? It's a temporary setback. It's a momentary loss. Are you a lesbian? Me too. Yeah. Nah, that's a Drake. That's my shit, bro. Wait, did somebody clip that from yesterday? I think somebody did. I'm gonna clip it if y'all did. It's it's a temporary setback. It's a momentary loss. Look it up in the Bible. That doesn't tell me why it's wrong. I don't care about your fucking book. Yeah, I got a book that says it's not wrong. Boom, problem solved. Next question. Mindy, thank you for the popular vote. Appreciate you. We need an emoji of that guy. Why did that fool's parent let him leave the house looking like that? I'm already set to go here. All right, if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you. Thank you so much. Let's do two of these, I guess. Jesse, thank you for the go popular. Appreciate you. I saw something sticking out when you do the dance. See, that's, you know what? I'm gonna start wearing like long ass t-shirts. Can dogs be lesbian? Yep. Void, thank you for the monkey. Seems a little racially motivated, but it's all right. It's very wrong. Well, let's go ahead and invite you in here, and you can tell me why it's wrong. Hit me up. Damn, Void. Yeah, so okay, I'm gonna invite you one more time on whatever your name is on. I'm gonna invite you. If you don't accept, I'm muting you out the comments. Just saying it's wrong is not an argument. I need a reason why it's wrong. Get on up here. We need a cartoon emoji of him tapping his fingers together. I'll send us to like Mr. Burns. Yeah, man. All right. Oh, we know, Demi. Dez, can I get your age, please?
Yo, hello.
Yeah, can I get your age, please?
Do I have to be over 18 to be on live?
You have to be over 19. How old are you?
Oh.
Yeah, bye-bye. All right, let's get some debates in here. Let's get some debates. Come on. Smooth, yeah. You got to do that to them, yeah. Yeah. You got to go up 1 year, so that way they try to pass that year. Or no, actually, I should have went down that 1 year, so that way when they try to meet that year, then yeah. Wars, can I get your age, please?
I got a question.
Can I get your age, please?
My age is 30.
Okay. What is your best argument for why it's wrong to be gay or lesbian?
How are they going to have kids, man? We need more kids in the world. Where is the kids? How?
That's a question. I want the argument for why it's wrong to be gay or lesbian.
You can't have kids.
Okay.
That's the whole point.
So, okay, so you can't, okay, if you can't have kids, then you're wrong or something like that. That's your argument?
Yeah.
Okay, so like children before puberty are like wrong because they can't have kids?
No. When they get older, when they become adults, you have to have some kids.
Okay, so if a
Otherwise,
child
it's
has,
the whole point of this thing, man.
oh, okay, so if a child is born with a genetic condition such that they can't have kids, and then they grow older, then they're just wrong. They shouldn't exist.
Nah, it's exempt, medical conditions.
Oh,
But if
it's
you can, you
exempt.
should
Oh, okay. Well, that's just
get
going to be
married,
special
have
pleading.
children.
So
You
it can't
can,
be the
like,
case. So it can't be the case that not being able to reproduce is going to be a good account. So now we're going to restart the question. Why is it wrong to be a lesbian?
because they can't have any kids. They're willing. They're willing
Well,
not
we've
to have
already
any kids.
we're already like established. Okay, so now wait. So now you're adding a new condition. So now we're goalpost moving. They want to have
You gotta be
kids.
willing to have kids, man.
Oh, okay. So if
I
they're
have 6
not,
kids myself.
I understand. So if they're
I
not
have
willing to,
6.
I'm not asking you about your personal life. So if they're not willing to have kids, and then it's not wrong because they have to be willing to have kids.
Of course. You
Okay,
have to have
so
kids, at least one.
wait, so two
Even for the
lesbians, so
multiply.
two lesbians who are not willing to have kids, they're not doing anything wrong.
I know they are. They chosen.
You
They
just
chosen
said
to
they have
have
to be
kids.
willing to have kids. You said in order for it to be wrong, they have to one, have kids, and two, be willing to have kids. Right? But they're not willing to have
Yes,
kids.
yes.
So therefore it's not wrong.
No. I said they have to have kids. That's all.
Oh,
You
okay,
have to
now we're back
marry
to the original argument. Okay, well, if they have to have kids, then why is it wrong for somebody to have so is it wrong for somebody to be
I won it.
to exist
I
who has a
won.
genetic
I won.
condition
I won
such
the
that
argument. I won it.
yeah, well, you're just contradicting yourself. It's just really funny because you don't see, but you just that's not going to get you out of the contradiction in your worldview, right?
Yeah, man. Nah. You got it wrong.
Yeah, I know, yeah, yeah,
Okay,
you're
why
wrong.
don't you have any kids?
Yeah, contradictions
Come
are
on, man.
false,
Have
correct?
some
Wars?
kids, right?
Are contradictions false?
Depends, how they work,
Oh, so a
That's
contradiction could be
the
true?
society. No. I just won the
Uh,
argument.
yeah, but you
All right,
did, buddy.
let's move on.
Yeah,
Let's
did you
move
have
on to
another
a different
argument?
argument.
Since that one failed, do you have another argument that you wanted to present for why being gay is
That's
wrong?
it for now.
Okay, all right, well, try
I'll
to
write
come back.
another argument.
Yeah,
I'll come back.
try to come back with a better one, okay, buddy? All right, thank you so much. All right, let's get to the next person. Please, if you have an argument, thank you so much. Extra, can I get your age, please?
63.
All right, what's your argument?
Well, it's not that I necessarily really have an argument, but I'm kind of wondering, you saying, why is being lesbian wrong?
Yeah.
And request a debate. So, I, you know, I don't know, man.
Jesus Christ.
That's something that is completely, I guess, would be, up to the individual, but I just don't see morally or, in the, how this can be that, I mean, maybe they're going to be lesbians, they're going to adopt a child or have a sperm donor or something, which can be done, but, I don't know. I don't like to see two guys kissing, I'll tell you that.
Well, that's probably because you're straight, right?
Well, I'm not.
Do you like to
I'm
see
not-
two girls kissing?
Not necessarily.
Do you-
I think it's.
Do you like to see? Wait, so you like to see a man and woman kissing? You like to see that? It like makes you happy?
I
Or
like
don't
to
understand.
see, like what I grew up with is old school. It's family. It's like it's a man and a woman. It's not two women or two men. I think that kind of corrupts kids when they get put in that position.
When
a
you
little
say
boy with-
when you say it corrupts kids, are you just saying it harms them?
Well, it could. I mean,
How?
I'm not sure. It just depends on a kid, I guess,
How?
and how he was.
How
raised.
would it corrupt them?
Look, watching this?
Yeah,
this-
how would watching it corrupt them?
I don't know. Just depending on the child.
Okay, well, I mean, I could say that about straight couples too. It depends on the child, but them seeing a straight couple could corrupt them, right?
Yep. Yeah. Same
Okay,
thing.
so that's
with a
not going to
man.
be an argument. So just to be clear, you don't think it's wrong. You're just a straight guy, so you don't really care to see like
I
two people
don't
with the same
believe-
sex.
I don't
You don't
believe-
care to see them like kissing each other, something like that, right? That's the argument.
No, I don't. I don't. It's just wrong.
Well,
I mean,
okay, well, but what's the reason for why it's wrong? You haven't given me the reason.
that's the word, wrong. It's
Yeah,
wrong.
why is it wrong?
Why is it wrong?
Yeah, what makes it wrong?
Boy, that's a damn good question there. It's just wrong. Point, bottom line, man, it is just
Okay, well, if somebody came up to you and
really,
said a straight relationship is wrong, and you said why, and they said, well, it's just wrong, that wouldn't convince you, right?
well, okay, what are you talking about? You're talking
A
about
straight
me being with a woman.
yeah, you being with a woman, and I walk up to you, or I
Yeah, well,
debate
that's,
you,
you know
and
what?
I
Okay,
say,
so
well,
that,
hold on, and I say that that's wrong, and you say, well, why? And I say, well, it's just because it's wrong.
okay, well, I wouldn't agree with that because
Yeah,
that's the norm in
yeah. Well,
society.
let's say I
That
say it's
it's
wrong because
normal.
it's normal.
Well, maybe I'm old school, but this lesbian stuff and gay men on TV now
Hmm.
and all this stupid stuff that's going on with
Yeah.
the the whatever TV programs they
Hmm.
got for guys
Yeah,
dressed
listen,
as girls.
the thing is that society has gotten smarter over time. So because society has gotten smarter, people are able to assess reasons for why things are wrong and reasons for why things aren't wrong a lot better than they were
Well,
100 years ago with philosophy and things like that. So now people are much less inclined to believe that being gay is wrong. And so you live in a time of the past where people believe that kind of stuff was wrong. Listen, there's also people who think that interracial marriages are wrong because they live in that time of the past. But nonetheless, what I'm demonstrating here is nobody actually has an argument for why it's wrong. They just say it's wrong. They don't have a reason because they were groomed to believe that when they were kids.
well, I don't know. I mean, if you want an argument on it, and I don't think the word is appropriate for it, but it's basically disgusting.
Yeah, you're just saying it's
It's just
disgusting because you're
morally,
not.
I wasn't raised that way. You look like a young guy that's only 28, maybe years old if you're
Thank you.
lucky. And if you're lucky. And, I just think it's totally wrong. It's
Yeah,
just not
I know you think
what
it's wrong,
this
but
country.
you're demonstrating what I'm saying. You're demonstrating my point. You just don't have a reason for why you think it's wrong. So you were told that, but no, the person who
Well,
told you that
you
also
tell
doesn't have
me,
a reason.
do you think, do you have a reason why it's right?
I don't think it's right. I don't think it's wrong or right. When we use the terms wrong, that just means you shouldn't do it. And when we use the term it's the right thing to do, that means you should do it, right? So I don't say that somebody should be gay, nor do I, or be in a gay relationship, nor do I say that somebody should
That's,
not. Wait, hold on. So it's
well,
just morally permissible. It's morally permissible for two reasons, right? One, I don't perceive the wrong making property here. Two, I haven't been giving an argument that's convincing for why it's wrong. All these arguments, like the God argument, the reproduction argument, the it's weird argument, the it's disgusting argument, the natural argument, they all fail.
so besides the relationship thing of this, you just mentioned to me that you said if someone tells you that this is right, you're going to choose right over wrong.
No, because they're going to have to give me an argument for why it's right. I don't think anybody has an argument for why somebody should, why everybody should
If
be in
someone
a
told
same
you,
sex relationship.
if someone told you something's right, you're going to go with the right instead of the wrong,
No,
correct?
I just told you no. I don't know why you just repeated the question.
Well, because I'm trying to find something out about you here real quick. And
Yeah,
you know what? On that
you
note,
heard what I said. You heard what I said though. I said I don't think it's right or wrong.
yeah, kind of funny how someone gave me 1,000K on my comments. Am I right or wrong? Have you
No,
ever heard
I
that
didn't.
saying?
No, I
Am I
said I
right
don't.
or am I wrong?
I said I
No,
don't
have you
have a
ever heard it
reason to
say?
believe that it's right or wrong. It's like being
Okay.
in a gay
So
relationship is like hold on, wait, wait,
how do I
wait, wait, wait. I'm
convince
still
you?
talking. I'm still talking. So being in a gay relationship is to me it's kind of like it's like being in a straight relationship. It's amoral. There's no good reason to do it. There's no good reason against it. That's like obligatory or impermissible. It's like picking up a pencil, right? Like I don't morally blame you for picking up a pencil. I don't morally blame you for not picking up a pencil. That's all I'm saying.
So I take it that you're gay.
I'm a straight man, but I don't see like listen, if I could choose to be like bisexual, I guess I would because like I would double my dating pool, right? But I just can't choose it. I'm not attracted to men, but I don't see anything wrong with it.
Yeah, well, wait until you get older days. You won't even care about any of that.
Oh,
So
is that what happened to you? So now you care, like you're kind of like leaning towards
no,
men now.
no, it's not, that's
Well, why
not
would you
what
say that if
happened to
that's not
me.
what
I'm just
Come on,
saying, wait
Uncle.
until you get older. Your whole mindset's gonna be in a different stage,
What do you
man.
mean? You're saying that because I get
You're
older
not.
and my
You,
and my
you won't
mind
just
starts. So you're
because
saying
you're
because my
young right
mind
now,
starts
young and
deteriorating?
dumb and full of fucking cum. It changes when you get older.
Yeah, okay.
You
So you're
know
saying once my
that's gonna
mind starts
happen.
deteriorating, I'm gonna be less reasonable. Is that what
Boy,
you're saying?
if I could throw 50 years on your life right now, you'd understand what the hell I'm saying.
No, I wouldn't. You
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 you're the one
be
that
you
literally
would be
said that you were
lost.
raised. Listen, you're the one that literally said that you were raised that way. That's the reason why you were raised. Listen, I was also raised in a Christian household where they
What?
tried to convince me that being gay was wrong. But guess what? I grew out of that shit. I grew out of it. All you have to do is think for yourself, and boom, problem solved. Being gay is not wrong anymore.
I wasn't raised not to be that way. It's society. It's what
Yeah,
society
society
is.
told you to not to think being gay is wrong, and that's why you
Well,
believe
you
being gay is
know
wrong.
what? Then why? Okay, it is wrong because why did people not come out with this 20 years later and finally admit that they're gay?
They
You know what I
did. They
mean? They've been
did.
hiding
They
this
did. They
shit.
did. Yeah, they did. And you
Well,
know what
that's a
happened?
bunch of
I'm gonna tell you
perverted
what happened. I'm
crap.
gonna tell you what happened to a gay man in Louisiana or Alabama who decided to come out as gay. He would get hunted by the KKK. You know that, right?
Well, I guess if he wanted to get himself killed,
What happened? Yeah.
he
So what
better shut
happened?
his
What
mouth.
happened to gay men in Nazi Germany? They got deported under paragraph 145. No wonder they didn't come out. If I listen, I'm a straight man. If in order to if I came out as straight to the world and I would like get sent to a concentration camp, I'm gay as fuck. What do you mean? Nobody's knowing I'm straight. Wouldn't you do that?
You know, when you say the word straight, sounds
Straight. You're
funny.
Yeah, you as a straight man. If you came out as straight, but if you would have to get sent to you and your family would have to get sent to a concentration camp unless you renounce being straight. Would you do it?
Would I announce?
Yeah, you have
No,
to hide.
if
You
you
have to
ask that
hide your
question,
straightness.
what the hell are you talking
You
about,
don't
man?
understand. You
It's
don't even
like,
understand the concept.
no, I'm not understanding your concept.
Okay.
All I know
Let's
is
say
that
you're in a world. Let's say you're in a world, right, where if people in society know that you are straight, right, as a straight man, people know that you are straight. You will get sent to a concentration camp. You and your family. Would you come out as straight? Yes or no?
yep.
You would. You would send. You would like purposely do that.
Well, for one, I don't see any reason why being arrested with family and being straight without no pervertedness in my life. So I don't know where your
Yeah,
mind's
they.
coming
Well,
from.
the society thinks
Sounds
you
like you
being
got
wait
a couple
extra.
of
So
screws.
I'm sorry.
Well,
The
I don't know,
society.
man. Maybe
Society.
you
I'm trying to
got
respond to you. I'm
screws in
trying to
your head.
respond to you, extra. I'm saying in this society,
Yeah.
this
Go ahead.
society thinks that you being straight is a perverted degeneracy. They think it's perverted that you want to be attracted to a woman. And so because they think you're perverted, they send you off to a concentration camp for extermination. My question is, would you risk you and your family being sent for extermination at a concentration camp? Or you could just be straight in the privacy of your own home. Which one would you do?
For one, that ain't gonna happen. So
I
I
didn't
don't know
ask if
where
it
you
was going to
come up
happen.
with this from.
You know what the
Where
word
the hell
if
did you come
means?
up with
Do
this?
you know
I'm
do,
just asking
do you
you,
know
where'd
what
you
the
come
word
up with
Listen,
that?
it's happened to gay people. So that's where I came up with it.
Okay, so what are you? So are you into gay people?
No. Well, I mean, I could be if you're
Well,
open to it, but
you're
I mean,
straight.
you're saying that I don't know if that was an offer from you, but was that an offer?
No, hell, what the hell are you talking about
Oh,
now?
okay.
You know
Sorry.
what? I'm
I was
gonna
about to.
let
I'm
you
sorry.
have
I was about to zoom in. I was trying to
what
put my Riz on for you. It's
psychology.
all good, buddy.
Psychology shows you. Psychology right now shows you written on the wall how you're
Uh-huh.
moving around
Yeah.
and everything, your expressions,
Yeah.
and you're so clever.
Yeah.
But you know what? You
Uh-huh.
actually have a problem.
Okay.
And
Well, my
I don't
problem.
care
Well, if my
you're
problem
straight
is
or not.
being. Well, if my problem is being reasonable, then I would love to have that problem. Wouldn't you? Wouldn't
Well,
everybody
I
here
don't know.
in the chat
Keep
love to have
bouncing
the problem
around.
of being
Well,
reasonable? I love that.
keep bouncing around like a child shows exactly
Oh, does it turn you on, Daddy?
psychology,
Does it turn you on, Daddy?
psychologically who
Daddy,
you are.
does it turn you
Well,
on, Daddy?
I study psychology, and you just bouncing.
Yeah. Does me
You're
bouncing
moving
turn
all
you on,
around.
Daddy?
You want to have your
Does me
pretty
bouncing
fucking
turn you
teeth.
on, Daddy?
You know, I'm about ready to fucking smack you across the fucking room. You're
Oh,
an idiot.
well, don't threaten me with a good
Look
time.
at that.
I like maybe I like being smacked. You know, you never know.
Well, you're a weirdo then.
Hey,
Okay.
shit. Hey, we all got our own kinks. You know.
Want to be? No, I know who you are. You're a right fighter. You want to be right, and
Yeah.
keep wiggling your little ass around in your chair.
Oh, he likes when I wiggle my ass,
Oh,
guys.
geez.
He likes
You
that.
can't even stop.
Damn.
You
Hey,
can't
you
even
are.
stop.
I like it.
Yeah, well, you can't. Even
Yeah. So listen,
stop.
this is what happens when straight men they usually come out on my lives like this. But you know, it's very slow. It's a very general process. Listen, we are a very
No, it's
open
actually
community.
sickening.
You are allowed to come out.
It's
The
actually
closet is
sickening.
made of glass. I promise you, Mr. Extra.
It's sickening what you're trying to do here.
Yeah.
And to me,
All
I
right. Well,
think
thank you so much. I do hope you get the help you need. Okay, buddy. Thank you so much. All right. Let's actually get some debates in here. Okay. I'm done with playing with my food now. Let's get some actual debates. All right. Let's see. All right. Let's go. Okay. So we got a lot of people in the guest requests. I got some co-hosts too. If you believe that being gay is wrong, go ahead and hop on the guest request. If you don't, please don't. Thank you so much. All right, let's do this guy. Free veteran. Can I get your age, please?
Yes, 36.
All right. Can I get your best argument?
Okay, so just to put this out here, I don't necessarily disagree with whatever you choose to decide for yourself. You have a choice. It is you. You pick what you want. It doesn't harm me. It's your life, right?
When you say pick what you want,
for the
just to
sake
be
of
clear-
argument,
just to be clear, when you say the attraction is a choice, or are you saying the relationship is a choice?
both.
Okay. Well, you're gonna need to produce an argument that the attraction is a choice. But continue. I'll let you.
Okay.
finish.
Well, I was gonna say for the request of the debate, why is being lesbian wrong? It depends on how you're looking at it and in what way. So morally, it's not wrong. We could probably agree with that. Morally, it's your choice. So it's what you want to do. But if you're looking at it economically, it is wrong because it hurts the fact that you're not reproducing. But that's only in one type of way. Now, if you were to say, is it socially wrong? Most people is probably going to say no. So it depends on how you're looking at it and what way you want to deem it wrong. Just as in that guy said it's wrong because that's how he was raised. Well, in his eyes, it is wrong. Doesn't make sense. He's ignorant, doesn't willing to adapt. But it doesn't mean that he's not wrong. In his mind, he's wrong. I'm sorry. In his mind, he's right because it is wrong. In his opinion.
Okay. So,
So,
like, I'm sorry. I
Why
gotta
is
stop you.
being
Like,
lesbian wrong?
so just to be clear,
Yeah, go
you
ahead.
don't believe that it's wrong, correct?
I don't believe that it's wrong. It just depends
Okay.
on what you want to look at it.
Yeah.
Everything has a right and wrong. You know,
All right, man.
if you
Well,
want
listen,
to produce kids, it's
I'm,
wrong.
I'm really sorry, but I'm looking for somebody who does think it's wrong. But I do appreciate you for
Oh,
coming
you
up.
good.
Okay.
Yeah, you're good.
All right. Thank you so much for coming up.
Mm-hmm.
All right,
Peace.
only if you believe that being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping that screen. Let's get up to 50,000 likes. We're at 20,000. Hit that share button. Thank you so much. All right, we're gonna get on to the next person. Let's see. It's this person. Hello, Becca. Can I get your age, please?
Hi, 23.
All right. Why is being lesbian wrong?
Because these bitches eating all the coochies and shit. Like, serve
Bro.
something to fuck me out.
Anyway. Next. Aubrey, can I get your age, please?
Hello, I am 24. I was
Alright.
on here the other day.
Do you have an argument?
I do. but I also have a question.
Mm-hmm.
If that's okay, so you said that you don't believe that it's right or wrong.
Mm-hmm.
That's true. You don't believe it's right or wrong.
Right.
So what do you believe?
It's just merely permissible. It's amoral. I don't have a good reason to believe that it's right, and I don't have a good reason to believe that it's wrong. So it's like eating a cheesecake or something like that. It's like picking up a pencil.
So then you don't really have like a definitive reason.
Yeah, I'd have to be like in order. So morals are based off of like you need to be able to use your morals. I mean your reason to be able to evaluate what's right or wrong, right? So if I have not been given a reason for why it's wrong that is logically coherent, then I'm not going to be rationally justified in believing that it's wrong. Same with it being right. So I haven't been given an argument for why it's wrong. I haven't been given an argument for why it's right. None of these arguments make sense.
Okay, so you're kind of like undecided.
It's like me asking you, hey, is like choosing a number 2 pencil wrong when you write when you write down like your notes and you like why would it be wrong? Like you don't have any reason not to do it. You don't have any reason to say that it's obligatory. You just kind of like it's just a thing you do. Like it's just a descriptor. Like it's just amoral. You know what amoral means, right?
Amoral, I've definitely heard of it, but
Yeah, it just means that it's
I
just
think
there's no there's no moral condemnation that's worthy of it, and then there's no moral there's nothing praiseworthy about doing it, right? So it's just amoral, neutral. Yeah.
okay. So that's probably the difference then between. So are you trying to find a reason?
Yeah, like I think when a lot of people go around calling, like saying, "Hey, lesbians, you're doing something wrong. Gay people, you're doing something wrong," it's just irrational. It's just like completely delusional. Like you're not actually giving a good reason for anything. People are just saying stuff is wrong, and they always trap themselves in contradictions. It's ridiculous.
So do you accept reasons that have to do with God?
I can evaluate those reasons and see if they're coherent.
So if God calls something wrong,
Hmm.
especially to a Christian,
Hmm.
then it has to be wrong regardless of our understanding. Like if he tells me like don't eat this certain ice cream
Hmm.
and I'm like that's ridiculous. I can eat this if I want to, whatever. But I didn't know that there was like some poison in it or something.
Hmm.
Like there's a reason. There's always a reason why he tells us not to do something.
Okay.
And the thing
Well,
is that
but you're saying God says God is telling women and men not to be in relationships with somebody in the same sex. You just don't know the reason why he's telling you that. Is that what you're saying?
I'm saying if you fear God,
Hmm.
which it says in Proverbs, the fear of the Lord is the beginning of all wisdom. We don't actually have to understand every single little detail why
Okay, so that's a yes. So you
in order
don't know
to
the
accept
reasons for
it.
why God says it, right?
I mean, there's the reasons that I believe.
Okay. Do you want to give me those reasons, or do you think those are the actual reasons?
Yes, because I know you often say like, oh, someone should do this, someone should do that. No, like under God, you do not have to be in a relationship. That is completely optional. But the thing is that if you are going to be in a relationship, he has one specific design, and that is a man and a woman. And that's just the way that God created it.
Is it for a reason?
And so
Did he
that's
create it that way for a reason?
so I'm pretty sure I told you this before, but it's because God is love. So everything he's created for us to enjoy is a good thing, and it's a loving thing. What God
Okay.
creates is good.
Yeah, so
So
you're
the
just
devil
okay, so you're
is
saying that if
perverse that.
somebody's going to be in a relationship with somebody, a romantic relationship with somebody, it ought to be the person with the opposite sex, because that's the only expression of love that there can be in a romantic relationship. Is that the position?
In a romantic, intimate way.
Okay, so you think that when two women are together and two men are together, they're not loving each other?
Not in the way that they're supposed to.
Well, are they loving each other?
Maybe like, so you can yeah, you can have a strong desire towards something, but biblically speaking, it's not real love if it's out of
What is love again?
God's design.
Baby, don't hurt. What is love?
Well, the Bible says that love is patient, love is kind, it does not seek its own, it does not envy, things like that.
Yeah, these are things that lesbians would agree with, and they express that in their relationships. I mean, most people would say love is an unconditional commitment to the well-being of another person, right? I think most people would say something like that, right? And it's very clear that many lesbian relationships and gay men relationships have that commitment to each other. The oldest relationship between lesbians, they've been together like 60 years. They're both in wheelchairs right now. They're both very elderly women. They've met each other long before you and I were born. They're still together. It's a lifelong commitment, right? I don't. If that's not love, I don't know what it is. I think we're just like trivializing what love is.
I mean, that's a commitment, but you can be committed to someone without loving them.
Okay, how do you? Okay, if so, these are two lesbians, right? They're both in wheelchairs. They've been together for their entire lives. They've intertwined their life trajectories. They are committed to each other, not just in an exclusive manner. How is that any different from a man and woman doing the exact same thing? Why is the fact if I switched one of them to a male, all of a sudden it's love? I don't understand what that does.
No, two straight people could be married and there could be no real love in their hearts. It's all about your heart. It's all about if it's genuine.
Yeah, so what is the argument that these two women, in virtue of the fact that they are both biologically female, that they can't have that same experience to each other?
Because it's not made to fit that way.
It's not okay. Wait, so you're agreeing that they do love each other? You're just saying they should love a man.
I don't believe anything outside of biblical love is real love.
Okay, you're
Because it
contradicting
requires
yourself.
selflessness.
They
No,
are
I'm not. You
selfless.
just
Like, okay,
don't
you don't,
believe.
like there are lesbian women who give up their entire careers to move to be with their loved one. What are you
That's
talking about?
idolatry.
That no, that's wait. So if a woman did that to a man, would you call that idolatry?
If it was God permitting it for them, no.
I'm sorry. Okay, so let me. This is what we're gonna do. We have person number one, right? And we know person number one is a woman, right? And then we have person number two. We don't know the sex of person number two. And let's say person number one is a woman. She decides to give up her entire career for person number two so that they can live together and then they can adopt or have kids or whatever. Do you have to know what the sex is of person number two to know whether that's love or not?
There's multiple answers, yes, but you also have to know more than that. Because for a Christian, biblically, you cannot, outside of what God permits as love, as like healthy love, outside of that, going outside of God's will is called idolatry.
Yeah, why is it
So
unhealthy?
once you're, why is what unhealthy?
Why is that unhealthy? Like most
Being gay?
long-lasting lesbian couples, they'll tell you, "No, I'm not unhealthy. I'm in a happy relationship." What are you talking about, unhealthy?
Because, like I've said, that's not what God designed. So if they're filling that void in a perverted way, they are searing their own conscience.
What is it about like being? If I swap the sex to being a man, what would change the relationship? What would change her experience?
Because that is blessed by God, so that's beautiful.
What would that be? Why would that matter? What is God blessing it do to the relationship? Does it make does it make their attraction stronger?
It makes
They're better able to pay bills? I don't understand. What's the difference? What is God blessing it do?
it means that it's valid. If God has okayed something,
Okay.
it
So
makes
okay.
it
All
valid.
right. I think I got your argument. Right. There is actually no inherent physical difference between a woman dating another woman and a woman dating a man. Right. All that matters is whether God.
Obviously, there's
All that. Wait. Hold
biological
on. No. Well, I'm
differences.
talking about with respect to what's morally relevant, other than just God likes one and God doesn't like the other. That's it. Right. That's it. That's all you're saying. God blesses one and God doesn't bless the other.
I'm saying, like, if a girl chooses to love another girl, there's different biological things that you're like attaching your mind to in those different
All right,
circumstances.
let's
Like,
try it this way. Do you think a woman who is a lesbian should break up with her girlfriend or her long-term wife and be with a man?
I never said that if she breaks up with him, she doesn't have to go be with a man.
So she should be single?
Yeah, if she doesn't desire to get married
So
after
she should
that.
forego this healthy relationship for like loneliness. That's what your position is.
I don't think it's healthy, and I don't think if
Do
you
you
have
think being
God, you are
single
not
when
wrong.
you don't want to be single is healthy?
It can be if the only options are bad
Let's say
options,
let's say we have two women and they've adopted a child. Should she leave the relationship and be single?
and they've adopted a child.
Yeah.
If that is the case, then morally, like, yes, the next best thing is for them to separate, and then
That's
maybe
insane.
either
You're
either one of
if this is
the
Christianity,
kid,
you're literally advocating for children's lives to be worse, like
their
significantly
life
worse.
is already
They need
confusing.
two people in the household at least. It's much more beneficial for them to have two people, doesn't matter what the sexes of the two people are in the household. When you see lesbians raising couples and gay men couples, when they raise children, those children are they're thriving. They're just as good as when a straight couple raises their children. This is just completely incoherent. And then on top of that, I could go throw the problem of evil at you and be like, well, why is anything wrong if God exists, right? Because he's all powerful. He's the one that made gay people, given that the reason why people are gay is because of collection of genes located on the loci on their chromosomes, right? So he's the one that made them, and then now he's telling them they shouldn't do what he made them to do. It's absolutely like incoherent.
So you're speaking subjectively about what you believe as if it's objective.
Yes, objective facts about reality. You know what genome-wide association studies are. Those are objective facts about what genes are associated with what traits. That's not a subjective fact. It's not dependent on the mind. It's dependent on the observation that we see in the world.
So when you say that, that's like equivalent to when I hear people, and I have struggled with my mental health in the past until I was set free by Jesus. Thank you, God.
When did Jesus say anything about gay people, by the way? Has he ever ever mentioned gay people?
He has, but
No, he hasn't.
I want
Sorry.
to make sure
Wrong
that
answer.
I'm answering the question and we're staying on the topic, so that analogy is equivalent to like someone with a certain mental challenge or whatever saying like, look at this scan of my brain. This is why I have this. No, that's just the current state of your brain. That's not the cause. So you could say,
What?
oh, those genes
Sorry,
genes show
Yeah,
that
so-
someone is gay. Like,
Yeah.
no, that
Wait,
just
how
means
does-
like
how
that's
does-
where their brain is
I'm
currently
sorry,
at.
Aubrey.
That doesn't mean
You're attracted to
cause.
men, right?
Yes.
Okay, so you're a straight woman. Why do you think you're attracted to men? Tell me.
Why do I think I'm attracted to men?
Yeah, why are you attracted to men? What caused that?
So we are naturally born.
Natural. So something about our nature causes us to be attracted. What is that thing about our nature? Tell me.
So the Bible says that each and every one of us is fearfully, wonderfully made in the image of God.
You say made.
Every
Okay, so
single
there's
person.
when you say made, there's something about our nature there's something about your nature that makes you attracted to men. What is that thing about your nature?
I'm a woman.
So wait, the fact that you are
My-
female? So wait, so when you say woman, you just mean female, right?
No, I mean male.
Okay, so when you say woman, you mean female. When you say female, you mean reproductive system. So you think the fact that you have ovaries makes you mentally attracted to the appearance of a man? Is that your position?
Listen, people can
listening.
have desires.
That was a question, by the
People
way. Can
can
you answer the
have-
question? Do
I
you
feel
think
like
that?
that's
Do you think
worded
it's your
really weird.
ovaries? Do you, because when you say female, you're talking about your reproductive system, correct?
I mean, I'm a female as a whole.
Yeah. What makes you
I
a
have
female,
female
Aubrey?
arms. I have female legs. I
I don't
have
know what the
female
fuck
feet.
female arms are. Okay, if you didn't have arms, you'd still be a female, right? So what makes you a female?
Whatever. I feel like you're trying to trap
What is
me,
the
but I don't-
necessary condition that makes Aubrey a female? Just answer the question.
the DNA.
Okay,
The
so it's your
double-
so it's your chromosomes that make you straight, huh? It's your DNA that makes you
I
straight.
didn't say it's.
You
I
did.
didn't
You
say
said
it's
you said the
chromosomes that
reason
make
why you said the
me
reason
straight.
why
You
you
said
were
what makes
straight.
you female.
You said the reason why you were straight is because you're a woman, right? Yeah, I didn't think so. Grandmaster, thank you for the 25 to cake. I appreciate you. Jesus fucking Christ, bro. If you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. Appreciate you. If you don't think it's wrong, please don't. Co-host, stay in there. I'll bring y'all up in a second. Jesus Christ. Keep tapping that screen, y'all. Thank you so much. Let's get up to 50,000. We're at 33,000. Keep tapping that screen. Thank you so much. Do not tap on them. Do not try to like get in between them. Otherwise, you're homophobic. Thank you. Appreciate you. Jasmine, can I get your age, please?
15.
You're too young. Sorry, you gotta get out of here. 18 or older, please. Jesus. Sutton, can I get your age, please? I got female legs. Jesus. All right, let me get through these. Also, Andrew, thank you for the $5. I appreciate you, Andrew. Love is subjective, just like pain. Love, like pain, cannot be universally measured. They are felt differently by every individual. Thank you so much, Andrew. Thank you so much for the $5 super chat over on YouTube. Carl, can I get your age, please?
60.
All right. Can I get your best argument?
Okay, so you think it's okay to be gay, right?
Yeah, I don't have any reasons to believe that it's wrong. Raven Queen, thank
Okay,
you for
so
the
would you
25
teach
months. I
your kids
appreciate
that?
you.
So would you teach your kids that?
Would I teach my kids
It's
that
okay.
it's, yeah, I would teach my kid that there is no argument for why being gay is wrong. Yes.
Oh, so you wouldn't mind a man pounding your son's asshole, huh?
You're weird. Are you talking, like, why are you talking about pedophilia?
No,
You're a fucking weird. Oh, bro, we're gonna check your hard drive. We're gonna check your hard drive, bro. No, we are going to check your hard drive. You fucking weird creep. Get the fuck out of my life. Check that fucking hard drive. Get the fuck out of here. Bro did not think about that before he came up here. Nolan, can I get your age, please?
Oh, my bad. I was trying to cancel it because I'm too young.
All right. All right, let's get the next person in here. Jesus Christ. FBI, where you at? Tyrell, can I get your age, please? Hello? Hello? Okay, you're not here. Sauces, can I get your age, please? Sauces.
Oh, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry, I'm not opposition.
No, you're good. Can I get your age?
Me?
Yeah. Yeah, anyway. All right, we're clearing out those guest requests. All right. Leviticus Prime, yeah. All right, we got 450 people in here. If you think being gay is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. I'm gonna go bring up some of my co-hosts here. What up, Nanners? How you doing?
I want to scream.
Yeah, don't we all?
Want to make me scream?
Crazy work. Just got here.
For the love of Loki, what the fuck did I just hear between
What the fuck was
ga-
Peepaw talking about?
Yeah,
Right?
crazy work.
Because
Oh
why?
my god, thank you.
Why was that the first thing you thought about?
Fucking weirdo.
Like we said, let's check that hard drive. Also, Aubrey, read your fucking Bible, you absolutely indoctrinated poor soul.
She can't because she has female hands and female eyes.
Well, I mean, one of the guests or one of the chat made a really good comment. Audrey, I really hope you're not talking to any man unless they give you permission, because that's what your Bible says.
First
So,
Timothy
Carl,
2:12. Be
I
quiet.
appreciate you.
hmm Also, wasn't that the guest that you got with the if God came to you and said to unalive your firstborn, you would do
Yes.
so? Okay.
No,
Oh, was
no,
that
I don't
her?
think that was her.
I thought that was
No,
a dude
she
that
ran-
said that.
Well, to be fair, you've asked that a lot of times. And a
Yeah,
lot of people
you
fell
have
on
asked
the
that a
hill.
lot of times.
No, I remember her specifically because she ran off after I corrected her on not knowing her Bible.
Oh yeah.
I
So,
remember.
Carbon,
her.
I swear, if you keep giving people 10 more minutes of grace after Grandmaster kicks them, I'm going
Yeah,
to scream.
And within the next 2 minutes of that pay to kick, they need to be out of the fucking box.
The calculus is that there needs to be like very important points that need to be exposed to them, and in their responses to them. And once I get those responses, then kick. Because they all have the same
I don't-
responses.
I don't
It's
like your calculus.
Yeah, you don't like it. Well, I got a 87 in Calc 4, so you're gonna have to like it. Okay.
The
God
first
damn-
time,
you know
Aubrey,
what? You got a higher grade than me by 3 points. I can't argue that.
All right. If you want to debate, go and hop in the guest request. If you think being lesbian is wrong, please hop in the guest request. If you don't, then don't. Thank you so much. All right, let's get the next person in here.
Wait, I've changed my mind real quick, Carbon. I can't argue that. Your calculus is icky, so it's wrong.
Calculus was horrible. I think only Calc 2 was hard as fuck.
Calc 2 was atrocious. 1, 3, and 4 weren't bad at all. Anyway, I'll be quiet now.
Did Calc 2 and I'm never doing it again. Yeah, 3 pages of integration by parts. Love it. Where y'all at, man? Come on.
Aubrey, you were so obnoxious that someone paid $25 to kick you.
Yeah.
That's why you got kicked this time. The first time
You
ran-
got kicked because your female brain couldn't come up with a decent argument.
Listen,
That's why
Aubrey,
you got
if
kicked.
like the 25 is to kick you for the day, you can come back up on the next stream. Or if you want to come
Ooh.
back up on the during stream, you can override Grandmaster's kick with $25 to come back, or somebody could pay
Female
25
dollars.
female dollars, or you could pay 25, or somebody else could pay 25 on your behalf and get you back up here. We can humiliate you some more. But I imagine you won't want to do that, so you just got to watch.
They might be into that.
So
I don't know.
I might pay to bring her back just so I can fucking read her up and down, left and right, and kick her.
getting an
I was
A in
gonna
Calc
say,
is
to be
pretty
fair,
difficult. Well, Calc 1, I got an A, and that wasn't as hard. But Calc 3, I think I didn't get an A in Calc 3. I only got an A in Calc 1.
I got an A- in 3. I got an A+ because I did it in high school in 1. And 2, I got a B-. 2 sucked. 2
Yeah.
was awful.
The final was curved so hard that shut up. The final was curved so hard that
Oh my god.
I think the average grade was like 30 or 40 or something, and that was like a C.
Ours was curved by 25 points, and we still had
Jesus.
people fail.
Yeah, in our school, I think OChem is like the hardest curve, where it's like 20% is like the average grade. It's insane.
Calc 2 is just not okay. Everything is wrong with Calc 2. Anyway, we have 412 people in here with only 47k likes. I'm going to go ahead and need you to double tap that screen at an expedited rate and get us up to 100k, please and thank you.
Let's go. Yeah, it popped off pretty quickly. I don't know what happened there. God
Aubrey,
bless.
God don't even like you. Be quiet. You're a female.
All right, we're gonna let Alex up. Alex, can I please get your age?
My age is about 13.
Oh.
No,
8.
please. Can I say something?
Bye.
No.
Absolutely not.
If they didn't grade on a curve in these STEM classes, nobody would. Well, now they're gonna make the STEM classes harder. It's the AI and shit. And then it's all gonna be paper. What's to say the N-word? Probably, yeah, probably.
It sounded like he was about to say the N-word, and then he like chickened out. He's like, no, wait.
What are the debates? We're waiting for them. I mean, we can't force people to get in here, so. If you think being lesbian is wrong, join the guest request. Hit that request button. If you're 18 or older and you think being gay is wrong, hit me up. Everyone on this panel is neurodivergent. Yeah, that's I attract that shit. Okay, I attract only neurodivergence to
you.
my stream. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, B, for the $1 for get back in the bio a spin.
Say, can I get your age, please? Why is a man debating this? Because I can, motherfucker. Say, can I get your age, please? Oh, is Sage still loading for y'all?
He's
Yes.
teacup for me.
Oh, okay. All right, we're gonna.
Thank you, Bayou, for the $15 on Cash App for the female arms.
That's a lesbian I allow it, yeah. I got the Avengers, tap from the lesbians. Let's go. Female dollars. What is that? Is female dollars like 80 cents or something? Is that what it is? Or,
87 cents on the dollar?
Is it was the wage gap, was it 70 or 80? I forget. I think it was 75, right?
So,
B, I'm not reading the second part to your PayPal.
Depends specifically what you're talking about, but 87 to 91 cents on the dollar is the last thing I read.
I just want to ask a question since we just had the Bible code. I mean, if you're not opposition, just say it in the comments. So, you know what I'm excited about? Friday, Fantastic Four. I don't know whether I'm more excited about the Avatar trailer that's going to be on the Fantastic Four movie or Fantastic Four itself.
I'm so excited for Avatar, Fire and Ash.
The trailer's
I'm
coming out
also
with
excited
it.
for. Well, it got leaked. Like some of it got leaked anyway. But
I didn't watch it. I
also very
want to
excited
see it
for
for the
Wicked
first
for
time
Good.
in theaters.
Oh my god!
Yeah, we're going to see Fantastic Four on Thursday. And then Avatar, as long as they don't say Ong the whole movie and they actually say his name correctly, I'll be okay.
All right. I don't know. Can I get your age, please? Oh well. I mean, welcome to Earth.
First time landing.
Earth is closed.
I mean, I
today.
know I'm part of the furry community, but I don't speak pig.
What was that? Oh, $9.99. Thank you so much, KC64. Thank you for the $10 super chat or the $9.99 over on YouTube. Thank you so much for your skills. Thank you. I appreciate you. Thank you for your support. Also, Raven Queen, thank you again for the 25 resub over on Twitch. I appreciate you. Earth is closed today. Yeah. Nobody still got my reference from earlier when I said, welcome to my humble abode. Most people don't know where that's from.
What do you mean?
Welcome
Why
to
do
my
I know
humble
that?
abode.
Why do I know that phrase?
Somebody's going to say it. Look at all three of my chats. Come on. Who's going to be first? It's going to be first. And it's going to be a millennial watch. Serious? Nope.
Am a millennial. I am a millennial, you jackass.
I don't know. Fantasy Island? Nope. Because my friends, welcome to my humble abode. Yo, grandma? Nope. Okay. Anyway, it's Tomb Raider, the original blocky Tomb Raider from PlayStation 1. Yeah, where you run around in her house and shit. Yeah, that's where it's from. Welcome to my humble abode. Yeah, y'all remember that one.
Oh, somebody in the chat said I speak brick. That's fascinating.
Why aren't we debating? We're waiting for a debate. Big special shout out to Connor. Thank you for the $2 on Venmo. I appreciate you, Connor. Did some research with my male hands on my male phone. Found out Audrey graduates high school in 2026. That explains so. Wait, was she lying? It's crazy.
She's 16. That explains a lot. Also, Runes, fuck you. I don't have a Phil Bro voice.
Male phone, yeah. Male phone. It's just matte black. It's like no color on it.
You can't help it. I'm androgynous looking. I'm sorry that I'm bricky to you, Chatter. What is your name? N? I'm so sorry.
Cal the Inquisitor, thank you so much for the membership. Appreciate it. Keep it up, schooling transphobes and MAGA. Thank you so much, Cal. Appreciate you. Welcome to the club. Being lesbian is not wrong. Yeah, I could tell by the scissors emoji as your name. Yeah, that might have been your view. Yeah. Not connected at all. I promise you. Lesbians.
Thank you, Connor.
No, not scissors me tender.
Scissor me timbers. I love that so much.
All I know is men should be very, very happy that being lesbian isn't a choice. Otherwise, men would never get any action.
Yeah.
Listen, that's how I know sexuality isn't a choice. Because literally no fucking body would choose to be with men. Nobody.
Yep. Well, I would try, just like because it'd be easy.
No, it ain't.
It like if I could choose to be bi instead of straight, I'd just be like, oh, it'd be a lot easier. Just go out, get some men, pick up some men at the fucking. It'd be so easy.
I mean to be fair, you're a smart individual. Looking at the statistical analysis of how much more danger you put yourself in by going out to, get with some men, as you put it. I don't even think you would do it.
Yeah.
Like if it was a choice.
Yeah. I'm a fab and being married to a man help. All right, if you think it's wrong to be a lesbian, go and hop on in the guest request. We'd love to hear your shitty argument. Come on. Come on. Otherwise, I'm going to have to restart again.
B, thank you for the daughter for quite literally nice.
It's taking forever. Yeah, I don't know what it is. It's like we get like a big wave of people who debate, and then it's like a little quiet moment, and then the wave happens. It's like a sine wave of debates. Rohan, can I get your age, please? Jesus,
Not loaded in yet.
It's not loading in. I don't know what's going on there.
I had this earlier today where it was a wave and then like an hour of silence. So
yeah, it does that. All right, Rohan, mute and unmute. Maybe that'll work. No, okay.
they're still blank for me. They're not in.
Yeah, I'm gonna just drop.
Yeah, their box is just clear.
Let's see. See if I can invite them and see if it'll work. Oh, they're not even in the. Oh, no wonder they're not loading it. They're not even in the live. Like, what? Why does it do that? If somebody requests and then they pull the request or like they go out of the app, like take the request out. Why do you keep it in here? It's like such an obvious like design flaw. Like, anyway,
Yeah, I did have a really bad troll at the beginning of the live. a couple of your individuals have started showing up to my live. They're like, "I'm here from Carbon." And I'm like, "Oh, thank you."
Carbon is quite the brat.
Actually, Carbon is the reason I came back to doing debates.
Oh,
Because
W.
I had left with how toxic and how many unalive threats I was getting. I just left, and Carbon is kind of the reason I came back.
Well, I don't know if that's a good thing or bad. Oh,
It's an amoral
It's
thing.
amoral.
Don't
There
worry
you go.
about it.
There you go. Kylan, can I get your age, please? Also, you have a lot of background noise.
I'm 30. Oh, sorry.
All right. Do you think being lesbian's wrong? Hello? Jesus Christ.
All right, look, I have to call the VA like 3 times a week. I get enough elevator music. I don't need you to play it for me.
100%.
We'll
Victoria,
talk
can I
about
get
that
your
later. You
age?
got a guest?
What?
Can I get your age, please?
Oh, I'm 18.
You don't think being lesbian's wrong?
What?
Do you think being lesbian's wrong?
Yeah, I actually think it's wrong. Because I'm a Christian.
What would that tell us why it's wrong?
What?
Jesus never said that it was wrong.
Oh, God said it was wrong.
No, he didn't.
God said it was wrong.
No, he didn't.
So is God your moral standard? You're off the app now. I won't be able to hear you.
Well,
Is God your moral standard?
my moral standards.
For what's right and wrong?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you have your Bible with you?
Of everything.
You have your
He
Bible
knows
with
what's
you?
right and wrong. Yes, I do.
Okay, can I get you to pull
Girl,
up a verse
are
for
those
me?
not lesbians in your profile picture?
If you go,
You're off the app again.
if you go to First Corinthians chapter 6, verse
Okay,
9.
so can I get you to, I know the verse. Can I get you to pull up a verse for me?
Yeah, sure.
Go to 1 Samuel chapter 15.
First Samuel. Okay.
Just let me know when you're there. We can read it.
Okay, First Samuel
All right, and then chapter 15.
chapter 15.
Yes.
Yeah, first one.
All right, let me know when you're there.
I'm already here.
Okay,
First Samuel.
so I'll just read what I got here. 1 Samuel chapter 15, starting from the top all the way through 3. Samuel then said to Saul, I am the one the Lord sent to anoint you king over his people of Israel. So listen now to the message from the Lord. This is the God you serve. This is what the Lord Almighty says. I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel as they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Go and attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants. Is God still your moral standard now?
Yes.
So you do support genocide?
Oh, listen. He had his reason.
Yeah, I mean, I'm pretty sure Hitler had his reasons for genocide too, right?
In the Bible, you will not understand one chapter until you go to the next. And bisexual and other things in the LGBT community, it's actually in the Bible and it's against it.
Okay, so just to be clear, you think that there are good reasons. Wait, hold on, Victoria. We're not blowing past this, okay? So you think that there can be good reasons to commit a genocide against children too, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. So if God told you to unalive your own child, you would do it.
I will if it's from him. It happens in the Bible.
See what I mean?
The fuck out.
It happens in the Bible.
I hope you're infertile. I really fucking
Are those
do.
your kids in the background?
Yeah, that's my sister.
Imagine saying that in front of your kids. Like, yes.
Your children probably shouldn't be in your care if that's how you feel.
Please, I beg, don't make me send you
CPS,
$25 right now. Get rid of this heinous individual.
God told Saul to kill a lot of people during the war to save the children of
Be
Israel.
institutionalized.
What the fuck?
And your children taken away from you. That's insane.
Her kids are running around the background. She's like, yeah, I would unalive my children. Yeah. That is insane.
She probably looking for an excuse to do it anyway.
No, put us on speaker. I know you got us on headphones. Put us on speaker. Can they understand? Are they old enough to understand? Like,
Those poor children.
shit, I gotta use the bathroom. That filled my bladder up. Stressing me the fuck out.
You wanna fill me up? You're a terrible person. You don't deserve children. I don't usually talk like that, but genuinely, you do not deserve children.
No, I do. I'm the one that's really out of pocket. I hope you're infertile. I really hope those weren't your kids in the background.
Oh Lord, it's in the Bible. God do.
It's not in the fucking Bible, you
It's in the
awful fucking
Bible.
human being.
God do things for a reason.
There is no fucking reason to unalive children. You absolutely.
In destroy two cities filled with women, kids, and men.
That
That's
doesn't
because of
make it
homosexual.
okay.
Because of lesbian, he destroyed a city. If they are going to be straight,
That's not why the
then
city
how
was
are you going to destroy
destroyed.
that city?
You clearly haven't read
Sodom
your
and
fucking
Gomorrah.
Bible,
Like,
you
you are not
ignorant
getting
toaster.
it. It's because of lesbian,
No,
gay, and all the
it's
other
not.
shit.
Shut
God
up.
destroyed a
You have
city
no idea what
full
the
with
fuck you're
kids.
talking about, you absolute toaster. Be so fucking for real right now. You have proven that you have not read your book.
Right now, if you don't repent, you are not going to see the kingdom of heaven.
I don't
You
want to
ain't
go to
talking about
heaven.
seeing the
Include
kingdom
you.
of God.
Wait a minute here.
When
No,
you
no,
just
hold on,
said
hold on,
you would
hold on,
unalive
hold
your
on.
fucking kids.
First, you said you would unalive your kids, so you have no right to talk in any way, shape, or
I
form.
have all the
But
right
second,
to
stop
talk.
talking.
Yeah,
Stop
it's
talking.
that.
I'm
I have
talking.
all the
Hello,
right.
shut the fuck up. Do you think you're going to heaven?
Yes, because I
No,
believe.
Cool. Cool. You know what? If you're allowed in heaven, I never want to go to that place because it allows individuals that would murder their own. Unalive their own children. So shut the fuck up.
You're just being rude.
You're a fucking terrible person. We get to be rude to you. You said you
Somebody
would
said,
unalive your
okay,
children,
Casey Anthony,
Victoria.
that's crazy.
What?
Somebody said, oh.
You
Yeah,
haven't read
so
your Bible.
if your moral standard is such that genocide is morally permissible, slavery is morally permissible, sex slavery is morally permissible, grape is morally permissible, I don't understand why we would want to adopt your moral system. I don't understand that.
I'm not saying that it's right to kill people or
Yeah, you
kids.
did. You just said it was right. You
Yeah.
said God commanded the
Listen,
Israelites to
God
unalive.
commanded
God
to
commanded the
destroy
Israelites.
Sodom
God
and
command. I don't know why
Gomorrah
you're over
just
talking me.
because of
God
lesbian and
commanded the Israelites to unalive and genocide the Amalekites, including the innocent children and the infants. Right? Those obviously you would agree that they did not deserve that punishment. Right? So God did something wrong, but you're saying he did something right. It's a little contradiction there.
You know, we don't deserve to be.
Do
on
children? I'm sorry. Do children deserve punishment of death?
We are being punished for our forefathers. We are being punished.
Oh, is that
So
justice?
if
Is that
that
justice?
kid, if
Okay,
that
is it
kid
justice? Wait, hold on. Let's just be clear. If you did something wrong, let's say like you robbed a store, right? Would it be justice for the judge to punish your child, to like put your child in prison? Would that be justice?
either way,
I'm gonna ask the question if you don't answer. I'm gonna ask it again if you don't answer it, so you might as well answer it. Victoria, waiting on you. Hello? All right. Okay, she's gone. Roger, hello. How old are you?
28.
All right, what's your argument?
can I just have some grounds on why you think it's right?
I don't think it's right. I also just don't think it's wrong.
Okay, so you're just looking for plain argument. Why is this wrong?
No, we think it's neutral. There's no
Yeah.
moral good or moral bad to it.
Yeah, I don't
We're
have
just
any good
neutral on
reasons
the
to say
matter.
that somebody should do it, and I don't have good reasons to say somebody should not. That's just my position.
Oh, okay. Now, I didn't want to join and just be like blah 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 like the rest of these people.
Okay.
Yeah, no, I totally get that. Like, and you're not going to convince somebody that's set in their mind that, yeah, hey, this is neutral. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're going to have your own belief. And
Well, if they
hey,
have
so-
if they have an argument that it's if the argument that it's wrong is just like contradictory or there's no rational reason to accept it, if they're rational, then that yes, that would lead them to my position.
yeah, I feel like any argument can be
you have one?
proposed that way. Instead of speaking with 4 people, can I just choose one person to have this debate with?
That's fine. You can speak to me.
Okay. So the only reason I would say it's wrong is, and this may come off as like the Christian standpoint. I know you guys just argued with somebody about that, but
That's fine.
anyway, say like someone is, that child is growing up in the Christian faith and they see 2 women together and they're very confused at that point. And then their parents are like, but hey, this, don't do that. That's wrong. And then they never get answers on why it's wrong.
Yeah.
People are taught morally, hey, you can't procreate with the same sex. And that would be the only argument I have is, yeah, you could adopt, but you couldn't biologically have a child unless you went and got like a sperm donor from somebody, but the 2 people together could never make a child.
So it's wrong to be in a relationship. So basically, it's wrong to be in a relationship with somebody you can't have kids with. That's basically the argument.
I think from a standpoint of like trying to explain that to a child of we would rather you not do this if you want to procreate.
But is it wrong? Like they shouldn't do that? Is that what you're saying?
Like morally for me, it's not something that I would promote and say that it's okay.
Well,
but
I wouldn't
love is
promote
love.
eating seaweed because I don't like seaweed, but like nonetheless, people eating seaweed isn't wrong, right? Do you have a reason? Is that your reason for why a lesbian should not be in that relationship because she's with somebody that she can't procreate with?
No, I really feel like probably any statement I would make of why I think it was wrong is probably not going to be an answer or a correct answer for anybody because it'll contradict itself or there's conflict.
Like,
with
so
it.
for example, do you have this position with infertile couples? Do you think like if a woman is with a man, right, and that man is infertile, she should leave her husband? That's like a wrong relationship.
I think if said woman, like if she wanted children, like biological children, the man couldn't give it to her. And if she stood on that point, like, hey, I don't want to continue this, then possibly.
But then she should. You're saying possibly she should leave the relationship if he can't.
Yeah,
give her.
if she wanted to have children with another person, yeah.
Yeah, but there's a lot of things that you want out of somebody given their biology, right? She could want a taller man and then leave her man for a taller man, right? Or she could want like a man with a more like, like she could want all these different facts about biology from another man. But I'm saying is that like, do you think she's obligated to do that, right?
Not necessarily. Love is love. We all make sacrifices at the end of the day for somebody we care about.
Right. So why wouldn't they say, well, listen, love is love. Even though my partner, we can't have kids together. We can still have kids. We just can't have kids together. I still love them and I'm going to be in this committed relationship with them. Are they doing something wrong, the 2 women or the 2 men?
Just from my standpoint, my belief, like, yeah, I'm a Christian. I'm not looking to get bashed on it, like, whatever. I was always taught it was abomination. Did I ever find out why it was an abomination? I mean, obviously the Bible says Adam and Eve created the first people, takes man and woman to do that. I mean, that's going to be my argument. It's just on Christian beliefs.
Well,
But-
the only time I'm like, I think the abomination language was used in the Old Testament, but like there's other things that were considered to be abominations, right? Like eating certain types of food, wearing certain types of cloth, right? Those were
Yeah.
also considered abominations, but your parents didn't teach you that because they don't have that in their moral intuitions, right? So that's why they didn't teach you that like eating pork was wrong and it was an abomination, right? So like, yeah, I agree that that's the reason why a lot of people believe that it's wrong. It's because their parents kind of instilled them, and children are impressionable sometimes. So, yeah, no shellfish. And so they just grow up kind of believing that. But then like the thing is like what I'm trying to do is question it. And it's like, is it rational to hold that belief? And I think the answer is obviously no.
Oh, well, I mean, unless you're out of, I feel like if you don't have like a Christian belief, then everybody's probably going to say, yeah, there's nothing wrong with it.
Well, there are Christians who don't believe, like the Methodist Church in New York, they're very devout Christians, but their interpretation of the Bible is very historic based. They think about what Paul was saying when he was talking about arsenokoitai. They think he was more talking about non-consensual relationship in ancient Greece. They don't believe that in the Old Testament God was condemning certain those kind of actions. It was more like a man-boy, man-prostitute kind of situation. They have those interpretations, so they think people are mistaken in saying that being gay is wrong, like as long as it's a consensual relationship. So there are Christians who don't believe that it's wrong.
I didn't know that. Thank you for bringing that to my attention.
Yeah, you've been lied to, my guy. All of Christians have been lied to.
Hey guys. I mean, like, nothing's gonna stop me from like believing that way, but
I mean, absolutely. It's called deconstructing. You can absolutely stop from believing that and like actually looking at your faith and what it actually says instead of believing manipulations that push bigot ideologies and agendas. You can absolutely rework your brain. I feel like you just continuing to like blindly follow that because it's what you were taught is a very dangerous way to go about life.
just out of curiosity, how does everyone in this chat right now, how do you believe what's going to happen when you die?
Can you say that again?
What do you believe is going to happen when you die?
Body's going to decompose, and I'll sprout into a nice, big, beautiful apple tree.
If I didn't achieve nirvana, then I'm going to reincarnate and try again.
I'm going to be composted and used to plant a weeping willow.
Yeah, I'm also going to be decomposed in a plant-based way, but my hope is my soul goes to Tiamanag, which is the afterlife of my religion.
Okay.
I kind of side with Roger here. I'm also a Christian.
Okay. Can I get your age?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm 41.
All right. What's your argument?
No, because I hopped on when I heard you guys talking about, hey, you're not talking about like a certain type of fabric, and then you also talked about what was that again? You said I got a piece of it.
Shellfish. Yeah. Well, like because
Yeah,
he said
yeah,
they'll say it's like an abomination, but like those words were used
Right.
for a lot of different actions for the ancient Israelites, right? Not just they were used for like what we would consider now pretty trivial things, like mixing certain types of fabrics and stuff like that. So
Planting two different crops next to each other.
yeah, not
Got it.
burning the
So,
right incense. Yeah.
Right.
Go ahead.
You're probably talking about about the book of Leviticus.
Yeah.
Where mostly a lot of these laws were given. And I'm not hopping in here and saying I'm an expert or anything. But I know just a little. I just wanted to hop in and to say it.
Mm-hmm.
But there are
several types of laws that were given. One would be the moral laws. Second would be ceremonial laws. And then I think the third one would be
Judicial.
no.
Yeah. Yes.
Ceremonial. And I think I wrote it down somewhere in the chat section, I think.
It's ceremonial, moral, and judicial.
No, there's another one.
Those are the three laws that you find within Leviticus and Exodus.
Ruby Solid, thank you so much
Well,
for
the
the
point of the matter
27
is
months.
there
I
were
appreciate you.
there were rules or there were laws that were given because they were being set apart, and they were entering into the land of Canaan. They were obviously, being told to not follow the ways of the Canaanites, to set themselves apart. That doesn't apply to who we are because first of all, we're not ancient
Well,
Israelites.
like I'm just saying because
Second-
Roger, like he specifically used the word abomination, and that shows up in
All
those
right.
laws.
No,
so
look,
that's what
everything
we're
that goes against it is considered as, everything that goes against it is against God's teaching. So I guess you can say that it's an abomination.
Yeah.
But it is an abomination because of the practices of that nation or that land they were getting into, which was very steeped into pagan worship. It was very steeped into offering babies to idols and all that stuff.
It was just the indigenous religion of the land that existed there prior to the Israelites coming in and committing mass genocide.
Right. And there were documented, practices that were just really like offering babies to idols,
That wasn't the Semitic
burning
religion.
them on the stake or burning them at the
Like
hands
listen, I don't want to get off like
and-
topic here. Like we're going like
Yeah.
But like, do you?
So
okay.
I guess what I'm trying to say here is, okay, people, I guess if you look at these laws, you kind of have to look at them out of context of why they're written, when they were written, and for whom they were written for. I guess it doesn't apply to us because technically we're not Israelites. We're all Gentiles. There is context to it, and it's good to know it, good to understand it.
So why do you think being lesbian's wrong?
If you look at the Book of Revelations, there's a bunch of
Book of Revelation.
I forgot the verse,
Mm-hmm.
which actually is a mirror for pretty much everyone.
It's a what?
It says that fornicators, and then everyone that lies.
Yeah,
So
but
that
I'm asking
pretty
like,
much
why is
says
it wrong?
Everybody.
Like,
It is wrong.
But why?
Okay, so the purpose of, and I'm not saying this to disrespect anyone. I know this is a very
Just give the arguments.
So you have
Okay,
to give
all right,
the
cool.
precursor of I'm not trying to say it to disrespect. Okay.
You're
You're probably
about to be
disrespecting
disrespectful.
someone.
Okay, all right. No,
Just give
you're
the
asking
argument.
me for my opinion. I believe that men and women were designed to complement each other, to propagate the human race, and same-sex marriages or same-sex unions do not pursue that purpose.
Gotcha. Okay, so if you are a woman with another woman, or a man with another man, you are abdicating your duty to God's purpose or something for you or something like that. That's basically it.
Yeah. I guess.
Okay. Now, are you obligated to like if you're a woman, are you obligated to be with a man?
If you are someone who is, how should I put this? You have to understand English is not my first language, so if you're supposed to be with a person, like if that's part of the will for you, then yes, and be a godly parent, be a godly wife and husband,
Thank you, Naquan.
be a good member of society. Yes.
Okay, so the answer is okay. So if you are Okay, so you're required to be with the man. Now, if you're a lesbian,
No, I wouldn't say required. I wouldn't say required.
that's
I would say
obligated. That's what obligated means. You're required to. You're the moral argument.
now if you are, if it's in the will for you, because there are people that
But you just said it was. You said that's what God designed this for. That's His will for you.
Okay, so there are people that are designed not to be with anyone. Some in the I wish I had.
So
all
those
this in
people,
my head, but
so those
there
people who are not
that are
designed to be
born
with
to
anyone, it's wrong for them
Yeah.
to be in a relationship with somebody of the same sex.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily. They just don't have any inclinations toward being in a relationship, and that's totally fine.
But so
And they're not.
okay. So if let's say we have a lesbian and she does want to be in a relationship, but she only consents to being in a relationship with women, right? You're saying that she should remain single?
First of all, why would she Oh, okay. Well, you did.
She doesn't
say
consent
was
to being
a-
with men. She's a lesbian. Yeah.
All right. Well, you gotta check yourself first. I mean, I guess. Like, we all have inclinations. Like, I am inclined as a heterosexual male. Sorry, too much noise in the background. I'm inclined to want to sleep with as many women as I want to, as I can. But even though I am inclined to do that, I'm not supposed to.
Yeah,
So
okay.
we all have inclination.
Okay, so that's a
But-
yes. So
so
she
if
should
you-
be single.
if
That's
you
the
have to
answer.
put-
So just to be clear, the answer to that question
Yeah.
is yes. She should be single, right? Okay. Now, what is it
And that's
about
between her
her?
and God.
Yeah, but what is it about her? Because very clearly, God isn't obligating her to be with a man because that would be a non-consensual relationship, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so he's telling this woman, you are attracted to this other woman, but you can't be in the relationship with this woman. You're gonna have to be single for the rest of your life, or something like that. Now, my question is, why? Like, what's the
Okay.
reasoning?
As to wait, sorry. Let me walk back into the house. It's starting to get noisy out here. Sorry about that, man. Okay, can you run that question by me again? Sorry.
Yeah, so if it's not the case that God designed this lesbian for a man, given that he's not going to design her for somebody that she would not consent to being with, because that'd be rape, non-consensual marriage, right? That'd be forced. So it's not the case that he designed her for a man, but she is like obviously only attracted to women, and she wants to be in a relationship with a woman. So now she has to choose whether to be in this relationship or be single, and he says be single, but I'm asking why should she be single? Like, I don't understand what the reasoning is.
Well, everything has to come into, if you're a Christian, everything has to come under the authority of your God, of the Lord. That's why you call him Lord, and not just, some fluffy figure in the clouds, that like a Santa Claus or something like that. No. You call him Lord because you put everything that you are under his submission, under his authority, under his leadership.
So
Now,
this is just divine
if you do not
command.
agree with that, then you can live your life as much as you want and you do what you please. But, you can't call yourself a Christian and not be in complete submission.
Yeah, so like just to be clear, I don't know if that's an answer to my question, because or maybe it is. Maybe you're saying that the reason why she shouldn't do it is because God said so. You're just saying divine command theory. That's all you're saying, right?
Right, including what you feel and what your inclinations are.
Yeah.
Like I said, as my example earlier, I'm inclined to sleep with as many women as I want, but because I have a God, I can't do that, and I have to be with my wife and be loyal to her.
All that does is push the question back one step further. Why did God issue that command? What was the reasoning?
Good question, because he's the creator.
Well, why
I
does
believe that
being
he
the
is.
creator mean anything? Presumably, if he's
Well,
the
it's like-
creator and he told you to grape someone, you wouldn't do it. So that can't be a reason. Or
Okay, well,
I hope you
Well,
wouldn't.
it's like creating something, and then the creation tells you, you can't be the judge of me. I mean, I want to do this.
Yeah, we
You know,
can.
you
We do that all the time. We're making AI right now, and like some people just have AI tell them what to do in their fucking math books that they never would have been able to do themselves, even though
but
we're the
not the
creation.
people that created it.
Yeah, the people that created it right now, the reason why, like OpenAI, they're creating like artificial intelligence to be able to create knowledge that they can't do for themselves. They want to make a system that is better than them to help them. Yeah, so just by virtue of the fact that you are the creator of X, it doesn't follow that X can't tell you what to do. Because very clearly, if
Yeah,
I
but
don't know
you
how to solve a
designed
problem,
it.
if I don't know how to solve a problem, I'm going to
You
create
just
something that, or ask somebody else to solve the problem for me. So it can't be the creator aspect.
answer me this then: did you or did you not create, or these guys, did they not create AI to do a set of, like, to learn, to challenge, and to do exactly what you just said?
What do you mean?
Did they not create it to do exactly that?
Do what? Like
So are they not
specifically?
just following their design? Is
Yeah,
the
that's
AI
what.
not just following?
Yeah, I mean, it's against its will. Like it doesn't really have a will. It's just a computer code at the end of the day, right? It
Exactly.
doesn't have a consciousness,
My point.
so it doesn't really have a choice to do anything, right? So
Mhm.
okay, so we have a choice to do something, right? So the argument is, why should we choose what the creator says, right? In the same sense, if the creator told you to grape someone or pew pew a school, you're gonna have very strong reason to do it, despite what the creator says. Not to do it, despite what the creator says.
Mhm. Well, that's where, this is why I appreciate places like these, where you allow for us, like Christians like us, to speak out, say our piece, because at the very end of the day, that's what differentiates us. And to each his own. I mean, much respect to everyone in the panel and people on the comment section. I believe in God. I believe in Him being the moral standard. I believe that.
Yeah, but this doesn't answer the question, right? Like, in
Yeah,
virtue
I'm
of
not
what
trying
is
to
he the
answer the
most?
question.
Yeah, but
I'm
this
not
is
trying to answer the question. I'm
but
simply
this is a
saying
debate.
that at
You
the end of
gotta
the
be able to
day,
defend your view.
it really comes down to, do you want to follow it or not?
Okay,
If
so
you
it's about
don't,
what
then
you
okay,
want.
that's up to you.
So
That's up
really,
to
the
you.
moral standard is what you want, not what God wants. Because God could
No.
want you to do X, but you don't want to do it, and then now you're saying, well, it's up to whether you want to do X or not. So it's the moral
No, no,
standard
no.
is your own preferences.
Well, I prefer to follow God.
Yeah, and that's why you do it. So that's the good thing to do. So you prefer to follow God. But if a lesbian just says, I prefer not to, then she's not doing anything wrong.
Well, that's up to her.
Arvin.
If you ask me, though, that's a different story. But it's up to her. I have a lot of lesbian and gay friends. We're all very close. I don't tell them what to do with their lives. I'm right there with them when
But
they have
but you think all of them are wrong and
situations.
immoral.
They're all wrong and immoral. Like, there's the verse that actually says all liars go to hell. And that includes me. Maybe even the worst. So, and I can only be a judge of me. And all I can say is that based on that verse, I'm going to go to hell. Period. And the reason why I believe in God is because I know that that's where I'm going to go. And I have no scapegoat out of it. Like, I can't get out of it. If it's not for
Well, no,
God.
by Christian doctrine, you can just repent on your deathbed and you'll go to heaven. Nanners, I don't. Nanners, can you tell me if this question makes sense? One of my followers asked me to ask this question. So
Sure.
either Nanners or you guessed, I can't see your name, can answer it. Why can atheists stay loyal without fear of God? Because it seems like as somebody that grew up Christian, the only reason for me to stay Christian for the amount of time that I did was the fear of retribution from God, i.e., I would go to hell if I didn't stay loyal. So I understand part of where the question's from, but I don't know enough about being an atheist for the whole question to make sense.
Sorry, who's that question for?
So I can word it from the question. Why can atheists stay loyal without fear of God? Or I can word it from my own standpoint is why can I continue to follow Buddhism without having a fear of repercussions? If I stop being a Buddhist, I don't have to worry about repercussions. But if you stop being a Christian or you violate anything within the Bible as a random person interprets it, you go to hell. So the only way God keeps you to stay being a Christian is to continually threaten you with a fiery damnation.
Okay, so is that question for me or?
Well, I think it was directed for you, more for you than anyone else. But anyone on the panel is willing. I'm willing to entertain anybody's answer to that, including Carbon's actually.
Okay.
Carbon, would you mind the guest coming up? Dr. P is somebody that I regularly have on my panels. This is their question. If you wouldn't mind, I would appreciate it. If you do mind, then I understand.
Yeah, you're good.
Yeah. So I think the way you phrased it is good.
Dr. P, you got to give your age for TikTok.
Oh yeah, 30.
You know better. Thank you.
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. So basically, my question is, as an atheist, right? Why do I have no problems staying loyal, and I don't feel incentivized or inclined to sleep with as many women as possible? Like that's not something that I need God to tell me. It's an innate feature of me.
That's good. Not everybody has that inclination. We all have our own kinds of inclinations.
Okay.
So it's not the same.
But you need God to prevent you from doing it?
Well, there are things that I would like. For example, lying. I would
if tomorrow, let's say on this live, you were presented with an argument that convinced you that God does not exist. Would you then sleep with every woman that you wanted to? That's the only thing stopping you?
Well, to be honest with you, if you want to look at it, yeah. Because at that point, what's the point? There's no good and bad.
Well, how far do we go? So is God the only thing stopping you from graping someone?
Well, if there's no moral standard, there's no good and bad. So everything is just subjective. Hey, I feel like this is the right thing to do, and so therefore I'll go ahead and do it.
So you would do it?
I mean, again, if I do not have any morals, if I do not
so why
have
do I have
moral standards to base it on, and just base it off of my own personal opinion, and if my opinion at the time is this is the right thing to do, this is what's going to save the universe or something, and I could just make some...
That's far-fetched.
I know it's a little far-fetched, but I'm trying to make a point that because there is no morals standing at the gate.
Well, there are morals. It's just not morals from God. I don't know why you think morals have to come from God.
I'm so confused by that. I'm a Buddhist. I'm a Buddhist. I don't follow any Christianity anymore at this point, and I still have morals, and I would still never rape someone. The simple fact that you couldn't say no without having the immediate thought of losing Christianity means you lose all morals. That's really scary.
Yeah, if you need a book to tell you not to shorter people or do harmful things, I'm genuinely concerned about you as a person because it's a major red flag, and you should probably go talk to someone about your ability to have empathy for other human beings. Because I don't know about you, but my morals are based out of empathy and how I impact
society around me. I am still
speaking, though. You are being really rude.
I'm sorry.
I'm done now that you interrupted me.
I'm sorry. There's a storm hitting us right now. That's flooding everywhere, and
probably God.
Mind out of it.
Just said what you said.
Well,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's probably God. Yep, exactly. Well, listen, Ruby with an I. Thank you so much for the 25 DK. I appreciate you cashing out from the last stream. Thank you so much, Ruby. Thank you. It's God.
Anyway, thanks for having me up. I just wanted to ask that because I thought it was kind of an interesting point. But anyway, I will hang around or see you at some other point.
All right, take it easy.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem.
So that was fucking insane.
Yeah, that took a twisted turn really quick.
Yeah,
Thank you for bringing Dr. P up. I wasn't quite sure what their question was in reference to.
Also, I find it hilarious when we have these conversations how like abundantly uneducated they are about their Bible and how quickly they tell me they haven't read the book or done any like basic theology 101, understanding the context, the cultural context, the historical context, anything about this religion whatsoever, based on a few things. Them trying to use the Leviticus verses as saying that queer people is an abomination, and 2, saying that hell is a real thing. Y'all need to please educate yourselves. You sound dumb.
Hell isn't actually even mentioned in the Bible, if I remember correctly.
Go ahead now.
Nope, the word was changed later on in the 1600s, 1400s, 1300s, somewhere in there, after Dante's Inferno, and they get it based off of other polytheistic belief systems. We can see specifically with Norse paganism, with Hel.
I was going to say, I thought it comes from Hel, which is the goddess of the afterlife.
And it's like the idea is there's one idea in the Bible that's already based off of the Greek pagan religion, Tartarus. It's that place where most people would go if they're not going straight to heaven. It's a place of judgment, a place of cleansing. So you go there, you get cleansed, and then you either move to heaven or Sheol. And Sheol is the grave, and you just cease to exist. And that is the place you go if you do not go to heaven. And you just cease to exist. There's no torture.
So I've got
doesn't exist.
I've got one question before Carbon gets the next one up, like a serious question. And maybe my teaching is outdated or my memory is off. But if I remember correctly, you're supposed to be judged at the pearly gate, I believe by St. Peter. And you're basically, your life is read before you, and they either open the gate or they cast you down. This was more or less how it was brought to me. So if you're already going to be judged at end times, why does everybody on earth think that they have the right to judge for St. Peter?
Because they're arrogant and ignorant and don't understand anything, and they misinterpret and follow their specific denomination's dogma and don't actually educate themselves for themselves, and it's sad. Very peasant-minded, groupthink, group bias behavior. It's sad.
Nagi, shoot it to me on Discord if you got another answer besides the manners. Like, I do like to continually educate myself on different religions, so I figured I would ask.
You just blame for the floods, yeah. All right, let's get some debates in here. If you do disagree, go ahead and hop on the guest request. I'll talk to you. Thank you so much. Everybody else, keep tapping the screen. Let's go. Spinosaurus, can I get your age, please? Hello?
Are you about to start playing the ringtone?
This fucking guy, bro. Alright, only if you think being lesbian is wrong, go and hop on the guest request. If not, then don't. Appreciate you. Please be in character. Yeah, you didn't give the little fucking roar. Or was he like fucked up? Hold on, what to say.
But Carbon, I just want you to know you've had someone that said they would unalive their children, and somebody that said without Christianity that there's no morals against raping people. So you've had two tonight.
Wow.
People scare me.
These fuckers. Hello, can I get your age, please?
32.
All right, what's your argument?
Why is being a lesbian wrong?
Yeah, or gay.
They can't reproduce. Well, a woman can reproduce with artificial insemination, but a penis, a vagina and a vagina, what are they going to do?
So they
Scissor?
can reproduce.
Yeah, feels pretty good. Have you tried it?
So they can wait. So you just
Yes.
contradict yourself. You said they can
How?
reproduce,
Pause.
and now you're saying they
Pause. Wait,
can't
what do you mean?
reproduce.
Yes.
Wait, hold on. Like, so you're saying they can reproduce and they can't reproduce. That's a contradiction.
Well, they can reproduce through artificial insemination
There you go.
if they're together, if they decide to have children, right?
Yeah.
Now,
That's true for everybody.
right? Okay, now, woman on woman, not sure how that works.
Well, you don't need to know how it works. So I'm trying to figure out why it's wrong. Or men on men.
I
Doesn't
mean,
matter. Just like
it's
whether being
it's
gay is wrong.
not wrong, but
Then why'd
how
you
are they
join?
going to reproduce? That's the question. How
Well,
are they going to
that's not an
reproduce?
argument. Okay, so you don't believe that it's wrong to be gay.
No, not necessarily. It's not wrong.
I'm look,
People like what they like.
I'm only looking for people who think it's wrong. Okay, so I can destroy their arguments. But you don't think it's
Scissoring
wrong.
is wrong. That's for sure, though.
Let's not be weird.
So you have zero arguments?
No, y'all didn't hear her.
Oh
She
no,
said she started it.
No, I heard it. I heard it. I was ignoring it.
Jesus Christ. All right, please, only if you think it's wrong, join the guest request. I'm tired of these people.
Just because
Arvin, I just want
one to do it with doesn't make it wrong. They're girly pop. You just aren't wanted.
I just want you to know because I was born infertile and I can't reproduce, I'm wrong.
Fucking wild. All right, next. Liz, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 24.
Okay, why is it wrong?
Sorry, I know you said only people that are wrong, but I had to hop on here for that woman. As a young lesbian, something about saying that you don't believe it's necessarily wrong, but in the same breath saying that because it's two women and we can't reproduce naturally, also goes against heterosexual women that use artificial insemination to get pregnant. This looks like a lesbian. Thanks, dude. Like, I am. Also, I hate to say this because I get what you're doing and I kind of like what you're doing. I think people having this discussion about lesbians being wrong or right is just kind of icky to me, for lack of a better word, because my lifestyle, I don't think, just my big thing here. I just had to speak my mind on that.
So you're saying, debating, because you're a lesbian and people debating the issue of whether it's wrong to be gay it's like icky to you.
Yeah, I wouldn't call it a lifestyle.
Yeah, it is, because it seems like it's, I mean, someone said earlier in the comments like that these kind of topics can sometimes feel like fetishization of lesbianism. Like,
thank you, Queen.
I don't
I think
necessarily love that.
Yeah, I think it's mainly the people who I debate who try to fetishize it, especially the men. They do that, like they do that all the time. Yeah, we're not fetishizing it. We're just like attacking anti-LGBTQ arguments. We have a whole bunch of LGBTQ arguments that are being played in here. But yeah, we don't fetishize that shit. That's weird. Like the guy, just like the last guy.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Yeah, but I get it. I get how it
All right,
looks.
cool.
Yeah.
Thank you for that.
No doubt. You have a good one, okay?
Yeah.
All right. If you do want to debate, go ahead and hop on the guest request. Hit me up. So, Woody, thank you for the heart me. Where's my Star Wars lo-fi? There it is. Good stuff. Oh. Oh. Star Wars lo-fi. Yeah, I play it over on the Twitch. They love it. It's the only one that doesn't get my fucking YouTube taken down, so. So, yeah. I lose it when I hear it. Yeah, they have a lo-fi of Cantina on here. Cantina band. It's pretty good. Is Void awake or did you go to
Did you
sleep?
just start humming the Cantina music?
Bro, I just said something. What do you mean?
Oh, I didn't know. Yeah, Cantina. It's in the Star Wars lo-fi. 12 million streams of Cantina lo-fi from Carbon alone. Yeah. It's a pretty kicking lo-fi, yeah. There are how many people watching? 46 people watching right now on the Star Wars closed on Sundays lo-fi there. All right, if you want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. I'll do like 1 or 2 more debates in this. We'll switch it up. Whatever you guys want, hit me up, or we can restart. Have you been to Galaxy's Edge? Is that a position? I don't understand. What is that?
We can make it one.
Jesus Christ. What is that?
Manners, I swear you were just waiting for that one.
It's Galaxy's Edge. I've never heard of that. In Disney? Like Disney World or? I don't. Disney Star Wars Park, okay. Star Wars Land in Disney World. Is that the one where you like fly in? It's like you go to space. Is that the same one? Or is it the one where you walk through the Imperial ship and it's like a guy who pretends to be Kylo Ren or stuff like that, and there's like fights going on around you? Is that the one? I saw something of those on YouTube. You can make a lightsaber. Yeah. Okay, I've seen that then. Yeah, the one where you can make your own lightsaber. Yeah, I've seen that. I haven't been there.
Carbon, what color kyber crystal are you putting in your lightsaber?
Favorite color, blue. Let's go.
So you're going to be a guardian? Got it.
Is that what that means?
Yeah, blue lightsabers are for guardians.
Okay. Unstable red.
I played a lot of
two-sided one.
What was the Knights of the Old Republic? So I learned, like, in the story, you learn so much about the different archetypes of Jedi.
You know what Vanta Black is, right? It's like Vanta Black. It's actually a brand, but it's the blackest black. Like it represent like it.
Oh, is that the one somebody
yeah.
spray painted their car with, and it basically made it like a 2D image?
It's like a void, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it's really,
Void
it's really,
mentioned?
it just fucks your fucking head up because there's no light being absorbed, so it's just like a black hole in space. Yeah, that's gonna be my lightsaber.
I can't resist
just a
because
Vanta Black
Nanners already
lightsaber.
started it, but do you want to play with my void?
Yo, I'm right here.
Oh, Darth Divider. Darth Divider. It's super brittle. They should have like the next Batman movie. He has to do a mission where he has to wear all Vanta Black. You just like can't see him at all. That'd be cool. Cosmic, can I get your age, please?
Damn!
Okay.
Ow.
Jesus Christ. Yeah, very interesting argument, okay. Were those words? Yeah, they were. No more debates, or we're restarting. That was an argument for abortion. What is abortion? That was a new argument, yeah. But have you considered the argument because it's wrong?
Well, I mean, there's that argument, or you could go because I think it's icky.
Oh, that one's convincing.
It's a pretty strong argument.
Yeah, baboon abortions, yeah.
God, I'm starting to realize how old I'm getting.
What?
I need to turn my camera off. I can see my age.
You are so pretty. Shut the actual fuck up. You're like peak femininity.
Why do you think it's wrong, host? I don't know. I don't know why I think it's wrong. If that's how you read that, then, you know. Ain't no helping you there.
Carbon, do you drink soda by chance?
Do I drink soot?
Soda.
Oh, you cut out. Sprite mainly. That's it.
Oh, so do you like dragon fruit?
Yeah, it's alright.
So Mountain Dew just made a Mountain Dew dragon fruit, and it's so damn good.
Dragon.
Yes, do you drink soot? That's, you know what? I rescind my statement. I'm asking you now if you drink soot.
I mean, we have volcanoes here. So
Stop.
I can try it out, but you know, I won't be on the next stream.
Well, if you want my honest opinion as one of your co-hosts, you're 30 minutes past your normal time for changing topics, so.
Reset for bathroom.
Bathroom, or I mean, I like really doing the one your religion condone. What is it? Your religion condones slavery or whatever it is. I think those are good topics.
Oh, Nanners likes that one too.
Oh, I'm sure Nanners does. Nanners is more educated on the topic than I am.
Yeah, I'll let her. Well, I'm not gonna let her up if she's only here typing out in the chat. If she doesn't want to talk out loud, or she can't talk out loud.
You know, she has kids.
I know.
Taco Bell.
But I
It's
will
your
agree
Baja
with
Blast.
I will agree with Fish in the comments. The bathroom topics brings out some really weird people.
Yeah, I noticed. Okay, we can do a restart.
I don't know. Ask your chat which one they want. You usually do.
They want the bathroom one or the slavery one. And don't try to influence their vote.
If we do the bathroom one, you have to hear my awful voice. If we do the other one, you only sometimes have to hear my awful voice.
If
you do either, you have to hear a voice.
Looks like the bathroom.
Yeah, everybody's saying bathroom, like literally on my Twitch
Bathroom.
too. Okay. All right. Well, looks like we got a winner. I'm gonna restart. I'll be back in about 20 seconds. We're gonna restart with the bathroom topic. Get some debates in here for you guys. When you come back, just keep tapping that screen, get it sent out, and I'll see you guys in about 20 seconds. Let's go.
Woohoo!
Alright, go live. It just is argument, yeah. Grandmaster. Alright, master. Alright, we're back. We back. Back. Welcome back, folks. What's up, what's up, what's up? You see Hassan did a 3-hour react today. No, I did that yesterday. I'm gonna probably upload it to YouTube. I'm just trying to figure out how to upload it in a way that's like that YouTube will demonetize me for. I fucking hate that shit, bro. And meet some questionable people.
I watched half of it with you, and then I just watched the other half today, and I saw the debate between Hassan and the guy at the end of it that got claps for it was like, yeah, I don't know if I can say it on TikTok, begins with an F.
Fascist.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah,
I wasn't sure.
Yeah, that is like fucking weird.
That dude
he's getting
was
roasted all over Twitter. Like, oh my god, he is getting so fucking cooked on Twitter. It's so funny.
He looks
He's
like a
getting
dweeb.
humiliated. I'm like, bro.
Oh wait, is that the look we're going for? Where do I find that one, Nanners? I'll go get it too.
There you go.
Welcome all.
All right, let's get some debates in here. Let's get Jace Tyler. See, I misinterpreted the comment because I didn't know it was a trans man who was saying that.
That's the look we're going for.
Walter White, let's go. All right, let's get some debates in here. What up, Jace? Oh, okay, they're gone. Okay. Oh, there they are.
What's up?
What up? Yeah, I thought you were. I thought you were a conservative saying that shit. It's weird how one comment could be interpreted in two different ways.
Yeah, I mean, I know you're not part of that crowd, but you know, like the I Can Always Tell crowd. Yeah, I've been transitioning for like 18 years, so it's like I've gotten to this point where I pass as very cis male, and it's been like that for many years. And, I don't find that being trans is a choice, first of all, because why the fuck would I want to be a white man? You know, straight white man. It's kind of a nuisance, but yeah. I appreciate you guys, you know, doing what you're doing, being a person of the people.
Yeah, absolutely. But thank you so much for coming up.
I have too much to contribute.
Nah, you're good. You're good. I just invited you out of it.
Jace, don't you know all the perks you get for being trans? You didn't get your gold card?
I did not. Not yet. Maybe it's to come. I will say, like, on a serious note, that I use my very cis het passing white male privilege for good. Because I remember even, you know, almost 20 years ago when people really wouldn't take me seriously in not just men's spaces, but any space. So I have, over the course of my lifetime, developed a lot of empathy towards people who aren't heard, people who aren't understood, people early in their transition, like, you know, because I remember even the time when I looked very androgynous. It was much easier to date because I date women, because now everybody, you know, I find women stepping over on the sidewalk, et cetera, like scared of me, and I just want to have this huge label on my forehead to make sure that you know that you are safe with me. And yeah, it's a very unique position I sit in now, but I definitely try to use it for good.
Good to hear. Barry, did you? How old are you?
I'm sorry.
I'm 18.
No, you're not.
You're 18. Not.
You painted what? Fucking dog years, bro?
All right, well, thank you so much, Jace. I appreciate you for coming up. All right, you take it easy, okay?
Hey, absolutely. Everybody
Thank you, Grandmaster, for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you.
That's Grandmaster.
W Grandmaster, let's go. W Grandmas, yeah.
I was going to say, we're no longer competing for coins, Grandmaster, just bypassing the system.
Oh, wait. Yeah, his name is Grandma's, just without the T-E-R-S.
Girl, what?
His name is Grandma's, with the Grandmaster. If you take out the T-R... Yeah, it's Grandma's, yeah. I didn't notice that. What's up, Jacob?
Armin, you pissed me off anyway.
See? Like, it just says Grandma's. Grandma's tur. Damn, 100, 200 people in here.
I don't know. What do you think, Nanners? This is my new look?
do the light skin thing.
Smash it. I'm probably gonna get off here in about 10 minutes, guys. Just
Damn,
fair
it's not that
warning.
kind of live.
What? It's always that kind of live with me and Witchy, so I don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Also, Jacob just joined and said he's a full-on atheist now.
Hey,
Jacob.
let's go. Born again atheist. Let's go. Hey, new guest, can I get your age, please?
Hi, I'm Jeppe. I'm from Sweden. I'm 54 years old.
Okay. What's your argument today? Jeppe.
My argument is that there is no argument because everybody has the ability to live like they want to, and who are other people to say something else?
Okay. Well, yeah, we definitely
If
agree.
you
Well,
want to have blue clothes, you have blue clothes. If you want to have this way of living, you have it.
all right. Well, thank you so much for coming up and sharing. I appreciate you. Okay.
Okay, so now you're blocking me.
Have a good one. Antonio, can I get your age, please?
I'm 34.
All right. What's your argument?
California.
Oh, I'm sorry. What's your argument?
Who asked for your state?
Is everybody in here pro-trans?
I'm sorry. What is your argument?
My argument is that
Yeah.
trans should have their own restroom
Why?
because they're a unique set of people with special abilities.
Special ability? They fucking mutants?
Yes, yes, they are.
Bro, can they like fucking phase through walls and shit? Like,
Yes, absolutely. They could go through walls.
Antonio,
seek
do you
therapy.
know plants have blue eyes?
It's because trans people are special and they
Hello?
deserve special people. They deserve
Hello?
special beings. Yes.
Hello? Can you hear me, Antonio? Are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool. You totally just like skirted over what I said. Do you by chance have blue eyes?
No, I don't have that disability.
How tall are you?
Do you have blue eyes?
How tall are you?
No, I have
Antonio?
brown eyes.
Okay, trans people are mentally ill and they deserve their own
Antonio,
restroom for their
Antonio,
handicap.
Antonio, how tall are you?
I'm a normal statue.
How tall?
You're a statue, like
Bro's a statue. It's
marble?
crazy. How tall are you?
I'm a normal
tall?
statue. I'm 5'7".
Yeah, so you're actually shorter than the average male. That's a mutation. That's a disability, Antonio.
Oh, I didn't know that.
We love a short
5'9" is the
Yeah.
average
Thank you for-
height for a man. You're
Thank you for
5'7". That's a
allowing me to
disability.
understand that I have a
Sorry.
disability. Then I need my own restroom now. I need my own
Yeah,
restroom.
like
Because I'm
rescues
disabled.
for the short kings. I got you, bro.
Yeah, trans people need their own restroom. Is that a
Yeah,
problem?
like
or no?
everybody who has any mutation in their genetic code. So green eyes, blue eyes, brown eyes, white skin, black skin, tall, short, John Lennon fans, non-John Lennon fans, right? We just keep just 400 different bathrooms lined up, for all the different types of mutations that you could possibly have.
Well, that's what they do
of
in
the largest
California.
ones. Yeah, I bet they do, huh?
They have like 15 restrooms in
Oh, I bet
California.
they do. Yeah, I bet you can cite one.
Yeah, I
too.
work in the field.
Yeah, I bet you could.
And the
I bet you
farm
can
workers
cite.
and their
I bet
trans-
you could. I bet you could cite me a place that has 15 different restrooms with
Yeah,
different
in the
labels.
field and the farm workers, there's
What's
like
the name?
15 restrooms.
The restrooms in the farm.
Yeah, there's restrooms in the farms. and
Yeah,
porta
what are all the
potties.
restrooms names? Go ahead, give me the restroom names.
Yeah, I think there's one for he, him,
Uh-huh.
and there's one for with the little guy that has like a penis and a vagina, and then has everything. Everybody could use the same restroom. Yeah.
This guy's weird.
How many paint chips did you eat as a child?
It's because the trans community really is dysfunctional, to be honest. That's what I believe that.
Well,
You guys can argue
well,
whatever you want.
transphobia is a mental illness, right?
It's
You
not a
being
transphobia,
you-
it's the
well,
reality.
you being transphobic is a problem.
We're not
that you're
transphobic.
gonna
There's a lot
have.
of
Yeah,
people
you
that
are.
are.
You need to seek therapy for it.
No,
It is
you
a
guys
problem
need to
for
seek
you. It's
therapy
a
because you guys are
it's a
trans-
deficit in
trans-
rational, coherent
sympathizers.
thinking. Yeah, you're just saying listen, your transphobia is a deficit. It's a disability in your ability to reason. That's all it is. Right? Because if I asked you why being trans is a mental illness, you're going to give me an argument that is not valid nor sound. You're just not going to be able to reason. You cannot reason correctly. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I don't follow your science. You're Frankenstein science. You guys are delusional.
Roger that, man. So it looks like you don't have an
And
argument.
it hurts to tell you the truth. It
So you
does
don't have
hurt
an
me.
argument, right?
In your heart, it's
Yeah, you
hurting
still
you.
don't have an argument.
The argument is that you guys, your community.
That's not an
what?
argument. Yeah, that's just a
That's an
claim.
argument.
That's
And
just
there's
a
a
claim.
hundred.
That's
There's
not
a
an
lot of
argument.
okay. Let it be a claim to all your viewers.
Yeah, it's a claim that you're not going to be able to defend. You're just
Yeah, it's a
saying
claim
random.
that
Yeah,
most
you're just
people
arbitrarily blurting words out that you don't.
And
you're
a
not
lot of
able to
people are going to
defend.
agree with me because your community.
No, they
is
won't.
sick.
None of every single one of them
A
are going
lot
to
of
disagree
people
with
love
you.
me. A lot of people
You
that
have
love me.
absolutely no rational defense. If I asked you to defend your argument, you will not be able to defend your argument. I promise you. There's no rational defense for your argument.
Your followers love me.
I bet they do.
Bayou, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App.
All right, too easy. Hey, let me know. Just come back up when you have an argument, okay, Antonio? Appreciate you. Carly, have you watched the 10 hours of Nyan Cat yet?
That's you.
Yeah, that was me.
Oh my goodness, I don't remember that. I have not. I apologize. I'm so sorry.
You're not a real fan.
Wait, I
You're not
have
a-
no. Wait, I have an actual argument. Don't kick me immediately.
All right, give me
Please.
the argument.
Okay. I feel like people should just be like, go to whatever bathroom you want. Like, there should just be one bathroom. Everyone go in that bathroom. Don't essay anyone, and who gives a fuck? Just go pee. Just go to a bathroom. It does not matter that much.
There you go. That's a base position. Thank you so much.
That's
Go
all I
watch
got
the
to
10-hour Nyan Cat, okay?
Anyways, thank you, Bayou, for the Taco Bell.
Okay, can I get your age, please?
21.
Are you a true Dexter fan?
I'm a true Dexter fan, yes.
What is the name of the new serial killer that he just unalived last week?
Ooh, the Dark Passenger.
Okay, all right,
They
okay,
unalived him because
okay.
he steals his name, man. That
Exactly.
ain't acceptable, you know?
All right. Now, what's your argument?
I mean, I would say, look, I think it's a very mixed up conversation. I get that, you know, people, for example, trans women might not feel comfortable being in a man's bathroom, and I would understand why. At the same time, where do we draw the line? I mean, if we let trans women go into men's bathroom, where is the line? Can I say I'm a trans woman? Can a predator do that? Say I identify as a woman and go into women's bathroom? I mean, I think the problem is where do we draw the line?
Yeah, the line is comfortability. So whatever bathroom you feel comfortable with, that's the bathroom you go into. But what you should not do is go in the bathroom for predatory purposes.
Sure, I mean, I think we all agree on that. But when you talk about being comfortable, is it for the one who needs to, you know, release, who is comfortable, or the other people in that space?
Yeah, so if it's a public restroom, then you're not obligated to provide comfortability standards for other people. You guide your own comfortability, right? Your comfortability guides your actions. It doesn't guide everybody else's actions because everybody has different comfortability standards. It's completely subjective. So in the public accommodations, when everybody owns everything, right? Like, or nobody owns the thing, right? Then you're just guiding yourself. But if it's your property, let's say it's your house, then of course, if you're uncomfortable, then yes, the other person is obligated to leave. But in a public accommodation, no, they're not obligated to do anything.
I mean, I think we have a certain responsibility for how we behave in public. For example, I mean, this thing that, okay, as long as I'm comfortable. I mean, if I took out all my clothes, and maybe I'm comfortable with that, running around the streets, but I mean, I still got to take into accountability the people who are in the same space as me.
Yeah, there's people like in other cultures who just walk around naked, right? They're like,
sure.
Yeah, that's just their culture. But like, obviously we have laws against that because most people who try to do that are doing it for a predatory purpose, right? A lot of people who do that. They're nudists and they have their spaces where they can go out. There's nudist beaches and stuff like that. So they can go outside and stuff like that, right? But when it comes to like just basic things like doing basic bodily functions, right? Like using the bathroom, right? In a public restroom, then yeah, your comfortability guides your own actions.
But I mean, this debate. I'm from Sweden, right? So this debate is on a lot of Swedish TikTok lives, or this discussion. And for me, what's most troubling is when women go out, come up to these lives, and they also say that, you know, I don't feel comfortable with this. And at least in Sweden, right? That's very common for women to say, I'm not comfortable with that. And if women say, I don't feel comfortable with that in our female or women's spaces, then I gotta respect their opinion.
Yeah, so if you can respect their opinion by you not going in there, right?
Yeah.
But the question is, like, I want the
Yeah.
argument, right? Because first of all, like, when you look at polls, most women are fine with trans women using the women's restroom. Yeah, of course, some women are not fine with it, and they're gonna oppose it. And some of those women are very loud about it. Some of those women are TERFs, right? And they will make it known that they don't support that. They think it's uncomfortable, right? But like, what you're supposed to be granting or giving is the argument for why, like, listen, like, you know, like, you've been in a men's restroom and you've gone to the urinal, and there have been men who like stood next to you even though there's other urinals. Now you're uncomfortable. You're like, hey, that's weird, right? But you're not going to be able to give an argument for how they're doing something morally wrong. It's just uncomfortable for you. That's it.
I mean, so I was looking up this thing you claim that the majority of women were comfortable with that. And I mean, here, according to this 2019 survey, it did state that 59% of Americans, but this doesn't even state it's women, just Americans in general said that
They do
people-
demographic breakdowns. So like, where is it? Let me see. Hold on. Where's the study? Pew Research. Yeah, that's right. Public split
Guys,
over
do you
bathroom.
hear, like,
Hold on. Public split by bathroom use. Where is it? Hold on, give me a second. Thought I had it. There it is. Okay. All right, yeah, public split over bathroom use by transgender people. Yeah, in the U.S., majority support trans women using the bathroom that they choose. In this case, it's 51%. The divide is a lot greater when you break down by gender. For women, it is 55% support it. For men, it's 45% support it. And yeah, that's interesting that women are more likely to support trans women being in women's restroom than men are. 10% more likely. Which is an interesting
And
phenomenon.
Sweden is more supportive than the whole of the U.S. for trans individuals.
I mean, depends on, I would say. I mean, in some aspects, for sure. In other
No, in
aspects,
every aspect, Sweden is more supportive of transgender individuals.
I mean, I could say this though, like in Stockholm, which is the capital, right? We have a lot of immigration from Muslim countries. So, I mean, maybe those things aren't taken into account when you do studies and so on, but
No, they're absolutely taken into account. They take statistical data of people living in Sweden. Sweden is more accommodating and accepting of transgender individuals. Just because you know some people that aren't isn't contradictory. The amount of people you know versus the amount of people that are polled is highly different.
yeah, okay. I'm just saying that, for example, Sweden is a country which has had a lot of immigration. I think like 40% of Stockholm is immigration from Muslim countries, and
Yeah,
I've gone to school.
Wait, aren't Muslims more likely to oppose trans people than the average population?
That's the argument they're trying to make, is because they've had immigration of Muslims into Sweden, that Sweden's less accepting of trans individuals, but statistically that's not true.
No, I said
Sweden is one of the most accepting of trans individuals. What is it? The Netherlands is above Sweden. I think Spain just passed Sweden, but Sweden is one of the top
Yeah,
5.
they're very liberal.
The U.S. is like 33rd.
Yeah, sure. I mean, as I said, I think it depends which aspects you talk about. For example, I mean, I remember we learned about LGBTQ in school. It wasn't for long, but I mean, I think we had like a week where it was just, yeah. I mean, so yeah.
Top five countries for transgender individuals: Malta, Portugal, Canada, Sweden, and Bulgaria. The U.S. is 33rd. So again, Sweden is far more accepting of transgender individuals than the U.S.
Okay, sure. I mean, I have no idea because I never lived in the US or been to the US, so I don't know. I can just talk for Sweden since I live
You
there.
don't have to live here to look up statistical data.
I mean, yeah, but the statistics don't tell you the whole story, right?
But like,
I mean,
listen, like, just like forest through the trees here, right? Like in the U.S., 55% of women compared to 45% of men. What explains that?
I think because women are more acceptable and empathic in general.
What?
That explains the difference in the
They're
statistics.
more acceptable in what? They're more perfect? Is that what you said?
Empathic.
They have empathy,
Like-
Carbon.
I thought he said
Yeah, yeah.
perfect. I was like, what? Oh, okay.
No, empathic.
Empathetic.
No,
Yeah.
he
Okay.
said empathic.
Yes.
Okay. Gotcha. Okay. So.
But I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah,
like,
go on.
that's a good thing, right?
but okay. So let me tell you this. So I had a discussion about LGBTQ
Yeah.
quite a while ago, and I was doing some research and I found a study that had been done on women, men, and transgender women, right? When it comes to rape and the likelihood of rape. Okay, I'm not drawing any conclusions, but before I say anything,
Then why are you gonna
let me
say
pull
it?
up the study because
You're not drawing conclusions.
because I think it's very relevant to this discussion about bathrooms. So,
Then you are
you can
drawing a
take the next
conclusion.
guess. Okay, let's take the next guess. Let me find the source so I don't.
Coachy, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, 50.
All right. What's your argument?
I think there's really only one major fundamental issue that needs to be probably thought out more than anything. So, if you think about it, the more, can I say the T word? Is that okay to say on TikTok?
Transgender.
Trans people?
Yeah. So the more trans people that are discovered as time goes on, the more urinals become obsolete. Because if you think about it, a trans woman goes into a woman's bathroom and has to use a stall. There's no urinals in there, right? A trans man
No, they can just
can't
sit
use a
down.
urinal in a man's bathroom.
They can just go into stall.
So fundamentally, we're going to have to rethink that and probably redesign bathrooms, because otherwise you're going to have a ton of people waiting for stalls that could shit themselves in the end.
I don't see how this is.
So
You
we
know,
need more
trans men
We
post
need
like
more
bottom
stalls in this
surgery
and
can
less
use a urinal,
urinals.
right?
Yeah, we're going to need more stalls and less urinals. Correct.
Urinals are fucking disgusting anyway.
Yeah, I don't
They
know
should
why-
have never been
I
created.
don't know
Yeah,
why
but
those
I mean,
are
urinals
I'm not
are
saying
an
they're not. I'm
archaic
just saying
design
it's
that
gonna
should be
take
gotten rid of anyway.
Yeah, and I'm not saying they're not. I'm just saying it's going to take a major overhaul.
Yeah,
Otherwise,
this is
we're
just
gonna
like
get
a
people
this
shitting
is like
themselves.
a consequence thing, but it's not really like an argument. So you don't think it's wrong?
No, I just think, like I said, we need to be careful. And
No, he's just a silly, goofy guy.
I think we
Get
need
back
to
in the pond, my
redesign the
guy.
bathrooms.
Get back in the pond.
What?
Get back in the pond if you're gonna act like a silly goose.
No, thank
What,
you for
you
coming
just-
up. I appreciate you. I'm looking for an actual argument, man.
This is why they teach our boys when they're young to sit when they pee, out of courtesy for everyone.
Or at least how to piss in a toilet standing up. Why
What?
do you need a urinal?
Right.
Panos, can I get your age, please?
20 years of age.
All right, what's your argument?
So if a trans man that hasn't had bottom surgery goes into a female bathroom, male bathroom,
Trans
sorry.
woman? Oh, in a men's
If
restroom.
if
okay.
a trans woman goes into a male bathroom, right, and all the stalls are taken, and they're going to be taken for an hour each, and that person can only hold their bust, whatever they need to do, for 30 minutes.
Wait, hold on.
Should
Wait,
they
I'm just making sure.
Hold on.
Wait,
Should
hold on.
they
Just making sure I
should they
understood
just
where we're starting from. Are you talking about like a trans woman going into a? You're saying somebody who's assigned male at birth, right?
Grandmaster's already done.
I'm saying
assigned male at birth, just to make sure we're
someone
understanding.
a
our
trans
terms
woman
correct.
going into a men's bathroom.
Right. When you say
Oh,
trans
trans
woman,
man
you
going
do
into
mean
a men's
assigned male
bathroom,
at.
sorry.
You do mean assigned male at birth, correct?
I don't even know what that means, but what I'm talking about is
Oh
a
my
trans-
god, they were assigned. They were.
Are they male?
Declared a boy
They're
when
male,
they were
right?
born.
No, a trans man, like a
Okay,
woman
that-
that's trying to be a man.
Okay, so you
Oh,
assign female at birth. Okay, they're biologically female, and they go into a men's restroom. Okay, now you can continue.
And each one of the stalls are going to be taken for an hour, and the max
Mhm.
that they can hold it in is for 30 minutes. Should they just accept what they are and go into their assigned bathroom, or should they wait and piss or poo all over the floor?
Whatever they feel comfortable doing. What are you talking about?
Why?
Do you think
why
it's
are men
ethical for
taking
them
an
to
hour
do
on
it
the
all over the
toilet?
floor, or do you think it'd be more ethical for them
That's my
to go
question.
to their assigned stalls?
First and foremost, who's using a stall for an hour?
Like, what the
Secondly,
fuck y'all doing in
it's a
there?
hypothetical.
individual. Stop
It's
talking.
a
when I'm
hypothetical.
talking.
It's so stupid.
Yeah, stop talking. Do yourself a favor. Stop making yourself look stupider than you already have.
Well, you haven't answered my question.
Shut the fuck up and I will. So, individuals do this all the time. Both women and men find a different restroom if they can't hold it for the duration that is need to be held because individuals are already taking up the stalls. Go to any fucking major league sporting event. You see people jumping around in bathrooms all the time to wherever the shortest line is because they really have to piss.
Please answer my hypothetical.
We already answered the hypothetical. To go to the shortest line
whatever
there
the fuck
is.
they're comfortable with. They could just go to wherever the fuck they want to piss at. So I could just flip this hypothetical
I'm asking the
around
host,
on
do you think
right?
it's more ethical for them?
We just
to do it all
told
over
you
the
what it
floor?
was,
We could
Panos.
flip
Be
the
quiet.
hypothetical around, right? Say a cis woman goes into the women's restroom, and the restrooms are going to be used up for an hour. Would it be morally wrong if she went in the men's restroom and took a piss? No, it wouldn't. Just pee wherever the fuck you need to pee and go on about your day. Y'all are so weird.
You just said pee wherever you need.
All right. Anyway, let's get an actual debate. Does nobody have arguments today? What's going on
Does
here?
this individual have the supposed study they have? Because I'm waiting to look it up.
Yes. So the study is
Grandmaster.
It's written by.
Hey, Grandmaster.
Give me the study's name. I don't care who it's written by.
It's evidence and data on trans women offending rates. It's written by Professor Rosa Friedman and Professor Kathleen Stock and Professor Alice Sullivan. Do you want me to write that in the chat?
No.
Yep, I already seen the
censor
study. It's the fucking study where they excluded the
Is it the
lower
U-
yep, every time.
Is
They
it the
always
fucking prison one?
It's the
Yes, every time.
It's the debunked UK Parliament one, which, by the way, was not done by UK Parliament, was actually submitted to the UK Parliament, and the data is all over the fucking
Right.
place.
Yeah. So the problem with this study, right, is they
Okay.
excluded trans women who had shorter prison sentences, right? So people with longer prison sentences tend to be more violent individuals regardless of their identity, okay? So these people who just so happen to be trans were already inherently violent, not because that they were trans, but just because they're inherently violent. So obviously they're going to have a higher propensity to do violent crimes.
But I mean, this statistic also measures men, women, and trans women,
Oh my
right?
god, you didn't listen to a word that
No,
was
I
just
do hear
said.
what. No. I hear what you say, but still.
They excluded people who had shorter prison sentences. Longer prison sentences means, like, typically more violent crimes were done. Do you understand that?
Wait a minute, my AirPod died.
Okay, and somebody has 15 years hanging over their head, and somebody has 2 years hanging over their head. Who do you think committed schmurder?
Do y'all hear me?
Are we dead ass right now?
Wait. So if we wait. So you claim that the statistics for trans women were from longer sentences, not the men and women.
No, this study specifically excluded trans women with shorter prison sentences and only looked at individuals with a longer prison sentence. And those people tend to be more violent people. That's why they got longer prison sentences, and because they committed more violent and heinous crimes.
And okay, does this say it in the report, or is this?
Yeah,
Have you not read the full study?
I mean, I can't find that in the original report. So,
Like
I
there's
mean,
just so yeah,
that's
like
what I'm-
listen, like people have already like I would just encourage you to just like read up the very, very large criticisms of the report. The report, that's obviously a big one. You're excluding people who have shorter sentences. They didn't account for a whole bunch of different things, like how long somebody has already served, whether they're more likely to have been convicted. Is there a bias in convicting trans women for certain crimes against cis men who have committed the same crimes? Are they more likely to be arrested? They didn't account for any of those things. It was just looking at people who are currently in prison and then looking up like the demographics of those individuals, and that's it. And then excluding some of those people who took shorter prison sentences. Right, that just doesn't tell you anything about the general population. It doesn't exclude. It's just so much bad data, right? That's why it's not a peer-reviewed study.
I mean, I think it's bad data to you guys because it doesn't support your claims, right?
No, I just told you why it's bad data. You agree that those are bad methodologies.
Give me where.
Like, listen, like, do you agree? Do you agree that if you do not account for whether trans women are more likely to be arrested for the same crime as a cis man, then wouldn't you expect there to be a higher rate?
I mean, are trans women more likely to be arrested?
I'm asking you, would you expect that to be the case?
No, I don't expect trans women to be more arrested.
I didn't ask you that. I'm going to ask you the question again, right? Under the hypothesis that if trans people are more likely to be arrested for a crime that than a cis person doing that exact same crime, and they're more likely to be charged and convicted for it, would you agree that you would see a higher percentage of like that percentage would be higher among trans people in the prison population?
I mean, probably. Yes.
Yeah. So if that's something that could bias your data, then you are obligated to adjust for that. This study did not just adjust for that, so we don't even know. So you need another study now that adjusts for that kind of confounding variable. And there's like 10 of these that I can like name off the back. Right, it's just not. That's why it's not a peer-reviewed study. I need you to give me a peer-reviewed study, and then just But regardless, this doesn't tell us anything about bathrooms.
Also, if you search it up, the first thing that comes up is your study right here. This is your study. The literal second thing that comes up is the recent study. A report has been published this week, falsely charging.
Okay, wait. Okay, let me search it up. What is it? A recent study. Damn.
Like the next 8 things after that UK Parliament thing are all disproving that pile of bullshit.
Tell me what to search up so I can read about the criticism. Whatever, just a name or something. What do I search?
And debunk. What did you find your study under? Add debunk to the end of it. Add criticism to the end of it. Do you
it says
not
a recent
know how to do
study
research?
claimed that 41% of transgender prisoners are sex offenders. So yeah, that's the name of it from Independent.
Wait, sorry, can you say that again?
It says a recent study. Yeah, it says a recent study claimed that 41% of transgender prisoners are sex offenders. Right.
But my study didn't even do that. It was claiming it was 60%.
What happened?
My study claimed 60%.
So this is a report has been published a week falsely claiming that 41% of trans women prison or convicted sex offenders was going to give us a fair play for women. Anti-trans forward oblivious reader. These numbers seem in a report of Ministry of Justice. It referenced both of the studies. It referenced 2 different studies.
Okay.
Yeah. So including yours.
Trans women were. Let's see.
Yeah.
Okay, I found it.
Look at this.
Yeah, so I'm gonna go mute and read it.
My left, can I get your age, please? Hello? Jesus. Whew. Anyway, bless you. Oh, y'all heard that? All right, where's the debates? No debates. Okay.
All right. On that note, I am going to head to bed. I'm not falling asleep on live tonight. Thank you for having me, Carbon, as always. Bye, guys.
Hi, Void. I won't be long behind you.
Why is Panos back? Panos, you got paid to kick, so it's alright. Come back on the next live. Join the guest request again, you get blocked. Come on, Panos. Anyway, let's try this guy. I don't know what this guy's doing. He's not even debating anymore. Hello? Can I get your age?
Yeah, I'm 20.
All right, what's your argument?
Yeah, so can you tell me how, for trans people not using the bath, why we can't let them use the bathroom they choose? Can you tell me what a trans woman is?
Yeah, so they have a gender identity that's not in alignment with their sex. But the relevant portion there, I don't really care what their identity is, nor do I care what their sex is, so it's not really relevant to the conversation. But if what the relevant factor is their sex, usually I'm looking for an argument for that. So
Yeah.
I would need an argument for that.
Yeah, so do you agree of women's safety, of women's rights?
Do I agree that women should have rights?
Yeah,
Is that what you're
women's
asking?
safety.
Yeah.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
So if you do, then why would you advocate for trans women being in female spaces?
Because that
which
supports
involve-
because that supports a woman's safety. So cis
How?
women are in there and trans women are safe in there. They're all safe in there.
Can you tell me how?
Yeah, because we look at studies and they show that there's no increase in privacy or safety violations if trans women use the women's restroom.
So can you agree that men cause more crimes than women do?
Men, when you say men, do you mean cis men, gay men, straight men?
Men in general.
Oh no, that would be a category mistake.
How?
Because gay men aren't represented in that.
I say, can you agree that men, because there's
That would
no
be a
such-
category. Yeah, that would be a category mistake. Because
men, they're not.
yeah, there's some. Yeah, there will be some men who buck against the trend.
Because when I'm speaking men, I'm speaking for all men. I'm speaking of, do you think that men cause more crimes than women do?
Straight cisgender men. Yeah.
Okay, so then how can trans women not fall under that category?
Because
as
they don't.
men?
Like, what do you mean they don't? Like-
Because they're not men.
Yeah, first of all,
Are
they're
they
not
not?
men, but they're like if you want to say that by virtue of the fact that they're male, right, they share this other property, then you're going to be committing two different fallacies. One, you're going to be committing, well, three, you're going to be committing a category mistake, you're going to be committing an association fallacy, and you're going to be committing an ecological fallacy.
So can you define to me what a man is?
Yeah, and I'm using it in the sense that you're using it. You're saying that in the sense of them being an adult male human being, right? That's not going to be informative of whether they actually, because you're saying that because they share the male aspect with cisgender men, and it follows that they have the same criminal rates, right? But that's an inference. That's a non sequitur. So you're gonna have
And
to
how
produce
is-
an argument for that. Yeah, because like you can obviously look at data. So first of all, you can imagine. Like you don't even have to look at data before you can think about it. You can imagine, well, maybe there's some type of men who don't fit that data. For example, do you think that gay men have the same offending rates against women as straight men?
They still fall under the category as men. It doesn't matter if you're a gay man, if you're
Do
a
I gotta
hetero.
repeat the question?
No, I'm going to base off your logic. Talk about gay men, and then you're saying cis men. Well, gay men still fall under the category of men. Straight men fall under the category of men. Cis men is what you fall under the category of
Cool.
men.
So I'll repeat the
So-
question since you didn't answer it. The question was, do you think that gay men have the same offending rates against women as straight men?
They can.
They can't. Well, I didn't ask if it's logically possible for them. I asked, do you think they do?
If they have the same crime rates,
Yeah, against women as straight men do.
and as I said, they can because they still. fall
Well, a
under the
woman
category
can,
of men.
but they don't. I'm
Not-
asking in the
not
in the
every-
empirics.
Not every man in the world is bad or commits
I
crimes.
never said that.
but-
That's not the question. You're avoiding the
but-
question. The question
but
was, do you
what
think
I'm
the
telling
rates
you-
at which straight men offend against women are the same as the rates at which gay men offend against women? Do you think that those
Yes,
are the
they
same
can.
rates?
Yes, they can.
So the answer is yes, they do have the same rates. Do you have studies to back that up?
I don't have studies to back that
I know you
up.
don't. So why did you say yes?
Because, as I said, and I'll
You
repeat
just
again,
made it up.
they fall under the category of men. It
Okay.
doesn't matter if you are cis or gay, because cis or gay are not the same thing. Okay,
Do you know what a category mistake is?
because
The category
being
error?
gay, because being gay is a sexual orientation,
Yeah.
and then you're saying cis men, they are males, right? And gay men still fall under the category of male.
Okay. Do gay?
So
I'm
they
like,
fall under the
I'm gonna use
category
the same
of
reasoning that you're using. This is called a category mistake, right? So listen, humans violate other humans sexually usually. They have higher rates of violating other humans than they have of violating non-humans, right? Therefore, humans should not be allowed in the restroom with other humans. Do you think that that's a rational argument?
Can you repeat that again? Your stuff cut off.
Yeah, so it is the case that humans are more likely to grape other humans than humans are to grape animals. Therefore, humans should not be in the bathroom with other humans. Do you think that that's a rational argument?
They should still be allowed to.
Yeah, it doesn't matter whether okay, because there are some humans who have much lower rates of offending against other humans, right? For example, women are much less likely. For example, women are much less likely to offend against men or offend in the sexually than men are, and there are certain subsects of men that are less likely to offend than the category of men, right? So
So
if you're going to say, I'm sorry, if you're going to say that it's the case that you're stopping at the man level and you don't care if there are some types of people who are assigned male at birth who actually buck way against that trend, then you're just performing a category mistake. It's a logical fallacy.
So can you tell me how trans women differentiate from men then?
Yeah, so in this case, I have a study here, Gender Identity Non-Discrimination Laws and Public Accommodations, a review of evidence regarding safety and privacy in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms, shows that when trans women use women's restroom, there's no increase in privacy or safety violations. That's point number one. Point number two, they're more likely to be the victims, 4 times more likely to be the victims than they are to be the victimizer. When they use men's restrooms, they're more likely to be harassed. That's not something that's true generally of like a man, right? So there's all these properties that are true of a trans woman that are not true of the broad category that you're putting of a man. And so because those are not true, there's a trait that you're picking out that you're just performing an ecological fallacy. I don't even think you know what that fallacy is.
So you do realize that there is a difference between gender and gender identity, because gender identity is a sense of self of, for example, identifying as a gender. Gender itself is what we are based off with our sex, and having a gender identity, right? Your sense of self is just a feeling, and gender is not a feeling.
What is that? How does that respond to anything that I just said?
Because, well, I'm using based off your argument, using of gender identity, right? And someone who's a trans woman can be assaulted more by men than by women.
Okay.
But you do know that you just said that you believe in women's rights. So women's rights are with women's safety, right? Which goes along to females and girls,
Okay.
right? With females, girls, and women. And those safety are safeguarded with the sex spaces. So that's to keep men away from women
Not
and
trans
girls.
women.
No, it does. Because
It
trans
doesn't.
women do not go under the
Most
category of
women,
women.
I'm sorry, so first of all, most cis women support trans women using the women's restroom. This is mainly a men's issue. Men are usually against it. Second, I'm just going to ask you a very basic question. Do you believe if that trans women use women's restroom, you're going to see an increase in violations?
There actually have been.
Yeah, so you have studies on that?
Yeah.
All right, give me the study. That if trans women use women's restrooms, there's going to be an increase in the likelihood of privacy or safety violations.
10 to 1, they give you a single example of something that's happened.
Yeah, I cited him a study. He didn't even mention it, by the way.
Yeah. So we can talk about the Utah. All right. If you want to big screen me real quick.
What's it called? Let me type it in. Utah what?
It is the le.utah.gov.
What's the name of the study?
It is. Give me a sec, and I'll send it to you.
Just like scroll to the top and just give me the name of the article.
Yeah, here I got you. This is an article based off of Sue Robbins of the Equality Utah.
What's it called? Sue Robbins?
Sue Robbins of Equality Utah.
Sue Robbins. That's the name of the article?
Yeah,
Or is that a senator's name in Utah?
it's an article.
Okay, what's the name?
It's
Sue
an
Robbins.
article by them.
I'm so
But if you need me
confused.
to, if you need me to, I can give you the.
Let me see what you're looking
I
at.
can,
Scroll out. VA judge, dear. This is a letter. What are you doing?
no, this is not a letter.
It says, "Dear
Okay,
Amanda." What are you talking
these
about?
are
Okay.
crimes. Yes, this talks
Okay.
about this right here, but these are also these are the statistics when it comes to trans people. All right.
Wait,
So
these
this
are
is, for
these are not
example,
statistics. These are like
yes, they
individual
are.
trans women.
But these are statistics
Wait, hold
based
on. Let me
off
look
of
at. Hold on. Let me look at this.
the
What's it called
individual
again? Let me look.
and
Give me the
sources on it.
Go up to the top where the address bar is, so I can see what you're typed in. LE Utah interim. Hold on. LE
I've got it,
Utah
Carbon, if you want it.
interim. Trans bathroom. Whatever. Okay.
Oh my
Actually,
God.
okay. I got it.
Please read there is no documented evidence of a transgender person in the United States ever causing an issue in the bathroom. We have real issues we need to address. The transgender community is not one of them. Let's focus on improving
Yeah.
things for all our youth, said Sue Robinson with Equality Utah's Transgender Advocacy Council.
Yeah, so you
All
want to
right.
know what is false based off of with that quote unquote is because they're trying to address issues of not addressing the facts that men are causing crimes, which are also trans women. They're also causing crimes and saying that there's more bigger things into the world than just these types of people that are causing these crimes, which is misogyny. But with the study that I just showed you, it shows
Okay.
This
you
isn't a study.
it shows it, hold on, it shows articles from each individual transgender person that has SA or
You don't know what a fucking
has
study is. This
assaulted
is not
that
a
have
study. This is
assaulted they have
literally a
assaulted
piece that gives
girls
a
and
couple
women.
of
They have assaulted girls and
then
women.
you shut the
No,
fuck
no,
up.
I
This
can't.
is not
No.
a study. All this is highlighting a few individuals that did a heinous act. This does not statistically prove anything.
Okay, so first of all, the VA one, the first one that is being cited, that wasn't a trans person. I don't even know why it says that. We've talked about that before. Uh, yeah, that one's not trans. That one's not trans. Yeah, so first of all, three of these are the same story. I don't know why. Okay, so when I asked you for statistics that there's going to be an increased risk, I asked you, like, so you know what an increased risk looks like. You know what that is in statistics?
Yeah.
Okay. So how is what you just gave me, how is that any evidence that there's an increased risk?
Because it's still involved with men committing these crimes to women and little girls in these spaces. And then there's even these statistics as well here, based off from with the UK, right? 76 SMEX offenders out of 129
Yeah,
trans
we
women.
just discussed that one.
58%.
Yeah, that has nothing to do with bathrooms. So none of these have, first of all, half of these are not even taking place in a bathroom. So the
Correct.
first one is a bathroom. That's not even a trans person. Second one's in a
But you do
bathroom.
realize what they are.
This one's a locker room. This one's just a like it has nothing to do with a bathroom. This is a
You wanna know what
prison.
similarity
This
is?
is another prison. This is not it's not even a prison or bathroom. This is not a this is a shelter. This is half of these aren't bathrooms. So you remember the question that I asked
But
you,
you want
right?
to know what the
I
similarity
said,
is
give
though?
me an evidence that if trans women use the woman's restroom, that there's more likely to be an increase in privacy or safety violations. You failed in your. If I were your teacher, I would give you an F. Okay. Because
How
you
do y'all
didn't
never
even
You read
attempt.
about one of
You didn't
them.
even
It
attempt
didn't
to do
talk about
the
which
homework that
one,
I
but you
tasked
want
you
to
to
know.
do.
But
Right.
you
So
want
I
to know
gave you a
which one.
study. So here's an example of a study. All right. So this study was again, it's called Gender Identity Non-Discrimination Laws and Public Accommodations: A Review of Evidence Regarding Safety and Privacy in Public Restrooms. So first, I need to show you how inference to the best explanation works. Right. If you have a hypothesis, right? The hypothesis is that if trans women use the women's restroom, there's going to be an increase in privacy or safety violations, right? That's the hypothesis. Now you need to confirm the hypothesis. So you start doing studies, you bias against your data, you like take out biasing factors, confounding factors, right? And then you look at, well, if places where there's higher rates of trans people using women's restrooms, perhaps what we would expect is higher rates of privacy and safety violations, because that's what we would expect, right? Because that was the fucking claim, right? But then when you look at that and you see there is no increase compared to rates in which trans women don't even use the women's bathroom, then that's surprising given your hypothesis, which gives you strong justification to reject the hypothesis, right? So in this case, I gave you a study that does exactly that, and let me read it out for you. Okay, it says, where's the literature review methodology? Maybe it's up top. Hold on, I gotta. All right, so let me read it out for you. This study finds that the passage of such laws, gender identity, non-discrimination laws, is not related to the number or frequency of criminal incidents in these spaces. Additionally, the study finds that reports of privacy and safety violations in public restrooms, locker rooms, and changing rooms are exceedingly rare. The study provides evidence that fears of increased safety and privacy violations as a result of these non-discrimination laws are not empirically grounded. Right? That's what I'm looking for from you. So do you have a study like that?
Yeah, and what you just described to me, gender identity, right? It already told gender identity, that is subjective, so that is not a real claim.
No, it's somebody who says that they're a trans woman, somebody who's an actual trans woman going into a woman's bathroom. That's what's in the methodology.
Yes.
Right. So
Yes,
if you see one county or one state or whatever where trans women are using the women's restroom over and over and over again, like San Francisco, and then another one like in fuck town, Alabama, where they're not doing that, right? And you have like the same rates, you control for all these different variables, and you don't see an increase in privacy safety violations, what does that tell you?
It still falls under to with men doing these type of.
Okay, you're coping now. Matt and Nemo,
It's
thank
really
you for the
not,
raid.
because I was
Yeah,
gonna say
you're
this,
coping.
but I
You are
can say-
coping. You're coping. There's no point in talking to you anymore, bro. Virillion, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships. Appreciate you. Thank you so much, Grandmaster. With the whole
That was cool as shit.
Jesus.
That was so cool.
That was fucking cool. Nemo, thank you for the raid. Matt, thank you for the raid. I
Thank you
appreciate
so
y'all.
much, Grandmaster. That was so freaking cool. I like the sound. That sound scratches my brain almost as good as the.
You have more than I do.
Star Wars. Oh my god.
I'm only at 6K now. Z, can I get your age?
Yeah,
I'm 18.
All right, what's your argument?
Okay, so I believe that morally right, it's really like a limbo, but if we're talking about laws, it's like actually not possible. Like, if we're talking about laws, in the Civil Rights Act of 1964 and transgender people. Wait, just give me a second. Just let me
Are
find
you
this.
looking it up on ChatGPT?
No. I'm looking it on transequality.org.
Okay.
I don't think this is an adult.
So you're
Bro, it's just
18.
my squeaky voice, bro.
What year did you graduate high school?
What year? 2005. I just graduated.
Bro, you're 18, but you graduated fucking. Get the fuck out of here. Bro said 2005. You mean 2020? How you gonna graduate high school 6 years before me, bro?
Also, you can't claim that was the year you were born either, because that would make you 20, not 18.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah, I don't think he was opposition anyway, so it doesn't matter.
he graduated 20 years ago, 2 years before he was born.
We staying on this one, or are we doing the slavery one?
I'm up for anything.
All right, let's do slavery. Christians, get in the box. Let's go.
No, for real, Zeus. Like, when I lie about things, I am so intricate about my lies. Are you kidding me? I can't lie for shit, but when I need to lie, ooh,
They're detailed.
All right, let me reset my gift goal here. Set up new goal. What should be the goal? Just one singular rose or one singular lion? I don't know. Let's do. Ooh, there's a gorilla. I don't. You know, if anybody wants to try that one, I haven't seen that one before. Let's try to invite this guy up.
That's a lot, Carbon.
Yeah. All right, 2NW, I sent you a request since you think it's brain dead. Tell me why you think your Bible is brain dead. Come on. Leviticus 25:44, Exodus 21, Deuteronomy 21:10, Numbers 31. What you got? Let's go.
And Master, you should send it to me instead, just to watch Carbon seethe.
No, you already have more than me. I'm at 6K. You're at fucking 7.54. All right. They've been hiding in here for all the topics, talking shit. Yeah, but they don't want to come up. Hydro, thank you for the bountiful.
Bountiful.
I gotta use the bathroom. You can entertain them and shit.
You got it, boss. You got it, boss. I'll never get on the panel ever again if I do that. Grandmaster, I have God mod powers. I will override him. Plus, I have a specific pull with this man I don't think you realize. So, you'll be safe. I promise you. Don't you worry. You're safe. Thank you, folks. Thank you, Kylie. Hey, Jacob, how are you? You got it, dude. God, I haven't watched that show in ages. You probably don't know what I'm talking about, though. No, I promise you, Grandmaster. I promise. I'll protect you. Don't worry. Don't you worry. My Taco Bell was delightful. Thank you again, Bayou, for the Taco Bell moolah. Aw, thanks, Cal. Is it Callie or Kaylee? Or, yeah, Full House. I didn't watch the reboot either. Annie, don't pocket watch me.
My internet went kaboom.
Okay, Demi, help. I was a phonetic. I learned how to read phonetically. Can you say Kylie?
That doesn't work. I learned to read phonetically also.
Help! Oh.
Is it Kylie? Callie? Carbon, did you get anywhere with that? I'm sorry, my internet kind of went kaboom.
What happened?
That conversation, did it go anywhere, or did they dig their heels in and didn't want to learn anything?
No,
Collie.
What do you think?
Collie.
Oh, of course. Damn. I missed a massive gift for Nanners. I feel pointless now.
I have 7K
Come
now.
on. Grandmaster, don't you worry. Okay, I think I got it. It's Callie? We're gonna go with Kaylee.
Yeah, like Cali, like California.
Callie. Okay. I learned how to read phonetically, and I have a pretty bad dyslexic.
Oh, thank you. Thank you for the tiny Diana float.
Collie?
I would pronounce that Collie.
Help!
No, sorry. No. That's
Cauliflower.
That's Callie. That's like Callie, right? Yes, Callie. Like, okay.
It hurts.
Why is this guy like avoiding me? 2NW, I sent you an invite. Come up to talk. Come on.
No, we're still wrong. Oh God, I'm so sorry.
Wait, we're still wrong.
Hayden, can I get your age, please?
Like cauliflower?
Hayden, can I get your age, please?
What do you call a cute door?
That's fucking crazy, bro. All right, anybody who's like opposition, you're about to be muted in the comment sections. All right, in like 10 seconds if you don't get in the guest request. If you're a Christian and you disagree, and you're in the comment section, you're about to be muted at the comments. Okay, get your ass on in here. So who should get the gorilla? Oh, I wonder.
Me, come on.
Me, because my coins are low today. If we're asking,
I mean, I do show toes, so.
I mean, I can do that too. That's a non sequitur.
Okay, I'm gonna try one more time. Kaylee? I'm genuinely trying here, and I'm so sorry.
Didn't they already tell you what it was?
No, it's cauli, like cauliflower.
Okay.
I think that's what they said yes to.
Are y'all gaslighting?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
I could have sworn they told y'all what it was.
Yes, but because I'm a phonetic reader and my dyslexia, it's really hard.
Like cauliflower, cauli.
No.
Yeah, they just said yeah.
Okay,
Cauli.
okay.
Yeah.
Cauli.
You're actually trying to extend it.
I'm sorry. Okay, I'm done. Your name is beautiful, and I'm sorry that I have special brain issues.
It's okay. Every time I go somewhere and somebody asks me what my name is, I'm like Demi. They're like Demi. I'm like no, Demi.
I know y'all ain't being fucking ableist in the goddamn comments. You leave me the fuck alone.
I had a couple teachers say Braidley. Like why Braidley? How you gonna pronounce everybody's name correct?
Grandmaster, are
but
you
call me
seriously
Braidley?
asking for a poll for who you're gonna gift? I love that.
That's wild.
1 for Carbon, 2 for
That
Nanners,
is
3 for
wild.
Demi.
Braidley. Never. Can I get your age, please? This guy's not in debate. I'm gonna restart with this.
28.
All right, what's your argument?
It's not really an argument. My God don't support it.
Are you a Christian? Are you a Muslim?
Christian.
Okay. Yeah, Leviticus 25:44.
Yeah, but Jesus never said that.
You don't think Jesus is God?
Yeah, Jesus is God, but I go from the followings of Jesus.
Yeah, but if
Not-
Jesus is
the Old
God, then
Testament
you're
said
doing.
anything.
Yeah, but if Jesus is
Nah,
God,
Jesus said many.
then you got yourself into a contradiction.
No, because when Jesus was here, as he said, like he disputed what the Pharisees said because they were doing such things that were so.
Does Jesus support God?
directly, like,
Does Jesus
Pardon?
support God's laws? That like
Well,
does
you
he
see-
have?
well,
Does
it's not
Jesus
about-
have
it's not about
criticisms? Yeah. Does he have any? Does he disagree with Levitical law as it was implemented?
So some maybe, probably that's why he was
he disagrees with
hated
himself?
what, like so much. Pardon?
So he disagrees with himself.
I mean, if he's disagreeing with what the Pharisees are teaching, yeah, of course.
No, it wasn't the Pharisees that laid down the Levitical law. It was God that laid down the Levitical law. So therefore, if Jesus is God and Jesus
Yeah.
disagrees with the Levitical law, then Jesus disagrees with God.
hmm Well, what's the Levitical law?
Yeah,
Explain that.
Leviticus 25:44. Pull it up.
You're quoting it, but I ain't read the whole Old Testament.
I
Just
can
tell me what it is.
Yeah, so Leviticus 25:44. I'll pull it up. Hold on. All right. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you, members of their clan born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves forever.
And that was said in the Old Testament, right?
Yes, by your God that you support. Why do you support
Yeah,
them?
that's fine. That's fine. That's fine.
It's
There's
fine
many
to
things
support
in the
God.
Old Testament.
So it's
Okay,
fine
why
to
do
support.
you keep using the word support,
Yeah.
but no one supports anything.
Yeah, he does.
God laid down a law.
If God says you may
God
do
laid
X, he
down a
supports you
law.
doing it. Yeah, that's what it means. So if I said,
God laid down a
I'm
law.
sorry, so,
And
okay,
no-
so if we had like colonial slave owning states, right, like the state of Louisiana, and it had a law written by Congress, you may own slaves, and I would say that's a slave supporting state, would it not? Would you not say that?
Congress isn't God. Congress isn't God.
I don't know why you're like avoiding the question. I'm gonna ask it again. In that
I'm not
sense, that is
I'm not avoiding
in
the
that
question.
sense
You're-
of
you're
support.
comparing
I'm
government-
sorry. I'm stuck. I'm
you're
gonna keep
comparing
asking the
government
question.
and God.
I'm going to keep asking the question until you answer it. Okay? Would you, in that sense, that is a slave supporting state, correct?
Why are you comparing government to God?
I'm gonna keep asking.
asked you the same question.
I'm asking the word
Yeah.
support and the way that we use support. It doesn't matter what is being compared,
Yeah,
what
it is. The
entities are
term that
being
you're
compared.
using is
What do you think
very
support means?
is not
What do you mean?
really
What do you think
honest.
support means?
Everybody knows what support means is to
Yeah.
help.
So
And to,
yeah. Okay. So
to
if you have a law that says you
agree
can
with
do
a
it,
decision,
then
but
that definitely
someone
helps
can
you do
support
it.
somebody but still disagree with them.
Okay. So if God says you may do X, what does that mean?
Saying you may do it, you may choose to do it if you wish to do it, but I've given you free will, so you may choose.
Yeah.
I'm not
So
saying that
okay.
it's
So
okay
if
or
God
not okay to do it.
if God tells you don't do X, but you may do Y, what does that mean?
He's giving you the option.
He's giving you. Well, I know you're allowed to do it. You're free to do whatever you want. I'm asking you, what does it mean for
Okay.
God to say you may do X, but you can't do Y?
I mean, the whole sentence you just said is self-explanatory.
No, I didn't.
So-
Answer the question. What does it mean when
It
God
means
says?
if it-
What's the difference between God saying you may do X and God saying you can't do X? What's the difference between those two terms?
One's yes and one's no.
Okay, so one is saying that it's morally impermissible, correct?
No, no one said morally impermissible.
That's
It's
what
just
you.
laying
That's what
down
I assume
something.
you mean when you say
No, I
no,
never
right?
said-
Okay,
you-
when
you
God
said
says
those
you,
words.
when God says don't murder, what does that mean? It's so
It means
simple.
don't murder. But
Yeah,
if you
just-
murder, you
That
just have to
means
repent.
murder is morally impermissible, correct?
Yep.
Okay, so if God says you may murder, does that mean that murder is morally impermissible now?
I guess.
I'm sorry? Wow, Grandmaster. Wow. Wow.
Oh my God! Thank you so much, Grandmaster. Yes, be quiet for a minute. I have to thank Grandmaster. Big W's for Grandmaster. Thank you
That
so
was a
much. I really
gorilla.
do
He
appreciate
didn't
that.
give it to me.
W Grandmaster.
Can you
Grandmaster.
say that question again?
Hold on. I gotta. All right,
just
W
glad-
Grandmaster. W Grandmaster. Okay. So if God says you may murder, that is different from God saying you should not murder, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So in one sense, it
Different
means
word.
more murder is morally permissible, and then the other one, it means murder is morally impermissible, correct?
I guess, yeah.
Okay. So let's just swap the term murder with slavery. If God says you may own slaves, does that mean that slavery is morally impermissible or slavery is morally permissible? Never know.
Permissible, whatever the first one was.
Okay. Yeah, that's what I mean by support. He believes that slavery is morally permissible. Okay, so you agree that your God believes that slavery is morally permissible, correct?
In the Old Testament, yeah.
Yeah. Well, did he change his mind? He just was he wrong before?
He can.
He can't
He
change his
can.
mind?
Not
Oh,
that
okay.
he was wrong.
Oh, he can change his
Not
mind.
that he was not that he was wrong.
What does it mean
but
to change
he
your
can,
mind then?
but- I mean, but who are we to hold these kind of like bounds to God? If he wants to do something, he can. If he feels like he wants to change his mind, he can.
Oh, so he
We're
could change
not-
his
we're not
mind
even-
and make like graping someone morally obligatory. He could do that.
Well, he could also change himself into a little blue ball with a mouth.
Answer the
but,
question. Could
I mean,
God make it
could do
obligatory for you to grape woman? Could he make that
He could do
obligatory?
anything.
He could?
He could do anything he so wishes.
Interesting. So why would we? Why? Okay. So just to be clear, your moral position is that God tomorrow could tell you to grape a child and you'll do it.
No, that's not my position. My position.
No?
My position
Wouldn't
is
that be the
God
right
can
thing to do in that
anything he
situation?
commands.
Wouldn't that? Yeah. And the command is there.
He could do that, but he would. That would never happen.
Oh, who are you to say what God would or wouldn't do? Never them. I thought we just said that 1 minute ago.
I mean, that's fine. Also,
Yeah.
That's cool, but, I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because he can command whatever he wants. But you're asking such a silly question.
He knows
Like,
he's
you're
God,
saying
bro.
If
He
wanted
knows
to,
he's God.
could command
He knows
him
he's
to
God.
Go do some BS.
Yeah. So no,
but
like
just
I'm
saying,
sorry,
that's what
you're a
saying.
heretic. You're a heretic in Christianity. They don't believe that God can change his mind because it's perfect. So whatever God designates to be the case, to change his mind means that he's swaying away from perfection. That just doesn't make any sense. So therefore, if
Well,
God
we-
believes that slavery is morally permissible, he would never change his mind on that.
Well, no, because if he wants to, he would, because he's God. We're not nowhere near him. We're not even close to being perfect. So again, when we commit these sorts of crimes, when these things happen, we have to repent. And we will never be even close. So if he
Manners,
would-
can you
if he
remind
wanted
me,
to-
anywhere in the New Testament, God abolished slavery? Did he do that?
No,
Oh.
he actually like affirms that you're still to follow to the old law, old Levitical law.
Well, again, Christians came about after the death of Jesus Christ. So again, we
and
you know,
Christ
we follow-
specifically
we
said
follow
if we
his
were going to
teachings while
follow
he was
his
alive.
teachings,
I mean, we don't
that
really
he
pay
needed to
too much
follow to the
attention.
Old
Only the really
Excuse the actual fuck out of me, you disrespectful toaster. I
I
am
was-
speaking. No. Shut the fuck up. I was speaking. Anyways,
No, you
Jesus
weren't
affirms if you follow him and his teachings,
Women always
you
button.
are to follow old law. Not a
You need
jot
to go
or
back.
tittle will be changed until
Kitchen.
heaven and earth has come to pass. All tittle-
Dishwasher. Go back in the kitchen, please.
Oh, you fucked up. You fucked up, little boy.
Oh, he
Oh,
doesn't like when a woman has authority over you. Do you?
no, he doesn't. Oh, that's not okay, little buddy. You're getting triggered that a woman knows more about your religion than you.
No, I'm not bothered about.
So triggered, little
I'm glad
buddy.
you know. I'm glad you know. At least it shows you got some education.
Yeah,
You
I
need
did
to-
get some education, unlike you, who knows
need to-
nothing about their own religion, and it's abundantly clear, my
Butting
guy.
into a conversation that has nothing.
Bro, like, failed the argument, and now he's just, like, crashing out. I love it.
There's no argument.
Crashing out
Yeah,
right
you
into that
failed.
typical
You
misogyny.
have no idea what
no
your
love.
morality. Your morality could
It's
stop
so-
tomorrow, and everybody could be
So
obligated to
that's what-
rape and do genocides tomorrow. That's your morality, buddy.
That's not my morality.
Yeah, it is.
You're just trying to
Yeah, it
impose-
is.
you're trying
Listen,
to
if I
impose
put you,
something.
I'm sorry, if I put
No,
you,
you're trying to
if I
impose something that
made
doesn't
you,
exist,
I'm
that
sorry,
will
if
never
I made
happen.
you an Israelite in 1 Samuel 15:3, and God says, I want you to unalive these children and these infants, you're gonna do it, right?
Is she done? Yeah.
I'm asking you.
Well, yeah, in those times, probably.
Shit.
Let's go Diamond Gun.
100%.
Let's fucking go Diamond Gun. Let's go Grandmaster. I fuck with it.
What I
Let's go.
find absolutely fascinating is that this incel still thinks they have the right to talk after being so disrespectful.
I mean, at the end of the day, it's people like you lot are the kind of ones that are going to lose in the end. You know, you're saying incel this, incel that. You're behind the screen. But when people like you are actually walking out on this,
You're using
Nope,
incel
I do that
language.
too. And guess what? Guess what? When there's
You
ever
don't-
a pro-
don't do
I'm
nothing.
trying to tell him I responded to it. That's a
You don't
claim.
talk behind
Listen, I do
that.
like there's always like these little pride parades that go on and everybody's happy. And then there's the little Christians on the side of the road with their fucking signs. Guess what? My last time
No
they
one
did
does
that, I
that.
walked up. Yeah,
No
they
one
did.
does that.
You want to know how I know? Because I live streamed it. I was on TikTok live debating these people in like in real person. And guess what? They had the exact same dog shit arguments as you. None of them have an argument for why being gay is wrong, but yet they support a God that supports rape, slavery, and genocide. It's crazy work. Yeah.
Instead of just battling
Too
random
easy,
people on
brother.
the street.
Too easy, brother. Yeah, you can crash
Yeah,
out.
let's not.
Thank you.
The only one who's crashing out is you. I'm literally.
You're
calm.
crashing out.
All
I
the
gave you an
decibels
argument, and then that's why you started crashing out,
I've been
talking
much
about
mad.
like go in the fucking like kitchen and stuff like that. Yeah, I love that shit.
Yeah,
This
you're,
is too
you're
easy. You're
incredibly
nothing. You're low tier.
misogynistic.
You are a white belt. You are a white
Incel
belt.
It's so.
Low tier.
It's giving
Low
that
tier.
low tier,
He versus
low
one.
quality, red pill
I was
bro
gonna say,
incel.
Nanners, this individual will be really upset as somebody that's, as a woman that, shut the fuck up. As a woman that served in the military, I would love for you to tell me in person, since you want to bring up in person, I would love for you to walk up to me in person and tell me to get into the kitchen,
You have not.
and see how that goes for you.
Not served.
Excuse you?
That you have. Definitely.
He's crashing out. I love it. It's like a little dopamine boost for me.
I was gonna say, do you want my military ID, my DD-214, my MOS, all my duty stations? Which one do you want?
It's too easy. Now, does anybody actually want to use their brain and present an argument? Or are you going to be
They
like very
can.
low IQ here? Romano, can I get your age, please?
Yeah, I'm 26.
All right, what's your argument?
Depends. Are your people gonna try to chat to me the same way they chat to the last one?
Yeah, as long as you use rational arguments, you don't crash out like him, you'll be fine. So, what's your argument? Oh, he ran too. See, they always run. Too easy.
I didn't get
Very
involved until the individual
sensitive
told
men these
Nanners to
days.
get in the kitchen.
Men are so sensitive these days. Next.
Oh, when did I claim to be a badass? I just said an individual like that would never walk up to me on the street and tell me to get in the kitchen.
Oh, you know you wouldn't. Hello, can I get your age, please?
34.
What's your argument?
Shit. I don't know.
Okay, bye.
Can we get somebody who got a little bit of at least 3 brain cells? Can I get 3? Can I get 4?
I need to address something that's happening in the chat. When I speak to men like that, they're giving off little boy energy, tiny, immature boy energy, not grown, insecure. So you keep coming at me, folks. I'm gonna block you. I'm going to mute you. Like you.
All right, Gem Jammers, I sent you a request. Go ahead and hit that accept button. Waiting on you. Where's he at? What? Wait, where? I don't understand. Where'd he go? Why is he not accepting? This fucking music, bro. There we go. Where you at? Is he scared? Like, what's going on? He's still here. Like, he's still watching. There we go. Okay. Maybe it's taking you too long. Jim, how old are you?
40.
All right. What's your argument? You read the verses that I gave out, right? Leviticus 25:44.
I did.
Okay. And what's your take on them?
Whether God supports slavery. Your God. Like my God? I don't think my
Christian
God's
God.
Oh, Christian God. Okay. You talking Old Testament, New Testament? What are you talking about?
God of the Old Testament, same God as the New Testament. So doesn't matter. It's not 2 different gods. You think there's 2?
Yeah,
So you
but-
serve 2 gods?
No, well, you do know what Jesus is about, right?
Is he the second God?
You do know why Jesus.
That was the
like, what's
question.
your
I'm asking you. Is he the second God?
What is your understanding of Jesus?
Wait, why are you asking me a question? I'm asking you a question. Is there one God?
Yes.
Is Jesus God?
Jesus is the Son of God.
Okay, so Jesus is not God, correct?
Jesus is God. He's the human form of God.
Okay, so there's one God, and Jesus is God. Okay, so we're not talking about any different God. The God of the Old Testament is the same God as the New Testament because there's one singular God. That's how counting works. If A is identical to A, right, then there's only one A, right? Okay.
Okay, so again, coming back to my argument, you know who Jesus is and why Jesus,
Jesus is
came
God.
down. Yeah. So what makes Jesus important as far as this argument is concerned?
Yeah. So Jesus supports slavery. In this case, your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy a slave. Leviticus 25:44.
Yeah, that's so you're quoting Old Testament based on New Testament.
I'm sorry. Are there 2 different gods, or is there one God?
You're quoting Old
simple
Testament
question.
based on New Testament.
Okay. When is
That's
the
a
God
simple
of the
question,
Old
right?
Testament? Is the God of the Old Testament the same God of the New Testament? Yes or no? I don't know why this matters, whether there's Old or New Testament, if it's the same fucking God.
Okay. Let's sure.
Okay.
Let's say that it's the same God. Go with your argument, and I'll create mine.
Yeah. So your God supports slavery, in debt slavery, chattel slavery, and sex slavery.
So my God supports slavery.
Yes.
Okay. And with my argument, it's that God, sure, in the Old Testament, the reason he brought his son down to earth was to change all of that.
Oh, because those laws were bad? So he wrote bad laws?
Oh, it's because he gave, humans free will.
Wait, but no, like giving somebody free will, if you say don't do X and then you give them free will and some of them are going to do X, but if you say you're allowed to do X, then of course you're not going to morally condemn them for doing X if you say you can do X, right? So Leviticus 25:44, Deuteronomy 20:10, which is sex slavery, God is literally saying you may do X.
The Old Testament.
It's not relevant. Your God is the same God in the Old Testament and the New Testament. He's the same from the beginning to the end, correct? So if he supported it back then, he supports it now.
No. Would you not agree that things can change?
Not God.
Sorry?
Not God, no.
How so?
He's perfect. So to change would be to become less perfect.
Well, no, it's not the individual sort of. You're using a human approach, a human understanding towards God, right?
Look, if God says you may do X, right, and because God is perfect, right, and it follows that you may do X is a perfect law, right? To change that means to deviate from the perfect law. Necessarily anything that deviates, because that's what it means to be perfect. Anything that deviates from a perfect law is definitionally imperfect, and God cannot issue an imperfect law. And then it literally says it in the New Testament. In the New Testament, it says, slaves, obey your masters. Jesus said, I did not come to change any part of the Old Testament. Yeah, that was New Testament. Slaves, obey your masters.
Okay.
That's Ephesians.
Okay, which, okay, yeah, can you state it? Your source?
Ephesians 6:5. Slaves, obey your masters with respect and fear, and with sincerity of heart, just as you would obey Christ.
That's incorrect.
The Bible's incorrect? I don't understand.
You're incorrect.
I'm incorrect. So the words that I'm reading right now on Bible Gateway are just incorrect words.
Yes.
Okay, what does it say? You didn't even pull it up, did you?
Sorry?
You didn't even pull the verse up, did you?
Sure I did.
Okay, what am I incorrect about?
You're incorrect as far as your assumption that God can't change.
Wait, when you asked me to cite a verse, I cited the verse. It says, slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and fear. Does it not say that? Am I incorrect there?
Okay, what's your understanding of that verse?
Obey your master. I don't know. Like, obey your masters. Like, the interpretation is that what your master says, you should do.
The thing that you're not understanding is that you're using a human approach to how God operates. That's using.
Not an objection.
Yeah, it is.
You're just being vague. You're not saying anything that I'm saying wrong. You're not giving me a logical objection. It says right here, I, the Lord, I do not change. So you, the descendants of Jacob, are not destroyed. Malachi 3:6.
Okay, what's your definition of that? Like, what's your
my definition of I, the Lord, do not change?
You can say words. You can quote scripture.
Wait, I'm just to make sure. I'm asking you, is that what you're asking me? I'm asking you, are you asking me what it means to not change? Or is that what you're asking me?
Are you Christian?
No, why the fuck? Listen, it says, I, the Lord, do not change. Are you asking me what that means?
Why do you think God sent his only son?
You're just going to like avoid questions all day.
No, there was a change.
Yeah, so
Why
was
do
there a
you-
change
why
in
do you
God, or
think
was there a
God
change
sent
in
his only
humans?
son
Was there
down to
was there a change in God, or was there a change in humans?
Well, it's the disconnect from God to humans, and that's
Okay,
where
so
you
God
don't
did not
realize.
change.
You're actually viewing God and viewing religion and viewing all of this through your own like human understanding. Like
Okay.
that's the part that you're missing.
So you're conceding that God does not change.
I'm conceding that God. Sorry, what's the okay?
Okay. Where does God say don't own slaves anymore? Where does he say that?
Why is the whole slave thing so important to you?
Because I'm a descendant of slaves, and it's pretty fucked up.
You're a descendant of
but-
slaves.
Yeah, so it's kind of fucked up. Now, my question to you is, where does God say you must not own slaves anymore? Where does he say
But
that?
you're
Old or New
an
Testament?
actual. You can track your shit back to a
Yeah.
descent-
You know what? You want to
descendant.
know what's funny? You want to know what's funny? It's not really funny. I'm a descendant of slaves on Thomas Jefferson's side, on the white side of my family. You can guess how that happened. Now, Jim, my question to you was, do you believe that, or do you have any evidence that God said you must not own slaves ever for anybody? Where did he say that?
In the Old Testament.
Oh, so now we're citing the Old Testament. That's great. Where did he say that? For all people?
Until he sent his son down to actually be a part of, the human race.
Okay, so Jesus said you must not own slaves anymore. Where did he say that? Did he
Father,
say that?
Son, Holy Ghost. You don't understand. You're ignorant to all.
All right, let me give you the dialectic here. I gave you Old Testament
Okay.
verses. Hold on,
Yes,
real quick.
yeah.
Real quick, I gave you Old Testament verses that very clearly shows, and it looks like you agree with me on this one at least. In the Old Testament, God does support and allow for slavery. He finds it morally permissible. You're saying that at some point, maybe in the New Testament, he abolishes slavery. Where?
When he literally made himself flesh and blood.
Yeah. Where does it say that in
As
the New
Jesus.
Testament? Like, you give me the verse where he says don't own slaves anymore or anything like that?
So you need God or Jesus to say, "Hey, don't own slaves." Is that?
Yeah, well, I'm asking you. You're making the
So
claim
you-
that
you
he
want-
said it. You're making the claim that
So
God said it.
you
I need you to
need-
justify the
you
claim
need to
that God
correct.
said it. Yes, I need you to give me the verse
need
where it
to
says that
correct.
God
Why you
says,
need it-
do not own slaves. So give me that verse. Don't avoid the question. Give me the verse. You can't do it, can you? Nanders, can he do that? Can he give a verse that says that God
I
abolished
wish
slavery?
you well.
Oh, no, you can't, friend, because it doesn't exist.
Doesn't exist, buddy. No, I didn't say
Shut
God doesn't
Okay,
exist.
prove it.
I said
Prove
your verse, well, yeah, your God doesn't exist, but that's a different argument. You said your God abolishes slavery. Nowhere in the Bible does he do that.
Are you an atheist?
Nope.
Nope, I'm not talking to you.
Sucks to suck. You're on a panel.
Oh, sucks to suck. I heard that.
Yeah, it's all you're talking to all of us. Demi, are you an atheist?
No, I'm Buddhist.
Okay, Buddhist. I am an atheist. Yeah. You can unmute now.
Thank you for muting me.
You're welcome.
You're absolutely welcome. I bet you
Oh my
love.
God.
Yeah,
Good for
so we
you.
got a
Um,
omnitheist, we got a Buddhist, and we got an atheist.
Well, I'm a
And a Christian.
polytheistic Buddhist, to be clear.
Polytheistic
But
Buddhist, and then atheist and a Christian walk into a bar. So what's your next question?
well, didn't this individual actually say that either Jesus or God, and if you believe in the Holy Trinity, then that would be one and the same?
Yeah.
Revoked old law, and in technicality, that's never stated either.
Sorry, restate that.
God never revoked old law. I would need Nanners to pull up the verse, but by verse, God actually never revoked old law. So if you're following the Bible, you still have to follow both Old Testament and New Testament if you are quote unquote following the Bible word for word. This is what the moral conundrum with Christianity is because people pick and choose what they want to follow.
No, you're not correct.
That's a great
like
counter
saying-
argument. I love it.
Well, okay.
No,
That's-
no,
that's
you're not
like that-
correct.
Yeah, well, that's like saying, "Hey, I grew up in a home where I was abused, and you know what? I don't want to continue that abuse to my kids." Like, so what are you talking about? Like, there's always a change, and I with Carbon's argument as far as, well, God is this certain way, and that's the way it is. God is perfect.
That's what it says in the Bible. I don't know. James 1:17. It says, every good and perfect gift is from above, coming down from the Father of the heavenly lights,
Yeah,
who
because-
does not change like shifting shadows.
Because your understanding is from your human perspective.
Okay, so what does this verse mean then?
That's the funky
What
part.
does this verse mean? When it says God does not change, what does it mean in the Bible?
Well, what's your argument?
I know what change is. It's going from one state to the next, right? That's not identical. Those two states are not identical, right? So that's what change means. That's like almost everybody's understanding of what it means to be changed, for something to be changed. And it says God does not change. So God cannot go from one state to another.
Nanners, are you there?
How not?
Yeah,
how
I'm
not? How can God not go?
Yeah,
from
Jim,
one
I need
state
you to
to
be
another?
quiet
That's
for a minute. Jim, I need you to be quiet. Nanners, what was the verse that states that old law and new law are both still used because
Not a
Jesus
jot nor
has to walk the earth again? Something about Jesus has to walk the earth again before law can disappear.
Yeah, Matthew 5:17 through 19.
Thank you.
Oh, so what is that? Sage's Coinbot? That's dope.
That's some bullshit that I have less than Carbon. That's not.
how much-
What is it?
much do I got?
Matthew what now?
5:17.
I got 23K. Let's go.
Thank
That's
you.
not fair. Ah!
Matthew 5:17, Jesus states, "Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have not come to abolish them, but to fulfill them." And they've yet to fulfill. So they're still there. They've never been abolished.
She muted him. He's not even talking.
I'm petty like that. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the puff hearts, heart puffs, whatever they're called. Appreciate
It
you.
probably means tomatoes or. Yeah, it can mean anything. It's when it says God does not change. It could just mean make sure you lubricate your lips in the morning. That's all that.
Oh.
That's all that God does not change means. You know.
Can I lubricate your lips? With my lips? So sorry. I'm so sorry.
I'm sorry, I have to butt in. Which lips?
Oh my god.
You know which ones. Oh god, I can't breathe.
Got mute. I'm sorry.
Jim, what else you got? Since we got you wrong on slavery, so what's next?
Yeah, got me wrong on slavery.
Yeah, I mean it very clearly shows one that I'm trying to show you. So very clearly in the Old Testament and the New Testament, God does support slavery. There's nowhere to say that he abolishes slavery, and that he's against it, except for Israelites, I guess. So yeah, problem solved.
Sorry, expand on that.
Expand on what?
You said something about Israelites.
Yeah, it seems like he holds a special favorability for Israelites in particular, where he doesn't want them to be slaves because they're his slaves. He says that in Leviticus. I can read it out. Let me see. Leviticus. Yeah, because the
25,
Israelite.
44, 46?
Yeah, 25. Well, he says this part at verse 42. Because the Israelites are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. He says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From there you may buy slaves. Yeah.
Okay, and what is your interpretation of that?
Because like they were slaves in Egypt, so he didn't want them. He wanted them to be his servants, so that's why he freed them. But he's fine with other people who are not his servants being owned as property. Moderate conservative. Listen, I know you want me to be gay, and I need you to stop like DMing me, asking me like to like follow me on Instagram and stuff. Like, stop doing that shit, bro. I'm straight. I'm fine. I'm pretty sure you're an attractive man, but I'm not interested. Thank you so much.
I still want to know which institution I belong in.
Get in line. Okay, Carbon's is my man's. Thank you.
Can I at least get carbon on Tuesdays? Damn.
That's fine.
Oh, okay.
I'm busy with Void that day anyway.
Oh, me and Void have it set for Thursday, so this is a good schedule.
Love it. Love it.
Yeah, so I gave you the verse. Israelites are my servants whom I brought out of Egypt. So.
Well, what about the whole during the time of, you know, say the Old and New Testament, was there slavery?
What? Yeah, there was slavery. Yeah, and God allowed it. Yeah.
Yeah. You God allowed it.
Yep.
So you think God didn't condemn it?
Yeah, very explicitly did not condemn it. He only condemned it for the Israelites. So, for example, God is willing when the Israelites were slaves. God was willing to step in and cause all the curses and stuff and do all this shit to get them freed, right? But then after they're freed, he says, oh, you can own slaves from other nations. You can buy them, slave trades, you can whip them, you can beat them, you can make sex slaves, you can impregnate little girls, right? That was his, like his...
Impregnate little girls.
Yeah, Numbers 31 and Deuteronomy 21.
That is not correct.
You don't.
You haven't read it yet.
You're just saying it because you don't want it to be true, right? But you haven't read it. You don't even know what Numbers 31 is about, do you?
Question, Jim. Have you read the entire Bible cover to cover?
Yeah, I'm Catholic.
Cool. How many Gospels are there?
I don't know.
Oh my God. Can you name them?
Where's the Pacific Ocean?
On the west coast of the United States and also on the east coast of Russia and China.
Oh, pretty good. All right, there you go.
But anyways, continue on. Can you name the Gospels?
I already said no.
Okay,
Mark,
do you know
Jude,
who had an
Luke,
experience?
and Mark.
Do you know who had an experience with Jesus on the road to Damascus?
Sorry?
Do you know who had an experience with Jesus on the road to Damascus?
Was it you?
No, I didn't live in biblical times. Next question. Who wrote the Tanakh? Or the Pentateuch?
Sorry?
Yeah, so you're showing me that you haven't actually read the Bible because I just asked you basic questions that we learn in like 3rd grade Sunday school class.
3rd grade? You learned this in 3rd grade?
Yes, I did learn this in 3rd grade.
Anyway, Numbers 31, verse 15. Have you allowed all the women to live? He asked them. They were the ones who followed Balaam's advice and enticed the Israelites to be unfaithful to the Lord in the Peor incident, so that a plague struck the Lord's people. Now kill all the boys and kill every little girl kill every woman who has slept with the man, but save for yourself every young girl who has never slept with a man.
Okay, and what does that mean to you?
Virgin girls, they get taken as plunder. Very obviously.
See, I think where you're kind of mistaken here is that your understanding is both not only during the time, but there is different understanding as far as, you know, what slavery meant.
So, Jim Jam, why would we listen to anything you have to say about what the book says or means when you can't even tell me the names of the fucking Gospels, my guy? I've spent 25 years in depth studying this book because I've spent the majority of my life in the religion, taking the time, going to, like, taking these classes, studying under theologians, reading theologians' work, scholars' work. Like, I've dedicated my life to understanding this religion. You cannot sit here and claim that you know what the fuck this book says when you haven't even read the full thing. You don't know the Gospels. You don't know the second most primary human being in this entire religion. Jim, what you say means nothing because you don't understand what you're
shouldn't
talking
be trying to defend or be an apologist for your religion. You don't know anything about it.
Really?
Yeah, you
Yes,
shouldn't be.
because
I can
quite
I can
literally
keep pulling up
Jesus
all these verses, and you're just saying, "Oh, you're
Isn't that
incorrect."
what
You've
Christianity
never.
is all about?
I'm sorry.
Yes,
yeah.
it is. Jesus said that at any point you should be able to defend your faith, that you are to know the word of God like the back of your hand. Why are you not ready and able to defend the word of God full-heartedly and with intense enthusiasm?
Why should I have to defend it against you?
Because Jesus told you to.
No.
Yeah, and this is
Yes.
an internal
No.
and this is an
Yes.
internal critique, right? So you should be able to come to these conclusions using rational thought yourself. You shouldn't need somebody like us to bring these about because you're in a cult, right? In the cult, and you go to church, they won't give you these verses. They're not going to read to you 1 Samuel 15:3, which literally is God commanding a genocide, including the women, the children, and the infants. They're not going to read that to you because it's disfavorable. And it's going to make you start questioning your religion. Right? So you need people like us to do it, but you shouldn't have to. You should go through it and criticize it yourself and then come to the conclusion that it's coherent. But you won't do that.
So you're making decisions for me.
Yeah, let's look at it. It says here's what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel, and they waylaid them as they came up from Egypt. Go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants. Do you support that? Yes or no?
So why is that just like an ultimatum?
Do you support that? You
Why
got
is that an
it's either the
ultimatum? Why is
case.
that
Yeah,
a
so
black
law
or
of
white yes or no?
so okay.
Why
because
is that a
it's-
black or white
I'm trying to
yes
tell
or
you
no?
because there's a thing called the law of excluded middle. It's either the case that you support that, or it's not the case that you support that. Which do you choose?
So it's just yes or no.
Oh,
in
you
your
can say
mind.
I don't. You can say I don't know if I support that. I guess
No,
that could be a thing.
is it yes or no in your mind?
It's yes, no, I don't know. Which one?
So there's yes, no,
I don't know. Yeah, those. Can you give me a fourth option?
and why is that?
That because that's how logic works, Jim Jam.
So you're applying.
Okay, so
you're
let me
applying
tell you.
logic
Let me.
to religion.
Yes, I'd hope you do too, right? You don't apply logic to your religion. Maybe that's why you're. Anyway.
So,
okay.
well, no.
Yeah. So listen, there's a thing called the law of excluded middle. When you have a belief, right? You either believe a proposition, you affirm a proposition, you deny the proposition, or you neither affirm nor deny the proposition. There's no fourth option, right? That's a true trichotomy.
There's
okay?
there's no fourth option.
Yeah, so
that's as far as
yeah, there
as
is
far
no,
as
there
your
logically
understanding
there is logically no fourth option. Yes.
Logically.
Yes. You will never
Okay.
be able to give me a fourth option.
That's how you view things.
Yeah,
Okay.
exactly.
Cool.
That's how I use the laws of logic. So if you don't,
And that's how you're viewing religion.
Yeah. So if you don't accept the laws of logic, then I see why you're a Christian.
That's not the only you think it is.
Okay. Can you give me a fourth option?
Well, it's faith.
Wait. So So when you say faith, you affirm that you support this. You do support this.
I support believing in something that I can't apply.
Okay.
with absolute
It says
logic.
God commanded the death of men and women and children and infants, right? You have faith that he was acting with good intentions, correct?
Continue.
That was a question.
Continue.
I'm asking you to. There's nothing to continue. I'm asking a question. Do you have faith that he was acting with good intentions?
Faith is faith. It's different for everyone.
I didn't ask you that. I asked, do you have faith that God was acting in good intentions? Yes or no?
Push people into this, that.
Yeah.
Believe.
So you don't have an answer to
No,
that question
Carbon
either.
wants you to use critical thinking skills, and you lack the capacity to do
really
it.
bad.
That's the problem.
Continue.
There is no continuing. When someone
no
asks you a question,
No, you don't.
come with an answer.
You don't have to yell. It's okay.
What do you think this is? A video game and you failed, so you get a continue button?
Jesus Christ.
Here,
Yeah.
watch. this. Watch this. Hey, Demi.
What's up?
What's the color of the sky?
Continue.
Blue. Well, technically, it's the refraction of light off of the ocean, and then it could be multiple different colors, but we perceive it as blue.
Beautiful. You see how Demi didn't say continue after I asked my question? She gave me an
now
answer.
here's the question. You
The
have
logic
faith
is-
that in 1 Samuel 15:3, when God commanded the genocide of the Amalekites, right? You have faith that he was acting in good intentions, correct?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so Kay can answer the question. What about you, Jim?
Continue.
Okay, so Jim, sorry, but you just...
No, I gotta
Okay.
kick that.
So,
Ugh.
okay, so you think it was a good thing to unalive these children and these infants, Kay?
Well, if you read about the context when it comes to the Amaleks, right? I mean, I'm on your side, okay? So when I first read about it, I was like, what the fuck is this? Okay? But then I talked to more people with more knowledge and they explained the context, which made me,
Tell me the
accept
context.
it, understand
All
it.
right, so what we're looking
So-
for is context in which it is morally permissible to unalive these children and infants as punishment.
Okay, so if you look historically, right, the Amaleks were a people that over the span of 400 years, they used to enslave Jews, they used to kidnap Jewish women, they used to rape them, and they used to sacrifice them to their God. And according to biblical belief, God offered them repentance multiple times, but they refused and continue worshiping their other gods, right? So here's the thing. So when they over 400 years have kidnapped Jewish people and done these horrible things, God condemned them and sentenced them to extinction. Now, also, God spares the innocent one, like children, for example.
No, he doesn't.
It's stated that children will go to heaven.
Oh, is
The
that what you mean by
innocent of the Amaleks
spares?
will.
It's just
I mean,
decapitating
well-
a child is sparing them. Okay. Let's just
No.
let's just be clear. Like this is a punishment, right? He's not sparing them. The children and the infants, the unaliving them, that is part of the punishment. So they are being punished. The children are being punished for the crimes of. Actually, it wasn't even their parents. It was like their ancestors. So this would be like if Nazi Germany had expanded and won and ruled for 200-300 years, and then like unaliving Jewish people and things like that. And then, I don't know, 100 years later, a child is born from somebody who was a Nazi. And then, like, that child, like, has their free will. They could be a Nazi or they could not be a Nazi. And then you just command the unaliving those as children, right? That's just
but
wrong,
when I say-
right? Because the
when I
children
say
do not deserve
spare-
the punishment.
When I say spare, I mean the innocent ones of the Amalek. They go to heaven because, yet again, they are innocent, right? Like children, okay? But he gives the commandment to go to unalive the Amalek tribe because they have caused so much harm and they don't want to repent. They're gonna keep continuing to make harm.
Do you
right?
believe that non-human animals go to heaven?
Oof, good question. I don't know.
Okay, because
Very
he
good
also
question.
he want them all gone. The cattle, the sheep, the camels, and the
mm.
donkeys, the women, the children, and the infants. Right. So,
Mhm.
and this was a punishment. It says, "I will punish the Amalekites." Right. So the unaliving of the children was a punishment. That was not a sparing. If you wanted to spare them, you would have the Israelites adopt them into their own home, and now they become Israelites or whatever, right? And they won't remember any of the instance if they're infants, whatever. Okay, anyway, so like presumably what it means to be just is, you don't punish somebody for a crime they did not commit. God punished somebody for a crime they did not commit. Therefore, it follows that God is not just.
Well, it depends on. I mean, if you want to use biblical reasoning, right? Sparing or being just is about who enters the afterlife, after all. So, I mean, if God says, okay, you cannot unalive this child, if the intention is something good, okay, this child goes to heaven according to biblical faith, then I would say that is justified.
How is that? It says,
Okay,
okay,
so let me
let's
give you an
read. Let's
example.
read it. It says, "This is what the Lord Almighty says: I will punish the Amalekites for what they did to Israel when they waylaid them as they came from Egypt. Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them." It very clearly says, "Do not spare them." Right? Put to death men and women, children, and infants.
Yes. So when I talk about sparing, right, from a biblical perspective, okay, the end goal is the kingdom of heaven, right? That's the end goal, okay? So when you talk about spare, right, we are talking about two different things. What I mean is the innocent ones who will get unalived in the Amalek unalivings, they will go to heaven.
Do those children deserve to be unalived? Do they deserve that punishment?
I mean, I think it's so. In this context, I think what it's basically saying is we need to get the Amalekites out of here because
That
they're
doesn't answer
causing
the
too much
question.
harm.
Do
But
those children deserve that punishment?
No.
Okay.
But here's the thing. So it's easy to ask a direct question, okay? But let me ask you this: in World War II, do you know how many innocent Germans died bringing down Nazi Germany? 2 million died from the day U.S. set foot on Normandy to the collapse of the German Empire. 2 million innocent people died as a consequence of the war, right?
Yeah.
Do you talk about that? Hey, why don't we
Wait,
condemn
yeah,
the US
wait.
for
If
killing-
I'm sorry. If you're like the United States and you're a commander in the United States and you order the unaliving of an innocent German citizen who is
No,
not,
that was not the case.
yeah,
That was
we're
not the
talking
case.
about
Innocent
ordering. We're
people-
talking about. I'm sorry. We're not talking about casualties. We're not talking about things that happen because humans are imperfect and sometimes casualties happen, right? And we didn't intend for it. God is very clearly intending for these children specifically to be unalived. So, if you want to use that analogy, we can. We could say, listen, they're Nazis, right? And some of those Nazis in Nazi Germany, they have little infant 2-year-old babies, right? I want you, an American soldier, to go in and unalive those 2-year-old babies. You would absolutely say that that's wrong, even though their parents are completely batshit evil.
I want to make it abundantly clear the statistic you just used, though, was 2 million civilians. That doesn't mean that they were innocent.
2 million civilians died as consequence of bombing raids and so on. So yes, they were innocent. Not a civilian is someone who is not fighting, right?
Yeah, but
Someone
they
who
could have
is not a
still
soldier.
held those disgusting views, though people who turned in Jewish people or other people.
I mean,
sorry, they're guilty.
I would be very, very careful with that, and I get where you're coming from, Nanners, but Carbon made a very valid point. There is a huge difference between innocent and casualty. Yes, casualties unfortunately happen due to causes of war.
I'm not saying it's okay.
Innocent. No. I get you. But the comparison here would be a general, a 4-star general, or the commander-in-chief, or whatever it be, that while you're going through here, do not spare the 3-year-old that's still in their crib. Eliminate everyone. That is the direct comparison.
Fucking wild. Even
And-
Michael
and that
Myers,
wasn't happening.
Michael Myers even walked by the fucking kid and was like, you know what, nah. Fucking literally he didn't want to do it, but like I don't yeah, that's just psycho. But like if a commander did that and ordered that of American citizens, for American soldiers among German children, you would say that that's wrong, correct?
Yeah, I would, but the difference also is that since y'all don't believe in like biblical faith, right? The problem is that you think the end goal is to live right now. But if you look it through biblical, like from a biblical perspective, I mean, if these children are unalived and they are sent to heaven, that would be better than.
Can I
for
ask
example,
you?
my
I want to
faith
ask
right
you
now.
a very direct question. Is there
Go
any
ahead.
heinous act that is that can be committed that is in the Bible? Because there's multiple of them. There's slavery. There's rape. There's unalivement. Is there any of them that you won't jump through hoops and then say, "Oh, well, there's probably a good explanation because God was involved"?
I mean, I have a lot of experience from people criticizing the Bible, and every time they fail when I see a very
That
like a
doesn't answer
scholar.
my question.
I'm about to answer it. Have some
Then
patience.
answer it.
Yeah, I'm about to answer it. So I think it's not as simple as one answer. Okay, I think things have context, right? And a lot of
Okay.
times people pull out verses out of context,
So
which makes no sense.
answer my question.
Okay.
Is there
So
any
let's
heinous?
make it like more specific actually. Is there
Well, I was
anything
gonna
that
go
God
to the
could
great.
do? Yeah, because is there anything that if you read God did this, you would renounce your support of him?
I mean, if
Just think
if
of
the
something
context.
hypothetical.
Okay, so let's say God commanded all men on earth to go out and rape a woman. I would not believe that.
Only
I
all
would
men,
believe
but if it was if he commanded 50% of, oh shit, damn Grandmaster, holy shit.
That was so cool.
So okay, so if God commanded only 50% of men to go out and grape, then you would be fine with it. But if it has to be 100%,
Why are you talking about? Why this would never happen? So why you?
Doctor, I'll get to you in a second. I'll answer. Trust me, I will ask you the same question, since you want to answer it so well. But Kay, is it 100% or is it like what is it?
I mean, okay, so let's say we don't even have to talk percents. Let's take a grape, okay? Let's say God commands a grape. I mean, I view that.
Mans
or
or
I think-
condones?
yeah, I think everyone.
If he said, "Hey, man, you're allowed to grape this woman," that would make you renounce your support of him. Something like that, right?
I mean, here's the thing, though. Okay, so
Yes or
I
no?
think everyone. But let me make my argument.
Just answer the question.
So
I'm
Answer
not
the
asking for
question.
an
It's a
argument.
yes
I just
or
want you to
no.
answer the question.
But I don't know the context.
Okay, the context is okay. Let's just give the context. There is a man, right? Okay, and God says to that man, "You are allowed to have non-consensual sex with this woman. You can do it. It is permissible." That's the context. Would you renounce your support of him?
That's not enough context. I mean, for example, I can wait. I can give you an example. Okay, let's say there are two humans left.
Just
right?
let me. I'm very curious. Just
Yeah,
what
yeah,
is?
no, your mods are muting me. So let's say there are two humans left, right? A man and a woman.
Okay, all right. I
Humanity's
thought you
about
were gonna
die
do
out.
that. So no, humanity's not gonna die out. Now there's the
Okay.
context. It's just you're allowed to do it
Okay,
because
so God
you're
just
allowed
says-
to do it because you want to do it. You find the girl pretty or beautiful or something like that, and then God says because you
Okay.
find her pretty or beautiful, you can force her into a marriage and grape her.
Okay, so let's say let's say God said that to me today,
Mm-hmm.
right now. Okay, I would think that is very problematic. Yes.
Okay,
With the
but if he
context you have given.
but if he said it
But I
like
know you
2,000
pulled
years
it out.
ago, but if he said it 2,000 years ago, then you would be fine with it.
I mean, I know that you right now you have pulled out this from the Old Testament, right? That's
Yeah,
what.
so
you're
just to
doing
be
right
clear,
now.
just
I
to be
do.
clear, if you
That's why I'm
read,
asking about
so okay, so
context.
just to be clear, if you read in the Bible that he did this 2,000 years ago, then you would support
Mm-hmm.
it, correct? Is that a yes?
Not necessarily. It's about context, and I don't think you're giving me the full story right now. As for the Amaleks, you didn't give the context, right?
Yes, I did.
You only gave your point.
The context
I
is
read-
you're
I
allowed to
read
rape
God-
a woman as long as you pay this
Yeah.
father 50 silver and marry her. That's literally the context. There is no context where rape is okay. Even your hypothetical where you're the last two people on earth, if that woman says she does not want to sleep with you and humanity's going to die out, you still don't get to rape her. There is no context where rape is okay. What the fuck is wrong with you?
I mean, wait a minute. So if God tells us, okay, you have to rape her because humanity is going to die out, that
Nope.
would be a very
No.
different story.
Does she consent? No. Wait, so you would do it?
I mean, if God commended me to, if I
Okay,
was-
so you have a wait. So just to be clear, there's a 12-year-old girl, and God commands you to grape her. You would do it.
I can't wait till she's older. The fuck do
No,
I
you
do?
have
I
to.
need
You
go
have
on
to
a
do it
tour?
while she's 12. You would do it?
Probably not.
Bullshit.
Oh, but it's okay if she's a little older. That's what you're saying.
But I'm still I'm saying you're giving me hypotheticals.
This is what I'm sorry. I woke up from a fucking deep sleep to take a piss, and I walk in on this fucking bullshit. This is why I hate Christians, and I hate you in particular.
Damn.
You claim you have a fucking moral superiority over us, the atheist, and yet you will get on your knees and deep throat God for fucking anything, you disgusting, degenerate piece of shit. You will literally grape a fucking 12-year-old in the context of, oh, well, you know, the world might fucking end.
Didn't I just say Hey,
I'm
no.
gonna do it because it's the right thing to do because God says so. You're not a moral person. You're a fucking obedient person to a disgusting, degenerate piece of fucking shit of a God. And by the way, may God have mercy on your fucking soul, because if there is a God and this is the way this shit does happen, and if you're wrong about your fucking God, I hope you burn in hell.
Yeah, so
I mean,
not
you're
not
very
only did
hasty
not
right
only
now.
did it,
I don't know
I'm
why
sorry.
you're so
you
hostile.
you
You're
shut the
calling
fuck
me
up.
evil and you're
Yeah, both of
justifying
you are.
raping a 12-year-old, you sick fuck.
So
I
you're
said
right.
I
You
wouldn't
technically,
do it.
hey, shut the fuck up. So no, you're right. You
Y'all
technically said
are lying.
no, you wouldn't grape the 12-year-old. But you also said in that same sentence, oh, I can wait till she's older.
Yeah,
So
you
you're
groomer.
saying that you're more than happy to grape them as long as they're not 12 because your God commanded it. Go get fucked.
I would also add to that that you said if God commanded it, you would not obey because you thought it was wrong. So your morality and your standards don't come exclusively from divine revelation.
Can I answer without getting muted by the mods? Okay, so instead of using hypotheticals, if we're gonna have a productive discussion, give me verses from the Bible.
Yeah,
Give me the full
Deuteronomy
context.
21:10.
Okay.
It's not a hypothetical. It's not a hypothetical. God actually does
well,
allow a man to grape a woman.
okay, and what is the context?
And also, I'm pretty sure Mary was underage, so he probably graped her too. But nonetheless, in Deuteronomy 21:10, yeah, it says, when you go to war against your enemies, and the Lord your God delivers them into your hands, and you take captives, if you notice among the captives a beautiful woman, and you are attracted to her, you may take her as your wife. Bring her to your home, have her shave her head, trim her nails, and put aside the clothes that she was wearing when she was captured. After she has lived in your house and mourned her father and her mother for a full month, then you may go into her, and you may be her you may be her husband, and she shall be your wife.
Okay.
Yeah, that's great, right?
Not necessarily, but I don't think you.
I can't talk to this individual anymore. You need to have the
Christ, bro.
FBI look at your fucking hard drive. You are a gross individual, and
mean,
this alone, this is why people call out Christianity. I really don't have a problem with Christianity, but individuals that are so blind and will make any excuse in the sake for the sake of God, this is gross. You give a bad name to Christianity at every
No, I don't.
fucking
I don't
level.
understand. Like, so just to be clear, let me give you like an analogy. There's a woman's prison, right? And there's a male security guard. Actually, in this case, it would be the male dean, right? It's called a dean, right? The head of the prisons.
No,
What's it
warden.
called? Warden. Yeah, I'm thinking of college. Sorry. So the warden tells one of the women there, yeah, something like that. Tells one of the women there, you can come home, be my wife, and you won't be in prison anymore. And then now she does so. She says yes. She does so. She's now in the house, and then now that's the wife, and they're having, intercourse, right? Do you think that that is a consensual sexual relationship?
Not necessarily.
Oh, okay. So is that great?
I mean, yeah, it can be. It depends on the intentions from both sides.
Yeah.
I mean, if the female or if the women wants it genuinely, then it's not great. But
Yeah.
if it
So
is-
okay, this is coercive, right? Because he's literally saying you can get out of prison as long as you marry me. Not you can just get out of prison and then you have a choice of marrying me, because that's different, right? So the conditions are she gets out of prison and she has to marry him, right? That's what's going on there. Otherwise, she stays in prison, obviously, right? Okay, so that's not consensual, correct?
It depends on again.
Is that coercive? Yes or no?
I don't know what the word coercive means.
Coercive. You're giving an ultimatum in which the negation is going to have suffer some harm on the individual that you're making the offer to. So, for example, do this, otherwise do this or else.
Okay. Yeah, I follow.
Okay, so that's coercive, right?
Okay. Yeah.
And is
Yeah.
okay, and is
Yes.
coercive
Yes.
sex grape?
Yeah.
Okay, then you agree that God allows coercive sex for this particular woman in Deuteronomy
Okay.
21:10, which means God allowed for grape.
Okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah. I mean, I don't have any counter argument against that.
Well, I'm just saying because Demi asked you originally, and I more nailed. So like the question was if God allowed grape, right? That was the one thing that you said that would make you renounce your support of him. It seems like you don't have a counter
I mean,
argument to
not
that, so you're
necessarily. It's
justified
about
in it.
like context and other stuff.
Yeah, what?
Look,
This is why I said you're not a moral person. You're
but
a
you look. You have to be humble, okay? And you have to.
What the fuck do I have to be humble about someone trying to coerce another person into sex?
But okay.
What the fuck? Why the fuck would anyone? Oh, you need to be humble when it comes to grape.
Okay,
You gotta
calm
be
down,
humble.
calm down. You don't need
I
to be
need to
doing all
calm
that.
down, you disgusting fuck. I need to calm
You
down.
need to calm down, my
I'm
friend.
pretty
having
sure
a-
if anybody in their right mind would be having this conversation, they'd be just as upset as me because you're the one literally allowing for grape and not having a fucking problem with it.
I'm not saying that. I'm
Mu-
saying
oh my
that.
God.
But no, I'm not saying that. So if you look through history, right? Societies and all kind of stuff have been so different from what we live in today, right? I mean, through almost all the history, it's.
So that makes it
for fuck's
okay.
sake. I mean, wait a minute.
That
So-
makes it. Wait, no, stop. So
No,
the
not
all-knowing
necessarily.
God. No, shut the fuck up. So the
Look, stop
all-knowing
being so
God.
aggressive.
The
Why are you being
all-knowing
so
God.
aggressive?
Oh, I'm very aggressive. You should know who I am. The all-knowing God, who supposedly is also all good, who has a plan for everybody, gives a fuck what time of year it is? Are you serious? The all-knowing, all-good God gives a fuck what year it is. Gives a fuck about the context of the people. Hello?
Have you calmed down?
Oh no, this is oh fuck. Get the fuck out.
I'm actually really glad you showed up, Logic, because this is way too close to home, and I was about to lose my shit, and I was going to wake my husband up accidentally. What a heinous individual.
I don't think he actually knew what his position was. He just shifted to the argument.
You know what's so
and
funny?
Fell on context, right?
We were like he was in here.
and-
He was in here
Right,
during
and
the trans bathroom debate, and he was talking about, oh, well, trans people, they might go into the women's bathroom and grape someone. Didn't he say that? Wasn't that not him?
I'm pretty sure it was.
That was absolutely him.
I wasn't here. Wouldn't surprise me.
Crazy work.
He's just talking points from whatever he got. But what he admitted that so much of these TikTok religion debates, which I'm tired of most of them, are the idea of objective morality.
Why the fuck are you back? Go
Required-
away.
Wait, I want to say
required,
something to the host.
A theistic, non-human deity giving them the concept of right and wrong. That's what they define as objective morality.
Yeah.
And first of all, he admitted that it evolves over time in context. So the Bible can't be used as the source of absolute good and evil. And he also, at some point mentioned that he doesn't need to know exactly what is good and evil from the Bible if he has faith.
Yeah.
So,
right.
I mean, that's as subjective as it gets, apart from the idea that having faith in something that's unknowable is itself subjective.
Right. Well, David, thank you so much for coming up. I appreciate you, my man.
All right.
All right, take it easy.
Yep.
All right, I got one more debate, maybe two more debates left in me. So if you are a Christian, go ahead and hop on the guest request. We'd love to talk to you about biblical slavery. Also, I'm not fangirling. You are. Dr. Joshua Bowen. What's up? I have faith that Carmen loves me.
I'm going to bed. My Christian spider senses must have been tingling for a second. I felt it. I'm like, there's a Christian trying to justify grape. I need to wake up.
Just rises into the sky in the T-pose. Just...
Yeah, I'm going back to bed. Thank you all. Oh, Dr. Joshua Bowen, please follow me. I love you. Anyway. All right, good night, everybody. Love you all.
Good night, Roger.
You felt it in your giblets. It's crazy. All right, let's get some debates in here. Let's see if Kylie is a debate. Okay, somebody paid to kick you, so bye-bye. Kylie, can I get your age, please?
I'm 18, but I'm not opposition. I just have a question.
What's your question?
So, like, I always heard that, like, the Old Testament, like, doesn't apply. I'm just wondering, like, I don't know how to explain my question, but, like, is there anywhere in the New Testament where it talks about slavery or, like...
It talks about it. It doesn't condemn, it doesn't abolish it, though.
Okay. So, nowhere in the Bible does it, like, say slavery is wrong?
No. And in fact, I mean...
Well, for Israelites.
Yeah. Well, and in fact, Jesus reaffirms following old law, which would include the slavery law found in Leviticus. So, yeah.
Okay, well, that's all I was wondering. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good one. There's one where they were talking about, like, slave traders or something like that. Not slave traders. I haven't gotten that far in Dr. Joshua Bowen's book, Did the Old Testament endorse slavery? I didn't get that far to be able to look at that objection, so I hope nobody brings that up. I'm kidding.
Manners, I sent you something on Discord.
I've not come to abolish the old laws. Yeah. Hassan, can I get your age, please? You're muted. Can I get here? Gotcha. I send you out a request. There you go. What verse is the slavery and grape one? The sex slavery one. That's Deuteronomy 21:10. I think that's
Hello.
There you go,
Hello,
Hassan. How
Carmen.
you doing? Can I get your age, please?
How are you?
Hi, I'm doing fantabulous. Can I get your age, please?
My age is 30.
You said 13?
Yes.
Okay.
Those are-
You gotta be 18 to be on here, buddy. Have a good one.
Hey, Grandmaster, if you send me the gorilla, I will bring you up.
If you send me the gorilla, I will bring you up. Because if you send her the gorilla, she's gonna bring you up, and I'm gonna drop you. Okay.
And then I'll bring you back up. Here.
Well, I guess I'll just have to solve this problem.
Wait, how much do I
Grandmaster,
have?
you
I
can
got
send me another
27,000.
gorilla, and then both of them will drop me.
Or, better idea, instead of sending one of us a gorilla, split it in half. Give him something that's half of that, so 15K.
15,000.
And then me 15K.
Dude,
And
we
then
have
we're all even.
500 people watching right now. 50 people on Twitch. 60 people on YouTube. And not a single person wants to debate this topic. What are the odds, Patty? What are the odds?
Patricia?
Patty. I don't know. It was a betting website that Floyd Mayweather tried to prop up for his trying to get into UFC fighting, but it never panned out. Anyway, what are the
Hassan,
odds?
you have to be 18 to join TikTok Live.
Please.
Stop requesting.
Please stop requesting.
We don't talk to children. Goodbye.
I would love to see you on Thinkers Live. They've been on here, haven't they? Most slaves became slaves due to crime and debt.
Wow.
I mean, there's debt slavery, there's chattel slavery, there's sex slavery. So,
No, Grandmaster loves the best.
yeah.
Just
So
ask
Leviticus
my-
25 is talking about chattel slavery. Gregory, are you familiar with Leviticus 25:44?
Yeah, do you want to read it out?
Yeah.
How old are you, Gregory?
I'm in my 20s.
All right, Carbon, will you pull that up? I think I'm mentally exhausted from the last conversation. Individuals that want to say that, what are the conditions or whatever the heck, the circumstances or whatever it may be to condone rape? No, there's nothing.
Yeah, I'm on your big
to
screen.
do
Let's
that.
go.
Bayou, thank you for the $5 to drop Annie. I don't have any power to drop Annie, so that's not happening.
Wow,
All right,
Bayou.
Demi. You have a good one, okay?
You too, Nanners. Thank you for sharing the panel with me. And as always, W Grandmaster, thank you so much for your kindness. Bye, everyone.
All right, so Leviticus 25:44. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans, born in your country, and they will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property, and you can make them slaves for life. You must not rule over your fellow Israelites ruthlessly. That's chattel slavery.
Okay. And what was the context for that? Do you want to bring up context?
Yeah, I can read the context before it. Reading up to 39, it makes the distinguishing factor for who you're allowed to own as a slave versus not. So starting from there, if any of your fellow Israelites become poor and sell themselves to you, do not make them work as slaves. They are to be treated as hired workers or temporary residents among you. They are to work for the year, you into the year of Jubilee. Then they and their children are to be released, and they will go back to their own clans and to the property of their ancestors. Because the Israelites are my servants, whom I brought out of Egypt, they must not be sold as slaves. Do not rule over them ruthlessly, but fear your God. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves. That's the context.
Yeah, how are you supposed to treat them?
How are you supposed to treat your slaves?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're allowed to own them as property for life, and you can transfer them as property to their children.
But you can't beat them, right?
That was for the Israelite servants only. Those
Yeah.
are
But wait, I'm sorry. Wait, so you're saying slavery is good as long as you don't beat them? Is that the
No, I'm talking about how you treat them. So you're not supposed to beat them because you serve God.
is owning a person as a slave mistreatment?
But you're talking about different time, aren't you?
I'm gonna ask the question again.
Yeah, and you talk about a different time. It doesn't matter.
So okay, so owning somebody as a slave is wrong dependent on the culture.
No, you talk about the time.
Yeah, the
what they're doing
time
is
in
like
that culture, right?
1600s.
So your view that back then it was okay to own somebody for life as property, is that the view?
At the time, I'm assuming it was, yeah.
You're assuming that it was okay.
Yeah.
So why was it not okay to own them as Israelites? Why is it not okay for Israelites to be owned as slaves?
It depends.
That's not an answer to the question. Depends is not an answer. That's just...
It depends on the people who were doing what sins, how long they were sinning for, so on and so on.
Well, I mean, these are male. Like in this case, this is a slave trade that was occurring because they were buying them from other nations. It says from them you may buy slaves.
And the other nations were doing what?
What happened?
Which other nations? Bring up the other nations.
It says from the nations around you. That's the nations.
Yeah, but bring up which nations.
It doesn't say which nations.
Yeah, but what were they doing?
It doesn't say what they were doing. It says from your male and female slaves. I'm sorry. It says your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. From them you may buy slaves.
Yeah, so bring up the nations that were around.
So just to be clear, you're saying that it's okay to own a slave if it's from a nation.
Yeah, so
if
bring
it's
up the
from a
nations
one
that were around
particular.
them.
I don't know why you keep asking the same question.
Yeah, but it's for context. So bring up the nations that were around them.
Are you like an idiot? Like I'm asking you. I'm telling you the verse.
Are you
legitimate? Okay, I'm gonna start muting you. Okay, don't act like a 5-year-old. Okay, so I said in Leviticus 25:44, it explicitly does. It explicitly says, "Don't start crashing out now." I know that you're probably losing.
Gregory, don't crash out. I'd like to speak with you when.
He's gonna force quit. Okay, Gregory.
Gregory, don't crash out, man. Just don't be scared. It'll be okay.
Hey, don't be scared, but
okay.
Very
so
good.
Gregory.
Don't be scared.
the Dr. Bowen gentle parenting. I'm all for it.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gregory, just to be clear, when you're saying that there are other nations, why did you over talking me? When you're saying that there's like other nations, why does it matter what the nation is?
Which one? Answer the question. Which ones?
It says the nations around you. It doesn't say the names of the nations. Why does that matter?
Carbon, do you mind if I
Yeah,
If
go
I
ahead,
answer
Dr.
it
Josh.
for-
Go ahead.
Don't start running.
No, he's not. We're trying to
It seems like
be nice and keep you up here.
Yeah, it seems like you.
So, great. Ask me your question.
Yeah, which were the nations that were around?
So the nations that are described in places like Deuteronomy, that I suspect you're referring to, are the nations that are inside of Canaan proper. So the Amorites, the Girgashites, the Jebusites, the 7 nations that the Israelites were supposed to completely unalive.
Yeah, and which one of them were following God's law?
So I'm trying to understand why did you ask me to list out the nations?
Yeah, but who was following? God's
Are
law?
those the ones that you're referring to, Gregory?
I'm asking you who was following.
How?
None of them.
Gregory,
Wait,
Gregory.
no, don't, no, that's okay, Gregory. None of them were. Why would you ask me about
God's
them?
law.
How dare they not follow a religion they've never heard
Yes.
about? How
It's
dare
okay.
Yeah. Okay.
they follow their indigenous religion? How
So
dare
what were they doing?
Well, they were doing things like not worshiping Yahweh and worshiping other idols.
Okay. So they were worshipping pagans, right?
Yep.
Okay. So if they're not
So
following
what? Wait,
God's
Gregory.
law,
Now answer one of my. Hold on,
Yeah.
answer-
And they're
Gregory,
doing
answer-
things that are
Gregory.
constituted.
Gregory, now
answer one
Dr.
of my
Josh is going to
questions
ask you a
for
question
me.
real quick.
Yeah, because I think this is going to move this along. What were they supposed to do to all those nations?
It's not what they were supposed to do. It's a case of
No. What were they supposed to do to all those nations? Do you know what they were supposed to do to all those nations?
Right. This is. Can I answer without getting muted?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Okay. So the whole point I brought up that was about.
Well, that's
if
not
they're
answering the
following God's
question.
law-
What were they supposed
Yeah,
to
but
do, Gregory, to
well,
all
I'm
those
answering.
nations? Gregory, this is a really easy answer.
Joshua, do you have a brain?
I do. Yeah.
Oh, don't talk to Dr. Joshua like that. I will kick you so quick.
I don't give a fuck.
Yeah, it's okay, Gregory. Don't run. It's okay. Just
not
just
running.
answer the question. So, what were they supposed to do to all those nations? We can read it to you if you'd like.
Are you deaf?
He literally has a book on this, okay? So just answer the question,
waiting.
Gregory.
He's acting like this because he knows he got backed into a corner, so now he's floundering.
Yeah, so
Every
listen,
time I
Gregory. So Gregory, let me give you the rules for muting, so that way you don't get
Yeah, I
muted. Okay.
literally just keep getting muted.
Let me give you the rules for muting, so that way you don't get muted. Okay. Okay. So rule number 1: don't overtalk. It's rude. You'll get muted. Rule number 2: if direct questions are being asked of you and you don't answer it, then you will get muted. Okay. So right now, I'm gonna allow Dr. Josh to ask the question one more time, and then if you don't answer it, okay, you can run away. There you go.
Coward. You know you got backed into a fucking corner and you ran. You toaster.
He's a toaster.
It is always so funny, and thank you for having me. I'll drop back down. Let you guys get on with it. But like, it always tickles me when people come up and make this argument. Like, look how wicked the nations. Read Deuteronomy. You can say they can see how awful they are, what the terrible things. And you say, well, wait, but I don't understand. What were they supposed to do with these nations that you're referring to? Oh, well, I mean, like completely unalive them. Oh, well,
right.
I mean, so I don't understand if is that the group that you think that Leviticus 35 is referring to, the group that they're supposed to completely unalive? Those people they're supposed to also
That they're
take a slave?
buying slaves from?
Understand. God, it's so bizarre.
Hey, I know I'm supposed to like unalive you, but let's do a transaction first. There's some money. I'm just gonna unalive you after I've given you the money. Like, it's pretty funny.
It's what's so funny about it is that the best case scenario if you read Joshua 9, for example, you see the Gibeonites, and the Gibeonites are part of that group. I mean, you guys all know this, but they're the ones that have to like pretend to be from a faraway land, because those would be the ones that would not be unalive. And what was the result? They were subjected, once they had this treaty made with them, they were subjected to corvée labor in perpetuity. Even so, when you're like, when you're later into the Deuteronomistic history, you have people that were descendants of the Gibeonites who were fucking, carrying water and chopping wood for them. It's like, this is not, anyway, so sorry.
New guest, can I get your age, please?
I am 31.
Okay, are you a Christian?
No. I just wanted to come up and say thank you very much for what you do. And I also wanted to say thank you to Dr. Joshua. I am an African, and every time I hear people from non-African origins defend slavery, it sends shivers through my spine. And I just wanted to thank all of you here for the work that you do and dealing with these topics. I deal with it on my own as well, and to hear people from my own community think that this was a good thing, I don't know. I'm always dumbfounded. So thank you guys for how you are able to communicate with people out there talking about, because people didn't like your God, it's okay to.
Yeah.
I can't even continue that statement, but yeah, thank you very much for all of that.
Thank you for coming out.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Also, Grandmaster for the Flying Jet over to Dr. Joshua Bowen. Let's go.
Yeah.
By the way, Dr. Joshua Bowen, your stuff's very interesting. Or like because I usually I talk about the philosophical arguments for God, because I don't think any of them work, but your side of things is very interesting. I've never gotten into it, but God, there's just so much you have to know for that kind of stuff, and it's daunting. Yeah.
Buy it.
But
I'm halfway through.
Where can we buy it?
Yeah, where can we buy it, Dr. Josh?
You guys are very kind. I mean, it's anywhere. Can't believe I'm getting it. It's anywhere books are sold.
There you go.
it's on Amazon. But Megan has an Etsy shop where she'll send a copy out for people that don't want to buy it from Amazon, which makes sense to me. But I'm glad that there are people like you out there doing the philosophy side, because I know I've said this publicly before, but I remember Danny Phil talk. And we're pretty good friends, and he called me and was like, "All right, Josh, look, I'm gonna privately teach you some philosophy."
Oh yeah,
it did not last long.
you as engaging in those arguments, Dr. Joss, you would be like a juggernaut. Okay, in those debates,
you would be.
There would be, because what they do all the time is they'll give the argumentation. Sometimes with God arguments, you don't even need to bring up the Bible. It's just the logic of it. But sometimes, because you're so knowledgeable, you'll just be like, okay, you have this philosopher's God, but because of your understanding and your depth of the Bible, and especially the ancient Near East, right, you can just say, well, okay, I can accept your definition of God. It's just not the Christian God, because X and Y reasons.
It's interesting that you say that, because it's one of the things that I'm always puzzled about. I think it's is it the tag argument?
Oh my God.
There seems to be, but I think it's in more of them. Sorry.
Yeah.
Jump scared by the.
Sorry, I had to look out my window. Those things.
but there's always this sort of key component. And it seems like it's even for philosophers like William Lane Craig, I think, that they have this sort of key component that it's built into either God's commands or his nature, that he is good, and so there isn't something that God, at the bottom line, there isn't something that God could do that would be wrong, right, because everything that God does and everything God commands is good. But the problem is that the Old Testament just does not have that picture of God. The fact that Abraham says to Yahweh, certainly you won't destroy the righteous with the wicked. I mean, will not the judge of all the earth do what is right? The fact that Moses contends with Yahweh, the fact that Psalm 82 has God held up as the one that does right, but it's because he does right that he inherits the other nations. Obviously Yahweh, there's a standard outside of him that they hold him to. It's so weird to hear this. So yeah, I think I know what you mean when you say it's not the Christian God.
Yeah, and it's also like if you hear people running tag, sometimes what they'll do is they'll say things like, well, you have to like justify your metaphysics, right? Like, oh, I have this metaphysical story about this being that is able to grant me knowledge, and I also can have epistemic access because in the Bible, right, it says that like God has granted us XYZ knowledge and stuff like that of his nature. But like, you know, correct me if I'm wrong, but like I've never heard a verse in the Bible that says anything about how God is like non-spatiotemporal, right? Like you could say that like maybe there's evidence of or like you could say maybe there's evidence of, I mean, I don't know, maybe somewhere there's evidence in there of him like, you know, having powers that can manipulate it, I guess, but like never in there does it say anything about him like being a disembodied mind, I don't think. Or neither does it say like, hey, these are the laws of classical logic that you need to abide by, right? Or
Dark Dawkins will try to do that. He'll be like, well, listen, in the Bible, God says, I am that I am. That's him instantiating the law of identity. A equals A. It's like, I heard that, I was like, I'm sorry.
This is why I don't think I'll ever have to be bothered by having a conversation with him again, because there's no way he would say something like that.
I think I saw that. Is it on YouTube? I feel like I saw that.
This is
I think so.
5 years ago now. Yeah. But the thing is, like, I just, because I don't do philosophy at all, it's all he wants to talk to me about. And so that's what I say to him now. It's like, Darth, I'm happy to have a conversation with you, but we've talked for an hour and a half about your stuff, and we didn't really go anywhere. So we're kind of done with that. So what do you want to talk about in the Hebrew Bible?
You're right.
And he just says I'm childish, and then he runs away,
they can't. So. They really can't do that because it's always going to get into a meta conversation about what the tag defender does not want to do is for you and him to agree on what a text means, and now you're just interpreting, like, because now they have to get into, well, what's your hermeneutics? How do you know that that's the correct interpretation? Yada yada yada. They have to ask all these questions. They can't get into, well, okay, what it says in Leviticus 25:44 is your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, because now they're on your turf, right? So they have to stay out of that.
That's the second least favorite thing for them to do. The least favorite thing for them to do is to justify the first premise of the argument, because they can't.
Never. Yeah.
But this is the other thing that I find to be problematic, and it's pretty sneaky how they do it. Is when you start to talk about, when I hear people start to talk with them about a particular text, Carl, like you're saying, they'll say, well, are you doing an internal critique or not? But what they're saying, and maybe don't realize it, if I'm being charitable, is that what they're asking you is, are you doing an internal critique of my particular view, my interpretive framework of all of these texts? So what that could mean is that, well, I don't understand Leviticus 25, but that's all part of my interpretive framework, is me not understanding it. Right, so I believe that God is, an unembodied mind, right? It doesn't matter that the text doesn't say that, because my current level of understanding of the text leads me to this interpretive framework. So if you're doing a true internal critique of me, you have to adopt that view. Like, that seems to be what they're saying, and it's like, well, wait, I don't.
The way I try to do this too is like, because. Well, so the tag, they don't want to, like, they'll say nobody's an actual atheist. We actually believe that God exists, or something like that, or specifically the Christian God exists. And that's why we're able to be rational. But they're saying that if you're like an atheist or something like that, you can't be rational. So in that world, so they're just saying, like, they're always on this framework that you can't interpret things, yada, 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 if you were to be an atheist. But they're just saying it's not possible to be an atheist. You are a Christian who is pretending to be an atheist, and you're debating me. That's what they're saying. So the way I do it is I'm saying, okay, by your lights, you think that I believe that God exists. And so because your argument says that belief in God means you have to justify it, let's assume that I believe that God exists now. So now you agree that I'm interpreting this correctly, right? And so because I'm interpreting this correctly, it must be the case that it does mean that your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you. So as an internal critique on your view, it follows from that I'm interpreting the text correctly. And I haven't heard a really good rebuttal to that one yet.
I think it's just because you're dodging and obfuscating on my clear and circumspect questions. So
clear and circumspect, very clear.
Hello, host.
What's up?
Not much, my man. It's Yui, by the way, not you.
Yui. Are you a Christian, Yui?
Nah, I'm an atheist. I became one probably 2 weeks ago.
Oh, what did it for you?
Whoa.
So like I was a Muslim, and I always loved my faith. It's not that I didn't, but I realized that anytime I question it, I'm only questioning it emotionally. What I mean by that is, like, I'd find something that I find unsavory, but then I'd be able to convince myself through my emotions that I'm just looking at it the wrong way, right? And there's a better explanation. But then when I started looking at it objectively, when I told myself, Yui, how you feel has no relevance. Look at it for what it is. And I started really understanding and questioning it. Then I realized religion is just part of that big human flaw to wish for things that don't exist, like vampires, like werewolves, like witches, like relationships at work, like all kinds of things.
I think I see what you're saying. Okay.
Wait. Did you see, like...
So you believe the universe came from nothing?
So energy cannot be created or destroyed. Energy cannot be created or destroyed. The universe is eternal. Praise Lilith.
I'm sorry, mother. I had to say you could say for interrupting you.
No, my mama heart. I'm over here like doing some intense research and reading, and then this poor soul is just, man, we gotta find you some love.
I'm a sex worker. I get plenty of love.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Not gonna knock you. I don't think it's love, but I'm not gonna knock you.
But like, does someone take care of that heart?
Yeah.
Sorry?
Does someone take care of that heart and your brain?
I tell you what, them ladies be taking care of my pockets, which takes care of my heart, which makes me happy.
Alright.
You know what? Get it.
So was it a specific argument or something? Like with conversations or?
Just things like, yeah, I would have conversations. So I'd go speak to people that had more knowledge than me, and I'd be hoping that the question I'd have, they'd give me a proper answer to, but they'd constantly give me apologetic and convenient answers.
Was it like are these like atheists that are on TikTok? We might know them. Was it Jack?
No, I'm talking about when I was debating with Moses.
Oh, okay, I see.
Don't you remember me from last time?
Bro.
Now,
how are you even a Christian? You're still connected to the umbilical cord.
Did she drop the N-bomb?
No.
He tried. I go faster. Speaking of taking money from men, hey guys. I gotta do my
my
thing.
clients are all women.
I know, but there's someone in the comments saying something about taking money from men, so
all right, thank you for that up. I appreciate you, man.
No,
if anyone wants to donate to me,
hey.
Oh,
sorry, I didn't know you were still talking. Sorry, you can go back up and finish if it was important. Sorry.
But anywho, if y'all want to send money, we're still trying to raise money to get my kiddo's inhaler. That's a pretty spendy thing. So if anyone wants to donate, I'm going to throw out my cash. CA.
I just wanted to say sorry. Like I'll go, but I just wanted to quickly say, I see your lives very often, brother, and I love how much you stand up for human rights and how much you speak up for it all the time. The way you speak up for marginalized communities like the queer people and other people who are being bullied and mistreated, man, keep it up. There are people watching you that absolutely love your work, brother. Much respect.
Thank you so much. I appreciate you.
No worries, bro. I appreciate you too.
You have a good one. Thanks a lot.
You too.
See you, man.
Peace out, Obi.
Yes, to the commenters, I am absolutely grifting because insurance sucks in the United States, and we got to do what we got to do to make sure our kids get what they need. I did not ask for the situation where my kid requires 2 inhalers a month, but here we are, and the insurance is only covering 1. So mama's got to do what mama's got to do.
There you go. All right, if you disagree with the background, I would love to talk to you. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Everybody else keep tapping that screen. Let's get on up to 50,000 likes. We are at 36.4. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Keep it sharing. The more shares, the more likes, the more opposition we can get it out to. And we can get, I got like 2 more debates in me before I kind of like pass out. So, yeah, let's do it. Let's do it.
Yeah, we can get those likes up, though. Come on, guys. 37K, that's pathetic. 100K now.
Yeah, why does Jolly only have 25? What's going on here?
It's okay. I just
no, it's not okay.
No.
Kidding.
No, you must have at least 1K.
Yeah, you have to be. You have to have. Yeah, you have to have at least 1K to be on my stream. Yeah, I'm kidding.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Randy, let's get Randy up in here. Randy says, "Carbon, the most ignorant live." Let's get you up here. Send a request, buddy. Come on, don't be scared.
Thank you, Ella. I think it was. I'm gonna just say the first letter of your name, H, for the $6. Appreciate you much.
$6.66.
Appreciate it. No, just 6.
Jolly uses big words. Yeah, Jolly's like, what's Jolly? Like,
yeah.
What's halfway between, like, a Philbro and like a regular debater? What's halfway between? Is there a name for that?
A demi-Philbro.
Demi-Philbro. Wait, are they called Phil Sisses? Phil Sis? Or are they still called Phil Bros? Just a Phil? Phil Bro?
Phil Bro.
Just Phil. There you go, just Phil. Phil Bra.
You
Phil Bra. From California, Phil Bra. Phil Gals. Oh, Phil Gals. I like Phil Gals.
Thank you, Collie Z. Appreciate you for the $5. Appreciate you.
W. Collie. Phil, dude. Phil Brad. Yeah, keep tapping the screen. Thank you so much. Listen, we got Dr. Joshua Bowen, who is on the panel tapping more than you guys right now. What's going on here? Okay.
He's responsible for like half the
Can you guys, can you see that?
Yeah, well, it says it at the bottom. It'll be like, this person tapped. Now it's born custom liking. Yeah.
Oh, cool. I think I just hit 1,000.
Yeah, there are like tools, Tickfinity. You can, like, the top gifters or the top likers or something like that get shown. I don't use it because it's like too much on my screen. I can't tap. I got a pack.
Thank you for the $12.
Does Dr. Joshua Bowen, does he or do you have any like other works about any other topics besides this one?
Yeah, I think I have seven books out now. So I've got a Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian series. The first volume is going to get published this year, and the other 2 are written. They'll be published next year and the year after. But
you
I've
really
got a book
not
on
have
Learn to
ADHD, do you?
I don't.
Because I'm
Megan
still
does.
working on a single fiction book, and I can't finish it.
Yeah. Megan has it, and I think all 5 of our kids have it, and I am just so sorry.
Oh, it was a recessive.
Oh my God, Megan is like the most brilliant. If you guys don't know, Megan was from the Misquoting Jesus podcast, and she is so brilliant. And you watch her when she actually gets that, that spark, that drive to do a particular thing, because she sews the most amazing stuff, and but she'll just sit in there for weeks,
Right.
just so.
Yeah, the deep dives. Yeah.
Yeah, and she said she got up one day and she said, "I'm going to build a library." It's like, oh, you mean like buy some more books? And she said, no. I'm going to take all the books out of there, and then I'm going to take this room and convert it into a library. So I'm going to build shelves here, Josh. Like I'm going to build these, extender boxes that go up to the top once you get to the top of the shelves, and then I'm going to pull this floor. I'm going to put a hardwood floor down. I'll get that rolling ladder, and I'll put that. And I was like, okay. And like 2 weeks later, boom, new library.
Wow.
She learned how to put hardwood flooring down. Like she did all this research into different types of hardwood. We ended up with like hickory or something. And I was like, oh, all right. She went out and bought the little hammer thing that shoots the staples down into it. I was like, got an air compressor in there. I came in there at one point and was like, hey, she went upstairs to take care of something. Let me help. I'll put a couple of boards down. So I put a couple of hardwood boards down. She came downstairs and she was like, what happened here?
Yeah, it's
Like,
a
I'm
gift and a
just
curse
helping out.
sometimes.
She's
Yeah,
like,
it's just
God.
yeah, this
She had to rip the
hyperfixation.
boards out that I put down. It was so funny. Anyway, go ahead.
I learned about like I don't know, you just get like these fixations. It's weird. Like I think my most recent one was octopus. Like how they are, some of them are able to like was it octopi? Yeah, how they're able to, is it octopi? Is that the plural? Yeah.
Yeah, it's octopi.
Octopi, yeah. Mongoose. Yeah, so see, like researching for like a week, like all the complex intricacies on how they're able to camouflage, like the way that their skin pigment works, how it's connected to their brains, their multiple different brains, and then like looking at all these studies and then trying to find the PDF of the study and then reading the study and then like taking notes and going through an entire week. Is it mongooses? I thought it was mongoose, because if it's goose and a geese, sorry, ADHD. So yeah, so it's yeah, it's a gift and a curse.
Yeah, it's it's almost like the octopus is just like so complex. It's just like it's almost like somebody really smart. Yeah, just like somebody really smart. I'm just saying, just putting it out there.
I hate it for her because I mean when that that flame or whatever, I guess it's called, that passion, turns toward academic stuff. I mean, holy shit, she's like, it's just, I don't know, it's amazing the work that she produces. She's got a series that she's putting out now on YouTube. She started texting me the other day these little short, these little videos that she was recording. She recorded like 30 of them. It's called Dial a Deity. And she does research on a particular Mesopotamian deity, and then she pretends to be like a phone operator, and she says, "Thank you for calling Dial a Deity. How may I direct your prayer?" And then the person's like, "Oh, I want to talk to somebody about my baby's getting ready to be born, and I want to make sure that it's healthy or something." "Oh, you want to be connected to such and such deity?" But she like 30 of them. Kept getting these texts, and I was like, "Oh, okay, all right. Well, I mean, I know what you're doing."
Yeah.
Anyway, she's awesome.
That's. Are you starting to see it in your kids too?
Oh my God. Yeah, we have. So I have 2 4-year-olds, a 7-year-old, a 12-year-old, and an 18-year-old. And like the 7-year-old, I mean, he just can't sit. But just, I gotta even. He'll sit at the dinner table, and you just every 10 seconds, buddy, don't lean back in your chair. Buddy, don't lean back in your chair. Buddy, don't lean back in your chair. Oliver, don't lean back in your chair. Or so eventually, he'll be dancing around with a mouthful of food, kind of spinning. I'm like, what are you doing? Yeah, he's brilliant. It's like his mom. But sorry, Jolly, to answer your question, I've got Megan and I co-wrote Learn to Read Ancient Sumerian, an introduction for complete beginners. There's 2 volumes of that. I published my dissertation, Learning to Pray in a Dead Language, Education and Invocation in Ancient Sumerian. I wrote volumes 1 and 2 of the Atheist Handbook to the Old Testament, and then
Octopi.
I feel like I'm missing something, and then I've got the first and second editions of To the Old Testament Endorsed Slavery.
Wow.
But if you go to Amazon and type in Joshua Bowen, they'll all come up. But anyway, yeah, sorry.
No, yeah, that's all. That's awesome. What the Atheist Handbook sounds interesting. Like, what's the what's the general sort of idea surrounding that?
Yeah, it was basically for atheists and skeptics that do this sort of thing where they have debates and discussions with Christian apologists about the biblical texts. So there are 3 introductory chapters in each volume about like the history of the ancient Near East. So like the first one's about Mesopotamian history, the second one is about Egyptian history. The third book that I'm working on now does history of Israel, Judah. And then there's a section that talks about what the actual narrative of the Hebrew Bible is. So taking out all of the like tabernacle rules and Levitical laws and those things, it just tells the narrative. And then there's a chapter on archaeology, and the third chapter is always an archaeology chapter. So like how archaeology works and some test cases for it. But then the meat of the book are 4 chapters that are hot button issues in these types of discussions. So I won't be able to remember them, but like the first book has slavery, Ezekiel 26 and the failed prophecy of Tyre. Did Moses write the Pentateuch? There's always a 4th one that I forget. But and then there's like in the second volume there's like rape and adultery laws, doing a comparative analysis of the ancient Near East and the Hebrew Bible. Did the Old Testament plagiarize from ancient Near Eastern mythology? Stuff like that.
Oh, that one's interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would love to see that.
Yeah. I go through, it focuses primarily as a test case on Genesis 1 through 11 in the primeval history, and just showing how intertextuality works and what Genesis 1 through 11 is doing with things like Atrahasis or the Epic of Gilgamesh or other texts like that. So
when I have kids, I'm gonna read that as a bedtime story for them.
Oh my god. Hey, I got a place you can put your kids.
Oh my god.
My mouth.
What was I about to say?
I'm so sorry, Dr. Joshua. You deserve better than that. I'm so sorry.
She makes these comments
not
to
over
me.
here trying to figure out what it means. That's not me.
She makes these comments to me.
I'm sorry. I am madly in lust with Bradley. Okay.
Oh my god.
Not in front of him.
Jesus Christ. Oh my god. Let me get this person up here, Pink Pig. They said the host is such a black homosexual. This is so cool and progressive. Let's get you on up here. I love to talk to you.
Wow.
Let me pick your brain a little bit.
Okay.
Oh my god. You know that clip earlier of what was that guy? It was like 50 something when we were running the lesbian topic, and he was just like this stuff that he was saying like about whether it was wrong, and then I was like, because I like shifted my chair. He's like, "You're wiggling your butt." I'm like, "Oh, you like that?"
That was so funny.
I'm like, "Why are you like talking about my emotion? Why you not?" I gotta upload that clip. That was so funny.
My mama bear was coming out. I'm so glad you didn't bring that because I was about to go ham on that dude. That was pissing me off. Just the pure ableism happening there. Like, leave him alone.
Yeah,
Jesus Christ!
I cannot sit still.
Who absolutely used the wooden spoon on his ADHD children because they wouldn't stop wiggling.
Yeah.
With
Like,
thousands.
what did I say? I was like, what did I say? Yeah, he was like, what are you, he's like, are you into men? I'm like, I mean, it's up to you if you're in for it. Like, I'm down, daddy. I was like, oh, that's going on the clips. That was funny. He was so mad too. I'm like, don't
Also,
come up
to
here and
the
be homophobic,
comment-
alright?
The dude in the comments who's all bent out of shape about my comments towards Carbon, 90% of my comments come from my husband. Thank you very much. So
Is that an offer? Yeah. I was like, are you offering?
I'm not actually this funny in real life. These are things that are my husband's comments. So he cuddles the Carbon body pillow more than I do.
Oh yeah, they do have a voodoo doll of me. I was wondering what that feeling was when I was asleep.
Yeah, those tingles, that was us.
All right. If you do want to debate, I'm gonna clear out the guest request. If you do want to debate, go and hop on the guest request. We'd love to have you in here. I'm not sure where everybody's at. It's only like 400 people. It's like no requests. That is very odd. I think half these people are asleep. That's probably why.
Also, again, Dr. Joshua, I'm so sorry for my behavior. Please forgive me.
No, definitely nothing to apologize for. I think it's hilarious.
Sorry, there, period. You're an insecure little man who doesn't understand what a healthy relationship looks like and like trust and funny haha.
Okay. This Hassan person, you're like freaking 13. You join my guest request again, I'm blocking you. Go to school. What are you doing? Get out of my guest requests. You have to be 18 or older. All right, I'm gonna start inviting some of these.
For I have sinned is a wild work. I try.
Oh, forgive me, Dr. Robinson.
I'd love to know why this guy is so like butthurt. Are you sad and alone in your mom's basement and jealous that I have a man who pays my bills and also get the attention of all the other men? Are you jealous? Is the problem you want the men to pay attention to you?
Got you.
I'm sorry,
I'll
but
pay attention to you. Don't worry. I'll pay attention to you. Period. Is that the name? Is their name actually just period? Username 11R7. What is that in your freaking? Is that a fish?
Yes, it is. It's always a dude with a fish.
It's always, every time.
Thank you, Raven. I appreciate you so much.
What's the common objection to the slave trader when it says in the New Testament, neither slave traders? What is that one? I forgot what that one was about.
Yeah, it's in 1 Timothy 1, 9 and 10. So the Greek word there, sorry, I'm sitting down here on my couch. I think it's andropodostaes.
So what is it? Okay, so it says, we know that the law is good if one uses it properly. We also know that the law is made not for the righteous, but for lawbreakers and rebels, the ungodly and sinful, the holy and irreligious, for those who unalive their fathers and their mothers, for murderers, for the sexually immoral, for those practicing the effeminate, for slave traders and liars and perjurers. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, so the word andropodostaes there, it's in the plural. I think it's andropodostai, but it basically means someone who illegally procures people to reduce them to the status of slavery in order to sell them. It's pretty close to Exodus 21:16, right? But that's the whole point of it. It's not saying anybody that owns a slave. It's saying anybody that like illegally
kidnapper
acquires slaves.
Manstealer.
Yeah, that's the idea.
Andropodostaes.
So it's like So it's sort of like somebody that is a car salesman that can't get any cars in stock, and so he goes out and steals a bunch of cars so that he can bring one to his lot and sell them. Right? That's sort of like what the equivalent would be. So and the thing that's really telling about that is the New Testament's not the only place that condemns that act, right? So like you have, I put them in the book somewhere, I can't remember, but like you have other vice lists. Well, but you have other vice lists from the period.
Oh, okay.
In the Greco-Roman world that condemn the practice, so it's not like it's something novel there.
Okay. Yeah, and then you can always just cite, well, listen, like, I'm pretty sure you can cite a law from the colonial South that would say, hey, you can't steal another owner's, like, property, right? Like, you know, because that would technically,
You're not allowed to steal shit. I mean, it's you know, if nothing, it's you can't steal other people's property. That's but that's not. So it's not really the flex.
Yeah, I saw. I
that they think
I
it
tried out
is.
my little like game on somebody. I think it was yesterday or it was the day before yesterday. But I made them guess whether the law was a colonial South law or whether it was a Bible law, and I mean, they
Damn.
supported it, and it turned out to be a colonial South law.
Yikes.
So that didn't work out well for them. Yeah.
No, definitely not.
Yeah.
And really, you know, I'm noticing this more and more. Galatians 3:28, you know, the one that people when they refer to
Male
New
is
Testament
male,
text,
yeah.
they always cite that one. That one, the more I think about it, the worse that is for them to quote, because it's a
Gender,
text that, well, I mean, but it essentially says, don't the distinction that matters is, or the status that matters is not the one on earth. The one that matters is the one in heaven, right? The spiritual one. Which the upshot of that is, stay like it's. If everybody went by that, there wouldn't be like any desire for abolition, because it would be like, well, this distinction doesn't matter. The social institution of slavery, just it's not a big deal, because the one that matters is it's the
You're going to
message
heaven
that a
anyway,
master would
so
love.
Just
Yeah,
pick
yeah,
that cotton, boy, because you're going to heaven anyway.
Exactly.
Yeah, something like that.
Gosh, it's crazy. That's
Yeah.
pretty bad. Yeah.
That's why they have like the slave Bible, which is in the African American Museum.
I hate to do this, but I've got to drop down because I have to get
You're
get
fine.
ready to head
Yeah, come
out,
up
but,
whenever you need to, whenever you
I'll-
want to. It's fine.
I really appreciate that, Carmen, and guys, I really appreciate you for all the kind words. It was a lot of fun.
Yeah, absolutely. You have a great one.
Yeah. All right. Thanks. You too.
Again, sorry for
Talk to
my
you sometime
depravity.
soon.
No, you were perfect. I appreciate it.
Love you, Josh. Appreciate you.
Nice to meet you.
Manners, they say they won't debate a witch.
Coward.
I want to
How
do
he's
one.
backpedaling now, and like, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to disrespect. No, you got caught up, and you're like feeling a certain type of way because no one agreed with you. You thought people would agree with you coming at me, but guess what? You in the wrong area, because this is a very mommy friendly zone. Thank you.
I mean, thank you for the heart, man.
Everyone likes mommy.
I want one problem of evil debate before I go to sleep, so let's just get one in here and then we'll call it a night. Does that debate green look a little washed out to you?
A little bit.
Yeah. I don't like that. It's not okay. I'm have to redo that. Anyway, yeah, if you're a Christian, tell me why your God allows this. Or, I mean, I guess you don't have to be a Christian. If you have a God that is all powerful, all knowing, and all good, why does he allow this? Hit me up. Let's go. Free will. You just don't know. Soul building. The Odyssey #1. The Odyssey #2.
I'm gonna say one last thing and I'm gonna drop it. But period, no one cares about your shitty opinions based out of your insecurities that you are projecting out onto other people. Go do the inner work for why you have these insecurities that you feel the need to project onto me. You feel insecure that a woman is confident enough to flirt with a man in a funny, haha, friendly way. You think that that's a threat somehow to my man. But like, that's because you feel a certain type of way because you feel invalidated by your own insecurities. Do the inner work and grow the hell up. Word up to damn self. Anyways, tip your favorite mod, folks. I love you all.
Damn.
All right. Anybody got an answer to this? All right, I'm taking this gorilla off. This Grandmaster ain't with it. Okay.
Hey, Grandmaster said
He
he's
did.
gorilla.
He
right
did
now.
give the diamond gun though, so that was pretty cool. Okay.
Grandmaster, come on now. I'll bring you up.
I don't think he's here anymore. Is he?
No, he's not.
I'm at 28,000.
Did he go to bed? Hold on.
And Jolly only has 27. You got 2 extra coins since I last said it. I was like, hey, 25,000. Or 25. That's crazy. Let's get
I
Jolly up to
appreciate all the
1K.
coins I can get.
I already tipped you, Nanners, and now I'm out of coins. Alright, I'm muting
Hydro,
this
I
guy.
already
He's
told you
annoying.
you were excused.
Carbon, do you think
Bye-bye,
it'd be funny?
period.
Do you think it'd be funny if I played devil's advocate against Dr. Joshua Bowen and just got absolutely destroyed for
Yeah,
fun?
it'd be like, you're wrong, you're incorrect. The context.
No,
It
that would
was
be a fun game.
just
to
so
play, not gonna
funny
lie.
because like he was on Forest Live, and then there was like a Christian that came up, and he was just telling him about like the ancient Near East, and then this guy was like, "You're stupid, you're uneducated, you don't know anything." I was like, "Do you know who you're talking to?"
Yeah, bro.
It's just like insane.
I would be so fucked.
Like I did that one time, but like I was actually right though. So there was this a guy who's like a master or whatever in like artificial intelligence. He was on Twitter and I was responding to him. But his argument was that what these large language models are doing is they're not reasoning, right? It's not true reasoning, right? And so I'm like, he's like, it's a form of reasoning, but it's not true reasoning. I'm like, well, that's just equivocating. Right, and I'm just like, I'm not questioning like your background. I'm just saying that the way that you phrased it is an equivocation. You know, and I'm like, yeah, but then like and then we started getting to the arguments. I'm like, well, I mean, like if that's the case, like you can just call it schmeasoning, right? Humans reason, and large language models like ChatGPT schmeason. Right, but like in 2 years, schmeasoning gets you like novel Nobel prizes for reasoning. Only sometimes, very rarely, gets you Nobel prizes. Like I'd rather be a schmeasoner than a reasoner. I don't. Anyway,
Yeah.
Pierre, can I get your age?
27.
I had no idea what you just said, man. You're like really low.
20. My bad. 27.
Oh, okay, what's your answer to the question?
What is God like this? Because to God doesn't meet the human constructs, so this wouldn't be considered bad in
He
God's
doesn't
realm.
meet the human constructs for morality,
Yeah,
so he doesn't have to do good things.
it's not considered good things. Well,
What's not?
like to even label God as good or bad, it's like you're minimizing God's ultimate power.
Oh, okay.
That's
Well,
a
I'm
human-
sorry. This argument is geared towards people who believe that God is a good person.
That doesn't mean that I can believe that God is a good, but like logically speaking, it's not accurate to like the framework of trying to say God is good.
Mhm.
He doesn't meet that prerequisite because God is.
So it's a false statement that God is good.
Yeah,
It's okay. So God is not good. But why'd you say he was a good person?
God is not good. God is not bad.
So God is just like amoral. Like he doesn't really care about what people ought or ought not do or anything like that. Just kind of like a robot.
No. For him telling what we should do or what we shouldn't do is completely different from what he abides by. He doesn't go by the same laws and rules that
So
we
there are
do.
two different standards of what the good is. Are you saying that when God does an action, is that action good?
No, it's just
It just is.
it's just a
Okay, so in virtue of what, if he tells us to do an action, do you believe that that's good? Like us
Yeah,
doing that
'cause-
action. Yeah, in virtue of
Yeah,
what, why would it
and
be
the
good
hu-
for us to do that?
yeah, in the human realm, yeah, because he's the creator.
Okay, so you're saying if you're the creator and that creator commands X, then it's good to do X.
Yeah.
Well, what's the argument for that?
That's just the argument. It's a
That's a claim. What's the argument for it? And you
yeah.
have
If
any
you
justification
believe
for it?
if you believe in God,
Mm-hmm.
anything He tells you to do would be considered good because that's your belief system.
Well, that's the claim. I'm asking you, do you have justification for the claim?
justification that we should follow what God is saying?
Yeah, like, and why does being a creator and commanding something make following that command good?
Outside of like just saying that it's depicted upon.
Yeah, but like, why can't somebody
it's
say, like, the creator creates the creation, and what the creation tells the creator, that's what the creator ought to do? Why can't somebody just do the inverse?
The creation doesn't tell the creator anything. We just receive.
I can. So if I say, God, give me $1 million right now, and I say, well, the reason why he ought to do it is because I'm the creation and he's the creator, right? You wouldn't accept that because that's just a claim. I need inferences that lead to that claim, right?
No, it just the way I see it, I don't see it as speaking to God as a conversation. I just see it as a one-way direct, like imagine speaking to a infant, or trying to command an infant to do things, right? That infant can't communicate with you verbally, or you're not going to be able to comprehend the same way the infant will be. You could point, you could direct it, you could lead it, XYZ, but that infant can't do much to you.
Yeah, okay. So
Does that make sense?
Yeah, but you can create an infant, right? And there are some things that you would say that an infant should not do, even if you tell that infant to do it, right? So there seems to be some standard independent of whether you are the creator of a being or you're not a creator of the being. That's all I'm saying.
Maybe this is a bad analogy. I'm looking at it like a game, right? If you develop a game and the characters are doing such and such, you could communicate with the characters, but the characters can't communicate with you. They're only doing what they were made to do, if that makes sense.
That's just descriptive, but doesn't tell me what they should do, right? When we're talking about ethics, we're talking about what we should do.
They're doing what they're programmed to do.
Yeah, but like they don't have okay, so they don't have. If they're not moral agents, then there's nothing that they ought to do, right? They're just doing what they're programmed to do, like you said. But if they are moral agents, right, then it is the case that there's something that they ought to do and there's things that they ought not do, right? And what I'm asking for is like an argument to support why creating these characters, if they are moral agents, right, why they ought to do what you say, just because by virtue of the fact that you've created them.
Well, I don't believe in, like, I do believe in God, but I don't believe in the concept of free will, because it's kind of like, I kind of challenge my own point of views with this, because it's like, there's no free will in heaven. You can't have free will if you're being influenced by negative things to do good things. That takes the whole concept of free will out of it. You know what I mean? So it's like, it's a constant battle.
When God sees things like this, does he have the position that these things should not occur?
No, it already happened.
Well, like, it already happened, but he doesn't take the position that it should not have happened.
No, because like the way I view God is like, God has destined us to do these things already. He destined there's going to be another mass unaliving in a school somewhere.
So you believe that if there's a mass living in a school, or a child has been abducted and abused, right? Those are things that should have happened because God has ordained them to happen.
That should happen? No. I'm not saying it should happen. That's a whole different.
When God ordains something to happen, should it happen?
It already happened.
Well, I'm saying if God sets in motion, like let's say before
the
creation,
concept of if it should happen is out the window, because God has already.
God has preferred one state of affairs over other states of affairs, correct?
I don't know what you have to break that down. I don't know. What
yeah, so the situation in which there is a school pupewing, and the situation in which there's not, he prefers, right? So for some reason, like he picks out one state of affairs over the other, right?
No, I don't think it's like a.
You said he ordains it.
I don't think he like. I don't think he like picks and choose things to happen. I think it just happens.
Okay,
we're trying to use.
does he think?
The reason why
it seems like
the reason why we're
talking
not
about God
actually
is
like
not a mind.
the reason why we're having like such a hard time like trying to actually like apply this to God is because like we're trying to use human concepts and apply it to God.
Right. Okay. Let
for
me
which
ask you
we
this: do you think
understand it.
God has like? Do you think he thinks?
No, I don't think God is a he. We just assume.
All right. I think you're an
What's a
atheist.
non-human concept?
So what's
Well,
a
what's
non-human
like a-
concept?
Well, I just mean like, because you said like you're trying to use human concepts to like describe God.
Yeah, like
I'm just sort of wondering like
human
how do you get out of-
attributes. Like we're trying to prescribe attributes to God. Like he's going to choose this, or like God doesn't. God just creates. Like
Wait.
his main duty is to create.
Okay, let's get super linear. Let's get, if I may, Carbon. Okay, so what are the properties of the deity that you believe in? Just give me the properties. That's all I need. And by properties, I mean like the traits. Like I had blue eyes. I'm 6'1". I had small calves. Like these are traits.
That's going to be
that-
hard to do because.
Oh my god.
So you don't know the properties of your God. Wait. So.
Just creation.
I mean,
like that's the only thing. Like
just
just
creation. Was it intentional?
Creation and being everywhere all at once.
Did God prefer a state of creation over a state of non-creation?
I don't even know how to answer that. Like,
Yeah, you're an atheist.
How am I an atheist?
Yeah, like because
Does
you
God
don't
have
even
a-
believe that in most senses of a mind, you don't even believe that God has the properties of a mind, which is just the agnostic or an atheist view, the creator of the view.
I feel like I don't know about that. I don't feel like that prescribes me to be an atheist.
What do you think? Okay, so a God, theism is just that there is an intelligent designer, or at least a being that exists that is intelligent, has a mind. Right?
Yeah, but okay, when you are you saying that God has a consciousness?
Well, I mean, there's something that it's maybe there's something that is to be like him, but nonetheless, there's there's deliberation and able to use the laws of logic to come to be able to make intentional states and become an agent, right? Because an agent is an entity that acts on the basis of reasons, right? You kind of need a mind for that, right?
See that me even saying that would just like debunk my whole claim. Like I don't think that even applies to God.
Yeah, I mean that's the atheist view. If you're just saying that there's a being that exists, it does not have a mind, it does not think, it's just like a primordial sludge that creates the universe, that's compatible with atheism.
Like, what would separate you from like saying, like an atheist saying, oh, there was like a metaphysical force that just was the first cause or whatever, right? It was like a pure, pure actuality or something, right? Like, what separates?
Just the fact, like I don't think there ever was a first cause. Like it'll be weird. It's weird to even like try to explain this because I feel like it's not gonna make sense. Because like the way I see it, I feel like there never was a beginning. There always was just God.
And by God, you mean what exactly?
The creator.
And by the creator, like you're not going to assign any like predicates or attributes to this creator?
No, because I feel like
okay, well, I don't know what to tell you.
Like even saying just the creator, there's limitations to a creator. You know what I mean? Like, I feel like there's no human concept to even that we can develop outside of the being that created everything.
Well, also, like, if you're not going to assign any like predicates or attributes to this like being, I'm not really sure how you came to the conclusion that like this is somehow more likely if you don't even know like what like attributes
that even exists.
You're just saying that this thing is.
How would you even, like, outside of being like creating a creator, like what attributes would you like prescribe to something like God? That doesn't make sense.
Like we can look at the traditional, right, and that it's just the case that there is an agent, right? That's one necessary property of God. He has the capacity to act, and act on the basis of reasons, right? Now, if you're just saying creation as in like cause and effect, like, you know, a rock falls down the hill and or a rock falls down like a mountainside and causes an avalanche, and you want to say that that rock created was the creator of that avalanche was a rock, right? Like, and that's what you want to say, that God is kind of like that rock.
That's not what I'm saying.
Okay, then what do you mean when you say creator? You mean intentional state, right?
Sure, I guess I feel like there's gonna be pushback, and like my whole claim is just gonna fall, because like the intention to create something on the basis of what? On the basis of following
his will, his desire. He has like some sort of desire to create a universe, right? A will. He deliberates a world in which he doesn't create, deliberates a world in which he does create, and prefers the world in which he does create, right? It's how a mind works. It's deliberation and reason and rationality.
I feel like that goes back to like the purpose. Like everyone has a different idea of what the purpose of existing is. Like I always grew up believing the purpose of existing is just to experience life, and then our internal slumber is all the great and traumatic memories that we hold within our own conscious.
Okay, that's completely separate topic. I just want, like, it just seems like you don't have a conceptualization of God that most people would call a coherent conceptualization. I don't know what it is that you're saying.
I would agree with that. I feel like it's very hard to.
Then you would just be agnostic to whether that thing exists. You'd just be like, oh, what? I don't even know if you can be agnostic to whether it exists, because there's no it to reference. Like, like it's just like you're talking about nothingness. It doesn't have properties. Like that's just what I take to be nothingness. A concept that has no properties.
Let's say I agree to the concept that God does create intentionally.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Okay. There's one property then. He has a mind. Okay.
What would be the follow-up question?
Well, listen, the problem of evil is going towards a particular kind of God with a particular set of properties, right? If you're just saying like, oh, he just has intentional states, but maybe he's not all powerful, right? Or maybe he doesn't know everything. Or maybe he's not all good or whatever, if you don't even think that he's good. Right. This argument isn't for you. It's for people who hold those set of beliefs about that kind of God, usually Christians, right? But if you have like this, you know.
Yeah, I'm not Christian, so.
Okay, Jessica, how old are you, Jessica?
11.
Oh. Who's this BTA individual? I smell a Phil, bro.
I'm not. I'm a good guy. I promise. I'm not a Phil.
No, that's okay. It's okay.
I mean, I can get Phil bro. It's fine. We can Phil bro for Phil bro, but I don't want to. I hate it. I hate it.
This is a Phil bro safe zone. You're fine.
Yeah, I'm based. No, I'm just kidding. But I am. But yeah, no, don't worry.
No, it's okay.
I told him about because he was like, I was like, what's your argument that you use? He says NTT. I was like, well, I mean, that's not gonna work against like somebody like Jack, who is a moral particularist and a moral sentimentalist. Right? It's just like you have the do not eat property or do eat property or something like that.
Well, Jack hates NTT anyways, right? But he thinks veganism is based, according to like his latest video with Monkey Boy. He thinks it's based. He just hates the name the trade argument. That's like his only. That's like his main contention.
Because if he's that conversation that you had with Ask Yourself, I'm pretty sure you've seen it, where Ask Yourself was trying to use the NTT against him, and Jack was like, everybody was trying to tell Ask Yourself, like, no, like that it does not work against a moral particularist, especially a moral sentimentalist.
Yeah, and I normally run NTT. Oh, sorry, no, my bad.
Yeah, you good. You good.
Like I normally run it. I run it against like people who say things like, "Oh, well, it's just tasty," and I'm like, "Okay, so like, what if like a baby was tasty?" Like, and then they're like, "No," and I'm like, "Okay, so what's the moral distinguishing factor between that?" Like, but like against Jack, one, I would never in my life debate Jack and Strike. He would mop the floor with me. But he's also been studying philosophy like 25 years. Probably longer. So I've been going like 3 months. So like, I just learned what moral anti-realism was like a month ago.
Jesus Christ.
What?
Just a month?
You're on your way.
Damn. All right. Well, hey, you're doing good.
I mean, I read the Phil papers like every day. It's like a hyperfixation of mine.
Good.
And then you'll start reading more and more, or like you'll listen to people more and more, and you'll realize that like everybody like has a different, like there's a huge debate of what counts as realism and anti-realism. And then like beforehand I knew what anti-realism meant, and now I'm just at this point I'm just like, dude,
And then after about a year, you'll figure out why most philosophers are nihilists.
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of understanding already. Like, it's like, holy shit, there's like so many. They're like, but what about this one singular instance? And it's like, fuck, I don't have an argument.
Yeah. There's like whole entire papers and just like attacking one singular argument, and you're like, fuck, I gotta read all those papers. And then like I love going out to like, because you do learn a lot more. Like there's a lot more knowledge that you have. So like there'll be like some Christian, they'll be hosting a live. I'll come onto the live. They're like, yeah, there's just no good arguments for atheism. I'm like, oh, really? So you've gone to this website, it's 212 arguments for atheism. You've gone through every single one of the 212 arguments. What's it called? Hold on. It's yeah, ex-apologists, 200 or so arguments for atheism. It's categorized by cosmological type arguments, ontological type arguments, arguments from order, dysteleological arguments, arguments from religion and religious experience, arguments from morality or moral psychology, arguments about the meaning of life, arguments from agency, reason, logic, abstract objects, arguments from nature. You've gone through every single one of those arguments, and you have refutations to every single one of I love it. And they have nothing to say. Yeah, they're all wrong. It can't be the case. Yeah, I bet.
Well, see, here's the thing, right? Here's the thing. So, we all know that presuppositionalism is like the best argument for theism, right?
Yeah,
so,
I love it.
If it is the case that I could just brute force God into existence and give no substantiation of the claim, and then make another claim, right, and tell you that you have to adopt my worldview in order to critique my worldview, but you can't because you're wrong. See, and that's the best argument because... Hang on. I'm trying to go back to the dark
say with a straight face.
Yeah. I'm trying to like lower my brain cell capacity to be able to like run the argument, but I can't.
Bet Russell has gone through everything. Bro, he couldn't even formulate. Bro, he needed what was his name? Amdir. He needed Amdir to help him with his argument. That shit was the most brutal shit I've ever seen.
Bro, I debated him, and he tried to compare currency and mathematics to like a 1-to-1 ratio, and I was like, what are you talking about? He was like, yeah, are you saying they're different? And I was like, yes, they are different. Yes, they are different. One of them they're a little bit different, Russell. And then he got mad and called me the R word, so we had to kick him off panel.
What is Nanners? Why do you keep saying Hemlock in the comment? What are you doing? Why is she talking about Hemlock? What is she saying? Just over and over.
I actually tried to like, because I was curious. I was like, maybe like if I talk to a precept and I just like, I won't ask for the argument for the first premise, and I'll just like see what they have to say about my worldview to see if like there's actually something substantive there. No, it wasn't. It was let's see, a couple of things they said. One of the things they said is that you have to justify your justification criteria or else it's false. And then I asked for the argument for that, and I wasn't able to get one, which is funny because if it is the case that they can't justify, they claim that you have to justify your justification criteria or else it's false, that just means that what they said is false, which is funny. The other thing is like, I mean, it doesn't really make like I could just say, well, I have apt true belief about my justification criteria such that I know it, right? That's my account of knowledge, apt true belief. So it's in the background, so therefore like I know it. Sure, I don't have to justify.
Them, like they're like, how can you provide an argument or whatever? without like God. I'm like, okay, well, let's assume the Christian worldview. It's just like the easiest way. Like, okay, let's assume the Christian worldview. So now we can justify logic. Now we can justify giving arguments. Okay, why does God allow evil? Right, so here's the argument. Now that Christianity's true and all this stuff, if Christianity's true, then yada yada yada, premise, therefore Christianity's false. Like, it's just real Phil bros know about Hemlock. Nanners.
That's a funny one. I think I did get somebody who actually did try to give an argument for the first premise, like the only precept ever did, and they just gave the argument from reason. You know that one?
No, I don't know the name.
Well, basically, it's well, the idea is that, like, if it is the case that all of your like faculties for reasoning are products of evolution, which is an unguided force or something, then therefore, like, it's not going to be guided towards truth. Well, number one, it's false that evolution is unguided, because it's obviously, at the very least, you have to say it's guided towards surviving long enough to reproduce. But then there's a hidden premise there, and it's that faculties that evolved to survive long enough to reproduce are not guided towards truth. And I've never heard a good defense of that premise. I don't think
say it again.
So like there's a hidden premise there, which is that faculties that came about to help you survive long enough to reproduce are not guided towards truth.
Oh, okay. And also,
they're not truth tracking. What's the argument for that?
Yeah. But also, like, it doesn't even follow because, like, because you can have some traits or properties about yourself that are just free riders, you might call them. They're just like traits that pop up as a result of other traits that are guided towards. But they're not necessarily like beneficial or anything like that. So, it's hard. I can't think of an example off the top of my head, but like just things that just don't hurt your survivability, nor do they help your survivability. Like mutations can only have one of those three. They're either beneficial to your survival, neutral, or they're detrimental, right? Or they're negatively affect. So you could have some mutation that is just neutral to your survival, right? It's hard to think of it, but it could be the case that our ability to reason just is a free rider. It's just a mutation that occurred that's just not beneficial to our survival, nor was it detrimental. And then we used it and then made it beneficial to our survival, right? So then that's one way to get around that argument. But then you just throw it back, like, if you're a Christian and you're going to throw an argument at an atheist, you got to make sure it doesn't cut both ways, right? Like, what explains why there are two Christians who both are good faith Christians? What explains why both of them will come to different conclusions given the same premises if it's not a failure in reasoning, right? And your failure in reasoning given to you by a perfect God, what explains that? If they're not even choosing to fail to reason, they legitimately and truly believe that they're correct, that this is correct reasoning, right? So it can't be their fault. It's not free will or anything like that. So they might say, okay, well, if it's not God that designed them that way, well, it's the world that did. Well, God designed a world that imperfectly corrupts people's brains. So now you're faced with the same problem that I'm faced with, apparently. Like, now we live in a world that makes it very difficult to reason, because you can't trust your reasoning. So why would you use that argument if it goes against yourself?
Yeah, and like, even if I concede that, like, I mean, because obviously the case that I don't succeed in reasoning every single time, right? Obviously that's the case. And it's obviously the case the person I'm talking to doesn't succeed in their reasoning all the time, right? It would be absurd that they aced every single math test they've ever been given because they have perfect reasoning skills, right? Or I can show them any syllogism ever, and they'll be able to spot the problem immediately because they're perfect reasoners. But that's obviously not the case. So why is it the case that what's the account for why? If it is the case that God designed this world, I guess, to make it so that way, his faculties are always truth tracking or something like that. Why is it the case that his, reasoning fails? Like, explain that, right?
Yeah.
Or you could just do the move that you said. Yeah, you could just do the move that you said. But now the naturalist stands or like the person who uses evolution as an account versus them, that they're just on the same playing field now. So
yeah, because they'll use sin. They'll use sin, right? Like, oh, sin was introduced to the world. Well, now what explains why Eve made an irrational choice? Because they'll say, yeah, they're not going to say that Eve made a rational choice, right? Because that just like kind of undercuts the old argument. Because why would God condemn you for making a rational choice? So they're going to have to say that Eve made an irrational choice. So now God designed a perfect human, and now it's also a perfect world, and you're still reasoning incorrectly. What the fuck is wrong with that? That's widely unexpected. At least mine, under evolutionary, it's actually expected that you have unreasoned. So like you'd be able to fail in your reasoning. It's expected. So maybe mine is more reasonable to believe, right? But in a world that's perfectly designed for a God that wants you to be able to reason correctly, and the world is perfect, and the perfect person is perfect, and then they still fail, that is wildly unexpected. In fact, it might even be contradictory under that worldview. So that gives me much more reason to reject your hypothesis. So
yeah, absolutely. And it's also funny because, you know, like as a theist, like it's perfectly possible that, you know, we're all just in hell right now, and we're just sort of like, you know, given false memories by Satan or something because we like sinned in we sinned in our real life and we were atheists in there. So, you know, Satan is deceiving us about, you know, like stuff that's happening right now. So like I could just ask the same internalist card. It's the whole, what they usually do is they flip flop, and they ask you internalist questions. But then when you start asking them internalist questions, they just appeal to externalist responses.
Exactly.
Right? And they won't allow you to appeal to externalist responses because
if you're going to be in external responses, then your God doesn't exist. Because it's my understanding that if externalism about content is true, then God doesn't exist, because that's a God that needs no external world to furnish his mental content. It's just
right.
Not all convinced we didn't die during COVID, and this is actually hell. Well, shit, it's not much better than before. Or worse than before, I guess. I mean, we got DoorDash, drop off, no handoff delivery, so that's not hell.
I mean, if Satan is like inputting these memories or some shit, he needs to input like the winning lottery number memory for the future. Right, or he needs to like do that. He needs to input the memory of me winning the lottery. It's like,
there you go.
I'm real tired of not having a private jet. Okay, so
actually, no, it's hell. So he wants you to suffer. So, oh no, I really don't want a private jet. That's gonna hurt me so bad. Please don't do it, Satan.
Oh, please don't give me 30 pounds of lean mass. Please, please don't. Please.
Definitely been worse for it to say, yeah. All right, I'm gonna give it like 2 more minutes and we'll call it a night, because I should have restarted on this topic, then I would have got a lot more debates.
Yeah. I've been giving phenomenological conservatism like some thought. I've just been like, you know, watching Michael Huemer and like, you know, reading about it.
Yeah, I don't really have a good objection to it.
And the only one I can think of is like, as all theories go, it's gonna fall prey to the Munchausen trilemma. Even that one. Huh?
What's that?
Oh, the Munchausen trilemma. Basically.
Circularity, vicious circularity, stuff like that. Yeah.
Well, it's just you know, you either fall prey to 3 when you try to like have an ultimate, quote unquote, ultimate justification for your system. You're either gonna bottom out into some like dogmatic, right, like statement, or it's going to be like a circular argument, or it's going to be an infinite regress. You can't go outside of it. And in this case, I think it seems to me at least that phenomenological conservatism, it falls prey to an infinite regress. So like, you're right. Think of it like if my belief is going to be justified, right, in virtue of a belief seeming to be true in the absence of defeaters, right? That's sort of like the idea. So then if that's true, right, well then like, well, okay, well, how do you justify that statement is true, that it is true that like, you know, a belief that seems to be true, absence of defeaters is justified, and you say, well, that just seems to be true, and you could just keep going back and back and back and back and back. So it's I mean, I mean, okay, it's an infinite regress, so like you don't know by, you know, we'll say like you do that like a million times, right? And maybe the next time, the millionth and one time, you're just like, oh wait, actually this doesn't seem to be true. You don't actually know if that's true or not. So like you don't have an ultimate, I mean, it doesn't seem to me that you have an ultimate justification for it. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe somebody could tell me that I'm wrong. I don't know.
So I thought it was called phenomenal conservatism.
Oh, have I been saying? Oh yeah, I think it is phenomenal conservatism.
Wait, can I ask Jolly a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, by the way, I'm sick, so sorry about my voice.
You're good.
Yeah, I joined the live and I heard you give the 3 species of reasoning, or the apex of reasoning. What did you say that like reason follows like logic in some or some type of logics, and this is going to be grounded in some like brute, like P and not P, right? Is or is not.
Sorry, what? Sorry. What?
Yeah, I was gonna say like you would agree that like propositions or like reason follows like some type of logic, right? Like something brute, like P and not P, like the law of non-contradiction.
Sure.
Okay, would you agree that like that circularity isn't always like purely vicious insofar as a contradiction can be demonstrated in its denial? So what I mean is, if you like, for instance, if you deny P and not P, or the proposition that there is something and there is not something, if you deny that, you fall into a true contradiction, right? So that it's technically circular, but it's not like a vicious circularity, right?
Yeah, it's like unavoidable, right? Like this sort of
right.
I don't think that's like necessarily a problem. Like, I'm not saying that like since all of these things bottom out into these things and therefore like they're all bad. It's just sort of a statement that like it's either going to fall into those 3. I'm not just saying it's like necessarily a problem and you should
so you're not saying there's a
level
problem.
skeptic or something.
Okay, sure. Yeah, because I would say that circularity is not a problem insofar as if the denial of the proposition leads to a contradiction. That's the only way I can agree to like some type of circular argument, right? If the denial leads to a contradiction.
Yeah.
Right.
The impossibility of the contrary.
We agree.
It's sort of like like if for instance, if somebody asked me to like defend my like use of reasoning or something, like you can just appeal to a transcendental argument, right? Like you have to use it in order to like to prove it's false or something, right? In which case, like I would say, like these are indispensable. Therefore, like I'm warranted in believing X or something.
Yeah, this is kind of what like Gudin says. You've probably heard of his like theory of incompleteness, right? He says like logics cannot prove their own system within their system. They have to be proven by something anterior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So anyway, I just wanted to ask you.
No, yeah, that's so good. I wouldn't consider myself a skeptic or, so I think you can use transcendental arguments. I don't like that's sort of why I have like certain beliefs in the background, right? I have the beliefs in the background that are indispensable, because like, you know, in order to use them or in order to, you know, debunk them, I have to use them in order to do it. So, or they like, you know, bottom out some contradiction or something. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm gonna step down. I just wanted to ask a question.
Wait, I'm just curious to like. Well, I would. I mean, if you want to keep talking, that's cool. I guess. What do you are you an externalist or an internalist? Like, what do you like? What's your epistemological?
Yeah, so it's like a little complicated, but so I'm a Roman Catholic. So I would hold to like transcendental formalism as my worldview. Where I believe that there's like, and most like logicians and most logicians are going to be like transcendental formalists, where I believe that like being is kind of gradative and diminutive, but that's gonna get into like complexities I don't think anyone wants to hear right now. But I'm also sick, so I want to just step down because I don't actually want to talk. I just wanted to ask you this question.
Okay, I'm sorry, man. Yeah, you can go.
I don't
take it easy.
Plus, like most people are just gonna find this dialogue very boring, right? If we continue.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
good.
agree.
But you have a good one too. Lex.
See you, man.
Yeah, that was the what's it called? Scotism. Scotism.
Mm-hmm. That was okay.
The Philbro summoning was a success. Michael. Love it. All right, I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes and then we'll call it a night. See if we can get any debates in here. Yeah.
What kind of
I think I know why he came up. Oh, I think I know why. I think it's probably because like you were talking about like how there was a problem or something.
Yeah,
and then I said okay. The reason why I said that is because, a common sort of like idea, in that sort of circle, is like, well, you have to like justify your epistemic beliefs or something, and I just like I don't know if I would take an infinite regress as like some ultimate justification. I think you could still say that it's like true, yeah, but like, I mean, I don't really know if I would say it's like justified. I don't even know if I would consider like if it didn't. I guess if the negation entails a contradiction, let's say that justifies you in believing X. Maybe.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would say it's like an ultimate because obviously you can't go outside the system, but I don't know, I'd have to think about it. It depends what you mean by justification. Yeah.
What if the devil does all the evil? Well, then why does God allow the devil to do evil? Justified or not, epistemic evidence does. Jesus. Yeah, the typos does not matter though. Shouty.
Epistemic evidence does matter? Yeah, I agree. I think epistemic evidence does matter. For any claim.
All right, I'm a cosplay as a Christian. You're supposed to defend. All right, okay. So listen, Jolly.
Okay.
The reason why God allows this kind of stuff is because we need our souls to be built. There's soul building reasons, and it's good for people to be able to, so for example, like we look at movies, right? We kind of want our the main character, to go through his trials and tribulations, because at the end he becomes a stronger person, and strength is a virtue, and God needs to bring about that virtue. So that's what the soul building is for.
Okay, so I guess like in order for like so the reason why evil exists, you're saying, is because of trials and tribulations or something, and it builds you stronger. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So I guess like what about specifically, like, because the debate is specifically about how he allows this. So I'm wondering why it is the case that like specifically the action of like pew-pewing kids is going to be necessary for soul building.
Yeah, so in the same way that a child does not know why they're being stabbed by a vaccine syringe by a doctor, in the same way, these children did not know what was happening to them, but nonetheless, not only will they have their souls being built in heaven, given what happened to them, right, but also their parents who just lost their child, they're going to have to go through the soul building as well. So so on that, it's going to be a good. The reason why it's necessary, we just don't know why it's necessary, but it just logically follows that if you're taking for granted my worldview, Jolly, my worldview being that God is all powerful, He is perfect, He is all knowing, He is perfectly good, it just follows that He's going to choose the action that's necessary. So the worldview is just, this action in particular is necessary, and I need not know why it's necessary.
Okay, so you don't know why the action is necessary, but the idea is that it is necessary.
Yes.
Okay, that's interesting. So I guess like, are you saying it's logically impossible for soul building to like occur or something, and have this action?
It would be.
What's the contradiction?
Because the contradiction is that God could choose a better world, and you would also have to deny that God could choose a better world.
So you have to affirm that God can choose a better world? Wait, so
Yeah.
you're saying it isn't the case that God can choose a better world, but it is possible that he can choose a better
Not
world?
easy, Joey. Okay. So if it's
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, let's hear it.
Okay.
Let's hear it again.
So
Hell of an argument.
hold on, Sal, I'm trying not to break character. Okay. All right. Hold on.
Okay.
All right. Hold on. I gotta hold my Bible while I do it too. Okay. Yeah. So if the reason why it's logically necessary, so that does entail a contradiction. Now, the contradiction would be that if it's not necessary, then it follows that God could choose a better world, right? Because he could choose a way in which people's souls could be built, right? And not have the school pew-pewing happen, right? So in that sense, if it's not necessary, you'd have to affirm that. But given my worldview, you would have to deny that because God is perfectly good. So he's always going to choose the best possible world, right? So that is going to be a contradiction under my worldview. So therefore, it has to be the case that it's necessary.
Okay, so you're just saying like the action of, him school pew-pewing is going to be necessary or something, and all of the actions that took place in this world, I guess, like to achieve this are going to be like necessary for this.
Yes.
Like all these things.
The exact amount of the exact amount of soul building that is needed for God to on net have good is the exact amount that school pew-pewing would have given, and no other evil action could build that exact amount of soul building. Yeah.
Got it. So if that's true, right, then God desires a world where these things occur, right?
Listen,
unless you're going to say he doesn't desire them.
You atheists, you always try to get us in these like little traps, but the Lord does not have to abide by your stupid rules and debate. Okay.
Well, that's not a rule. I'm just asking a question.
Your God does not have to abide by just because he's outside of your understanding, Jolly. Right? Listen,
Mhm.
Would you listen to me, Jolly? God is
he's
outside. Yeah, he is outside of your understanding. Right?
Oh, yeah. Okay.
So when you come up to me with these atheism questions, right? You're just saying that you don't understand. You just don't understand how God's nature works. No, it's not necessary.
So is he outside of all of our understanding, Carbon?
Just really quick, I use this type of logic called omni-inconsistent logic, which like is going to transcend all of yours. It's only accessible in the atheistic worldview, and I actually gained access to this system of logic by doing the fungus, for which I gained access to all pieces of information, and I got access to the 12 structural variants, which ground this system called omni-inconsistent logic. So, unfortunately, your pathetic worldview doesn't scratch.
Yeah, but
mine.
in order to you have to use classical laws of logic in order to assess whether you have this omni-consistent logic.
Did you just use classical logic to use that argument?
Yeah, so you have to assume my worldview, okay, in order to.
Okay,
well, you
how the fuck do they do this?
I use omni-inconsistent logic to
neoclassical
so that you're just wrong. I'll just deny your premises.
Listen, fuzzy logic. Jack, can I get your age?
I was just wanting to come on here and see when the male kissing contest starts.
Jack, what's your age?
So what's your age first?
No, I mean, I'll tell you in a second. I just wanted to know if this is
now.
the place for the male kissing contest.
Tell us now. I'm not going to answer.
Is this the male kissing contest? Is this the male kissing contest?
Bye, guy. Anyway.
I mean, we're hosting that, but like at the same time, you gotta
Saturday.
tell us your age. Yeah, what the fuck? We gotta stay linear here, alright?
Hey,
a
Garvin,
lot of planning went into this.
Oh, yeah.
I've got a question.
Give me
I
your
guess
atheism
how does your worldview? Yeah, how does your worldview, I guess, provide epistemic access to the metaphysical claims that make knowledge possible?
When you ask a question, are you using the laws of induction, such that every time you've asked a question, people have answered it, and you're
that's a
expecting
question.
Yeah,
that's a
so,
question.
well, it's a clarification. It's a clarification about the question that you're asking. Are you expecting an answer?
Of course, I'm expecting an answer.
Now, when you say you're expecting an answer, is that expectation deductive in nature, or is it inductive?
Well, you can give me either or. You can give me a mix of the
Well, we
two.
can just say it's
We'll see how that
also seductive in nature, right?
Yeah,
because
seductive.
if it is the case,
give me yeah, give me yeah. I just in your worldview, I guess like how do you make sense? So you can give an inductive argument or deductive argument.
Yeah,
An
listen,
abductive argument.
God in his perfect.
No, I'm asking for your atheistic worldview. How do you account for that?
Oh, now you're the. Oh, we're switching.
Yeah.
Oh shit. Okay. Yeah. So, we have a shared naturalistic atheistic reality that has been revealed to all of sound mind through both natural and special revelation. Now to deny that is just to be living in your own world and being an imaginary character, right? But we don't deal with imagination here. We deal with what's objectively true.
All right. Well, how is it revealed in your worldview?
Yeah. So the universe has created subjects, right? And those subjects then came to explore the universe and perceive the universe. That's how it was revealed.
Oh, how was you? Okay, so you're saying that the universe did this. How do you justify that any of this happened?
Yeah, so you can perceive it, and your perceptions can't be wrong.
Your perceptions cannot be wrong ever.
If you're experiencing X, right, it cannot be the case that you're not experiencing X. Because
what's the argument for that, though?
Because the antecedent is already being granted. If you are experiencing X, saying that if you are experiencing X assumes that you are experiencing X.
How do you ground?
Well, I'm just wondering, like, did you use your sense of reasoning to come to that conclusion?
Yeah,
I'm just wondering, like, how do you justify that your reasoning is use of reasoning is truth tracking?
Yeah, because it's a necessary truth.
Oh, how do you justify it's a necessary truth?
Well, you're asking me to justify a brute fact. What's going on there, Jolly? You shouldn't be asking somebody to justify a brute fact because there's no further reason.
Well, no, look, I'm not looking for a metaphysical explanation. I'm just looking for an epistemic, where I'm just asking for an epistemic claim, not a metaphysical explanation.
Oh, well, the reason why I know that is because you're a bitch, okay?
Argument from you're a bitch.
All right.
Yeah, the Yab argument. It's like JTB, just like Yab.
Oh, Matt Adams just joined. Where's he at? Damn, he left.
Oh,
fuck.
My absolute favorite creator, one of the best debaters of all time. Totally hasn't gotten dog walked by every person on the app, including Christians. Jack Ainstrike's son, Forrest Mendez's son, split custody, putting belt to ass consistently.
Game over. You've been. What's that?
Bro, I got him to say. I got him on video. He said, "Oh yeah," he was asking what my name meant, and I said belt to ass, and he said, "What belt to ass?" It's funny as shit.
Next time I debate him, right, and then he like interrupts me, I'm like, "Shut up while I'm talking," right?
Dude,
Dude,
he told me one time he wiped the floor with Jack Ainstrike, and I was like, Matt, listen, I've watched every video of you and Ainstrike. It's like Usain Bolt versus like a second grade sprint race. It is so outpaced.
We had some homonym. Yeah, that shit was funny. Yeah, I have him on my YouTube. Me and Ian, allegedly Ian, were debating him, and on the Problem of Evil. That shit was funny. Like it's like
Wait,
I don't
you
understand
him?
Yeah, like multiple times, but like this one I recorded it because I was using my own personal Problem of Evil argument, which so far Christians can't seem to get around. But yeah, like it's just about the fact that he has like a perfectly efficacious will. And so what Christians will like to do with that argument is say, well, God has different wills. They like to split up his wills. He has a declarative will. He has a procreative will. Yeah, Schmill. Yeah, they're just equivocating. I'm saying he has a perfectly efficacious will. It doesn't matter whether it's a juicy will, a thick will A, will B, will C, all the way through fucking Z, right? All those wills are going to be perfectly efficacious. Because if you're going to say...
But he's the container of the will.
What it means to have a will is for such to be actualized, right? Like that's you. It's a normative, it's action guiding, right? So if you're saying God just simply has a prescriptive will, then you're just saying God has a will and he has a schmill, right? Will Smith, yeah. So that's not a will, right? His prescriptive will. I don't know what his prescriptive will is, but it's definitely not a will because it's definitely not action guiding. It's not normative, right? Yeah. So he tried to use that. And, will I am. Virillium.
What if somebody said what if somebody said something like, well, he doesn't will to do good or something like that, like he doesn't will for good things to happen. Yeah, but that's just then that would just mean that he's not good.
Yeah, okay, that explains why there's evil. Like,
yeah.
No, I'm telling you, he's willing Lesh-9 syndrome into existence. It's all part of the plan.
And then they'll say something like, "Oh, well, he wills that people have free will." I'm like, well, why are you? In virtue of what are you good if you will for your creation to have a property that allows evil to flourish? Right? Nobody really has an answer to that.
Yep.
Because like you are giving them that property and you know that property is going to pretty much ensure, well, not ensure, but make it extremely I guess it would ensure it if you know the future, but like you know the future that people are going to use that property to allow evil to flourish, then you just either wouldn't create them or just wouldn't create them with that property, or only create the ones in which they would not use that property to allow evil to flourish, right? So it just doesn't make sense. So.
It's very confusing because like he already created the angels with free will, right. and he saw the entailment of that, and then he was like, round 2, let's try this again, even though I know what's going to happen.
Further.
Yeah, actually, in fact, let's make it so the world's even worse, right? Let's make all these diseases happen. Because I want a round 2 to see if the plan that already didn't work, that I knew wouldn't work, is going to not work again when I know it's not going to work again. Let's do that. Like, what? Why? Like, I don't know.
Fucking wild.
Let me put this tree here and be like, don't eat from it, but I know you're going to eat from it, but you have free will, so like give everybody Lesh-9 syndrome. Like, okay, all right.
Yes. Speaking of which, like, right, because like obviously it's the case that we could say that God's knowledge is going to be a contingent fact, right? So like it's not going to be necessarily the case that you choose like some action, right? Because God can know that you're going to do different things depending on like which world is going to be the actual world, which isn't a necessary fact, right? But if you make God's knowledge like identical with himself, like so like if you are a proponent of absolute defined simplicity, like it seems to be the case that if God is going to be like at least defined as like a necessary being, well then that's just going to be the case that God's knowledge is going to be necessary, meaning all of the true propositions that we could say that he's justified in believing like are going to be necessary, and all of those, the contents of those propositions are just all the events that are going to happen in the actual world. That just seems to entail necessitarianism, right?
Yeah. Yep.
I mean, like divine simplicity has always been like that's why I don't understand the Trinity at all. Because I've never been able to I've never gotten a distinguishing characteristic between the three entities that are going to make them one distinct, but also have the capability of the same mind, same will, same desires, and same knowledge set. Like it's very confusing because it seems like they're just one mind, but then they can't be three entities because it would just be one mind.
I just fucking hate
right. Like if you put
It's just like I hate that nobody understands the logical problem of Trinity objection. Like Christians that don't understand. They're like, you can have three beings in one. You can have three in one beings. Yes, you can. That's not the issue. That's absolutely not the fucking issue. The issue is when you predicate the fucking being on each and every single one of them. That's the fucking issue. It's when you take the conjunct of those two, right? Be like, oh, 3-in-1 shampoo. I don't have a problem with 3-in-1 shampoo. So when you say the shampoo is the body wash and also the shampoo is the what's the other one? Conditioner. And the yeah, like it's just like no. Then now you got yourself into a contradiction where 3 is equal to 1.
Yeah.
Yeah, like right. You could have. Well, you could have 3 people that work for the same business, and it all be like, oh, hey, these like Jerry works here in marketing, Terry works here in administration, this other guy works in like advertising or some shit or whatever. But they all work for the same company, but they're like distinct people. But that's not what it is. This is saying they're the company, the broom, the mop. Yeah, they're the mop. They're the credit card statements. Like they're everything. It's like no, that doesn't make any sense. They can't be distinct with the same mind and will. That just makes them the same person. Like, unless they got, like, some kind of split brain shit going on here, which makes it even worse, because then it just violates this divine simplicity.
Yeah, fission cases and abortion debates are like those. What happens if I split your mind?
Listen, bro, I'm sentiocentric. If it's, like, it doesn't have the compartments for, like, reasoning or the capability to have sentience, I don't care about it.
Yeah, so when y'all do abortion, wait, y'all do you even do abortion debates?
Do I?
Yeah, yes.
Oh, y'all do.
I do.
When you do you have the sentience?
What? No, I'm just kidding. Sentience.
Okay. Yeah, because I mean, there's gonna be like weak objections, and then there's like the stronger ones, right? Like for example, what's your account of persistence?
Oh, you mean like when we say like
identity, yeah.
Yeah, I mean that's so. So I kind of take it to be, or at least I take a sentient mind, I guess, to be like an instance of first person subjective experience.
Mm-hmm.
And I guess it just seems intuitively obvious to me that like I have some, I guess, continued experience. Like there's some predicate there called I or something that's emergent of like my brain. And like this predicate is going to be like consistent throughout like some time. Either
they'll ask you to justify. Are you just saying it seems to be that way?
Yeah, it just seems to be that way. I mean, it's just sort of like an intuitive.
Because there's also accounts where you can say, well, the mind is a thinking object that's disposed to, well, an object that's disposed towards these perceptions. It has these dispositions, right? Which means in a counterfactual conditional, it would deploy given the level of integration, right? So you might say what the mind is an object that has a disposition towards the perception. No, you might say the mind is like a level of integration that has the disposition towards that perception, given some conditions C, right? And the analogy would be like a computer, right? I still identify my computer even when I unplug it because it's the integration. That integration is disposed towards computation under the condition C. The condition C would obviously be the power. So when I plug the power, it's like my computer going to sleep, waking back up. But I still identify it, and I'm justified in identifying it over time as a computer, even in cases when it's not doing the function, right? So that would be one way of getting around the whole persistence over time, given it's just the integration. But if you break it up, it's not integrated anymore, it doesn't. So what it means, so one necessary condition for the mind is the fact that it has the integration. But from there, the mind has to be a physical object or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you could say, you could take a monosphere or something, right? You could just say like, well, the mind is going to be like identical with the brain, maybe with like, some mental properties or something like that.
Well,
right?
Just,
it would. I guess you could do dualism.
It wouldn't be identical to the brain, but it would be identical to the mind is the necessary integrations that would be disposed towards the perception. So that doesn't require the whole brain. You can take out parts of the brain and you still have that integration. So it'd just be
when you say like necessary integration, like when you say like a necessary integration, like
anything that you if you were to take it out, it would no longer be able to be disposed towards that perception given the background conditions. like blood and stuff like
okay.
that. Yeah. So
Got it.
like,
I get it.
yeah, you just have to have that level of integration. So you would have the level of integration I, the background condition C, and then the function F, right? So if the level of if in the counterfactual conditional, if the level of integration could deploy function F, in this case experience, could deploy function F given some background condition C, then that's the mind. In the same way, the background, like a computer would be, the background conditions would be the power, the temperature, the power company, the guy at the power company. These are all background conditions, right? But then there's the integration itself, and that's just like the CPU and stuff like that, the motherboard. And if you change any one of those, break it down to its necessary components for it to be able to perform that function, that's the computer. In the same way, breaking down the brain into the necessary components that's exposed towards perception given background conditions, then that's the mind, something like that. It's really hard for them to get around that kind of perception of the mind, that kind of conceptualization of the mind. It's not ideal but yeah, I mean, there's still ways they could try to attack it, but it gets around the persistent problem. It gets around the identification problem, and it gets around like coma stuff, the coma reductios. It's very, very enticing. So, but still, I still kind of lean more towards the mind is the perception rather than that kind of understanding.
Yeah. I guess like one question I would have is like if let's say you were just like agnostic about any of that or something, right? And you just say like, well, like I'm going to value something that has like, you know, a conjunction of past and future sentience. I guess like you could say that, but I'm also, oh man, I just lost what I was going to say. You can respond to that if you want to.
Yeah, I would just like that falls victim to the identification problem, because what is the thing that has past and future sentience? So if they're going to say, well, like for example, it's the fetus, well, what do you mean the fetus? Like, is the fetus just all the collection of body parts? Because it's just very obviously not the case that all the collection of body parts has a past and future sentience, right? So you have to identify the thing that has the future and sentience, and it's just not the case that the fetus has the future sentience. So that's just like false. You're saying the fetus hosts the thing that has the past future sentience, but it does not have itself past future sentience. Actually, the fetus doesn't even host the thing that has past. It will host the thing that has past future sentience. So if if it's a normal pregnancy.
Yeah, I guess like well, I'm just wondering, like, let's say I'm just like, well, you know, because I maybe you're right, I don't know, but like let's just play with it for a second. Like, let's say I said something like, well, I don't know, like we'll say like what facilitates it or something like that, but what I do have is epistemic access, to believe at the very least for whatever account that it is the case that it is necessary for, I guess, these, I guess, physical states to obtain for a sentient experience to like arise or something like that. And then like, by whatever account, that's all I mean.
So like, nomologically necessary or something like that.
Yeah. Not like, I'm not saying it's like a metaphor.
It's logically necessary to have a body.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, we could play with that. It'd be like, well, there are some parts of the body that we can say are just obviously not true. So for example, that would not be true. Mm-hmm. So for example, if we know some fetuses are born without certain hands, and yet it is still the case that they're conscious. Some fetuses are born without hands or feet. It's still the case that they're conscious. Some are born without like a reproductive system. It's still the case that they're conscious. So because you can take away all these facts about the fetus and it still be the case that they have sentience when they're born, right? But it seems to be that that's good reason to believe that a lot of things that have nothing to do with the brain, it's good reason to throw those out and say that those are not nomologically necessary. But in some things, like there are some things where it starts affecting the brain, you no longer have good reasons to believe that those are not necessary. So you might just say, well, nomologically necessary, that integration of the brain is necessary for that experience. It's nomologically necessary given our nature. So yeah, you would just kind of like pick it apart there. I think that would probably be my move.
Yeah, well, I'm wondering, like, because, you know, I think there is good, at least, empirical research to, you know, suggest that, at least, like, when we're looking at other, like, entities or something like take, you know, chickens or, like, any other, like, bacteria or something, like, we can, like, conclude, I guess, that, like, these things are or aren't sentient, or, like, a rock or something, right? Like, you know, there's some reason, I guess, that you would say something with the brain we might have good reason to believe that this thing is sentient versus like some rock or something like that, right? So, I'm just wondering, like, let's say you didn't have an account or something, like a physical account of something like that. You know, like, we're operating with the knowledge that, you know, it is the case that, you know, we can, you know, employ certain tools to figure out whether or not something may or may not be, like, sentient, right? So, like, you know, one of the things that you can do is, like, lesion certain parts of the brain, and you find out that if it is the case that, you know, thalamal cortical connections, like, are not operating, then, you know, therefore, like, this, like, fetus, or, like, this, like, neonate, for instance, like, isn't sentient, you know, which then, like, warrants the position that if it is the case, you know, by whatever account, you know, thalamal cortical connections, like, do not, like, exist in, like, some organism or some fetus, then it isn't the case that they're sentient, whether or not, you know, like, other things are, like, identical to it or not. I was just wondering, like, what would you...
Yeah. What would be my response, or what would their response be? Something like that.
I guess, like, what would their response be?
Well, their response, I think, if they're smart, their response might be something like, well, we have good reasons to believe that there are, when certain parts of the brain go down, like the thalamal cortical connections, other parts of the brain kind of take over for that, and there's a new level of integration that allows for that sentient experience. So they might use something like that, and then it becomes a paper bro, study bro debate. So they'll probably use something like that. I mean, if I was a pro-lifer, that's what I would do.
I wonder if that, so, like, if that did exist, that might change my mind, you know? Because then I would probably be like, okay, well then maybe, like, we do have good reason or something to believe that, you know, there you know, exists, like, sentience at an earlier state. So, I mean, at that point, they would just, like, win the debate. I'd be like, okay, yeah, well, they wouldn't win because it's, you know, it's obviously not the case that, like, a zygote is, like, has a sentient experience,
they push
right?
you further
So, like, even
back.
if it's pushed even if it's, like, pushed to 8 weeks, I mean, it's still technically, like, by definition, be predatorist, I guess.
Yeah.
So, I mean, like, which, you know, isn't really, but then I wonder, like, I wonder how you would, I guess, like, justify that. Like, have you ever, I wonder if you've been asked this question. I've been asked this question, like, on a Meggle a long time ago, and nobody else has asked me this question ever, like, brought this idea up. Like, what if it's the case that every single second that goes by or something, every instance of time is just going to be a new sentient experience that pops up, but then, you know, the next second over is just sort of a new sentient experience that pops up, and basically the current you that is right now just, like, unalives, like, a second later, like, and it's just, but, like, the future you, quote unquote, has your memories or something, and it just keeps going on and on and on. Like, what if it's the case that you know, like, some like, old person, or, like, you know, unalives or whatever, like, on the operating table, and they're like, okay, we have the option of, like, downloading this person's consciousness and putting it into a computer, but it's just going to be a clone of their sentience. It's not actually going to be, like, their continued experience. It's just going to be a clone of them. And then we decide, hey, like, no, we don't want to do that. Like, do you think that would be moral or no?
Wait, I heard two hypotheticals. What are those?
Sorry,
connected?
because I realized that I needed to ask this question beforehand. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Okay, so so ask me that one again.
Yeah, sorry. Like, let's say somebody like unalives on the operating table.
Yeah.
And we have the option to like, we'll say like download a copy of their consciousness and put it into like a machine, but it's not actually going to be their continued
right.
like conscious experience. It's going to be a clone of them.
Right.
Yeah. Like, would you say that like if the doctor refuses to do that, they've like unalived somebody?
Well, this person's already dying, right?
Or sorry, not unalive, but like refuse to like bring them back.
They're refusing to create a new person.
Yeah, right. So yeah, you wouldn't say that they're like doing anything wrong, right? It's not like refusing to resuscitate.
It's literally just like wearing a condom. You're refusing to create a new person.
Right, exactly. Yeah. So then the next question would be like, how do we justify, for instance, that, take it like whenever you wake up in the morning or something, it's like a new person in the same way, right? Like whenever you go to sleep, you basically just unalive, and when the quote unquote body wakes up or something, there's just going to be a new sentient experience with all like the past memories.
Every second.
If that were the case, or like let's expand that even more. Let's say it's every single second or whatever that passes by. It's like a new sentient experience that arises. But then like it's just basically the same thing, right? So like how do we justify that every second is the same sentient experience and not just different?
Well, it's baked into the hypothetical that it's a different experience each time, right?
Well, yeah, but like how do we justify over the other? Like, how do we justify that it is the case?
Yeah, like you're saying, if ontologically it's just the case, how would we know that it's the case?
Yeah, how do we know that like it is true that one is the case over the other?
How would we know that it would be the same, different person each time? I mean, it would just have to be some. We would have to get an understanding of what creates sentience, or what's necessary, at least nomologically, for a normal average brain. What creates sentience? We'd have to know that, and then we'd see that's going away every second, and then a new one is coming back every second. That's how we would know. I wouldn't know the specifics there, but that we'd have to know something. We'd have to know what's necessary for sentience, and then we'd have to observe and document that it's not the case that that's being created and destroyed every second or every time you wake up or something like that. We'd have to see that, and then we'd be justified at believing that every time you wake up or every second or so, there is a new experience that is not you've died or something like that. Yeah, I think so.
But the next question I ask is, let's say that we're warranted right now in believing that that's not the case, and me is the same me from 2 seconds from now. I wonder how would we even know even right now that what I just said right now is true and not the other one, I guess, the other case. So you're saying in order to know that what you're saying, in order to confirm the second hypothesis, right, obviously we would have to do what you just said, right? But what I'm wondering is, how do we know one over the other right now?
You're asking how do we know that it's not happening right now?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, yeah, we
unless
wouldn't
you
know.
found that out.
We can be I take it that question is really just saying how can we be justified that that's not happening right now, not how we can.
Yeah, we'll say justified. Yeah.
Okay. How would we be justified in knowing my brain is fried right now?
It's okay.
I think we would say.
I could give a response, but it would kind of pigeonhole you to phenomenal conservatism.
Yeah, I think we would say something like, if it's the case that those experiences are in virtue of the physical, and we see that there are no because currently we have some understanding of where consciousness comes from,
Shut up.
But we don't know where it's actually coming from. So like we would say maybe there's not like rapid discontinuation going on. This guy's like let me mute him. We would say there's not like some cut off a continuation of processes that are occurring.
Shut up.
I'm sorry, did you want to debate or did you want to get cooked?
You can't cook shit.
Okay, why does God allow this? Go ahead.
You can't cook shit.
Why does God allow this?
God's the best.
Why does he allow it?
Lose. God's the best.
Why does he allow it? Why does he allow it? So
God made Kamala lose.
What?
God made Kamala lose.
Okay, so God allows grape and that makes him the best. Why does he allow grape?
No, he made her lose.
Why does he allow grape?
He made her lose.
That's cool. Why does he allow grape?
It's called free will.
Free will? Oh, you would stop somebody who's trying to grape someone, wouldn't you? Or would you be the one doing it? Oh, so it's not about free will. So try again.
No, I'm not Joe Biden.
Why did God allow Joe Biden to win? Yeah.
No.
Anyway, so why does God allow grape again? Why does God allow grape again?
I'm not going to sniff kids.
Yeah, why does God allow? Well, I mean, he's not the one hiding the Epstein files right now, is he? Now, my question to you is, why does God allow grape?
He hid them as well. So.
Cool. Why does God allow grape?
He hid them as well.
Cool. I heard you the 5th time. Why does God allow grape?
Yeah.
You don't have an answer to that question, do you?
Yeah,
I don't know. You're way too low tier for this conversation. That you are not. You're not mentally prepared for this conversation.
I beat you, bro.
But I appreciate you. Thank you for coming in. Okay, buddy. You're a white belt.
Yeah, less than that.
Transparent belt, bro.
Yeah, thinking about it more, I mean, it seems like almost like a question that I would pose, or like somebody else would pose that I just posed. It's sort of like a question like, how do you justify that the external world exists, right? Like, because if the external world exists, like, doesn't exist at all, and it's all just a machination in your mind, nobody actually is sentient, right? Like,
yeah,
who really cares, right? So, I mean,
I think those kind of questions, I mean, if you actually look at the definition of gaslighting, those questions do fit. Skeptic questions do fit the definition of gaslighting. So, all I'm saying.
Yeah. No, because I'm just wondering, like, because that was sort of in my mind is like, hey, like a pro-life person could give this like question, and like, you know, I wouldn't have an answer to this mainly just because like I don't think there is any way to justify one over the other. Yeah. But then at the same time, I'm just like, well, I mean, it's sort of like a belief I think that you could just put into the background, honestly, right, and sort of remove from justification.
Right.
Right. It's sort of just like such a fundamental thing, right? Like that I have to like. It seems, I guess, fair for me to assume that I'm the same person that I was like 5 seconds ago. It's like, well, like, how do you assume that the universe wasn't created like, you know, 5 minutes ago, right? So like, I don't know. So I guess that would.
A lot of interesting.
I think just pointing out that absurdity, I guess, in the question, about something so obvious as a move that you can make, you know.
Right. Yeah, I usually go to the reductios too, like just the pro-life reductios, because I've come up with a couple I haven't heard any pro-choicers use. I'm like, bro, like they're just right there. Like the one I use that makes them extremely uncomfortable, is, let's say you have a grapist, because these are for the people who don't hold the grape exceptions. Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, so you have a grapist. He grapes a victim. But he does not get charged or convicted. He gets away with it, right? Now, she's pregnant, and so now he is going to be the father of a potential new child, and she's going to have to be a mother. In this hypothetical, he knows that his grape victim is about to go get an abortion, right? Whether in a state where it's legal or in her own state. Mm-hmm. Is he morally justified in physically restraining her to keep her from going into abortion, given that he's protecting his son?
Yeah, I think as a pro-life person, you kind of have to say yes.
You have to say yes. And then there you go. You just you say it. You give the proposition. So you think it's morally justified for rapists to hold their rape victims in internment for 5 months until they can induce abortion, induce labor.
Yeah, that's definitely not intuitive.
They hate
another
that
one is like,
they will never answer that question.
Another one is like, let's say, like, you know, we find out that, like, you know, a 12-year-old or something got pregnant or whatever, right? Because, you know, she got raped or whatever, right? And then, like, we'll say that, like, we find out, like, right as soon as, like, after it happens or something, right? Like, is it, like, not okay for them to, like, get an abortion? Like, to get this, like, zygote out of them or something? They have to, like, carry it. I guess, like, if it's, like, we'll say that's the only way that this, like, fetus is going to, like, survive or whatever, or make it. Right. Yeah. Like, you have to, like, that's crazy. And
well,
like,
I go way further. I'm like, okay, a Nazi SS guard has a Jewish girl in a concentration camp, and he impregnates her. Is she morally justified in getting an abortion? Let's say she's not going to be exterminated, right?
Yeah.
Like, do you think that she's wrong, or is she wrong for getting an abortion? The amount of people, it's just insane.
How do you respond to things like, oh, well, is it okay to, like, rape a fetus, like, after it's been aborted or something?
Well, no. So those kind of questions, because I mean, it's basically the necrophilia argument. So, like, those kind of questions, they don't actually. They ask these questions, but they're not entailments of the view. Like, because you could very well have a view that permits that has nothing to do with your abortion stance, right?
Yep.
So, like, it wouldn't actually be they're just asking you a random question, in my view. I mean, you could have an abortion view that kind of entails that, but it's not, you don't necessarily do. Most people who hold the sentience view don't have a view. Their ethics are, you know, have a couple of things involved. So, the answer that I would give, I would just, like, say, well, it's not relevant to the abortion debate, but I'll still give you an answer anyway. Well, it's because that person's, it seems to be that person is intending to rape someone. It seems to be that they're acting out in a way that is that their cognitive states are very aligned to rape. And yeah, when we look at the empirical research, people who do this to, like, dead bodies, they actually genuinely think in their mind that they're raping a person, right? They don't see it as a dead person like you see it as a dead person. They see this as a person that they can control, right? So that's what's going on. So even if there's no person being harmed, right, it's still the case that they're intending to do harm. And just because you intend to do harm, but you fail, it doesn't mean that you didn't do something wrong. So that's usually my response. But then at the end of that, I just say, like, notice how my answer had nothing to do with abortion, and it's not an entailment of my abortion view. My abortion view is about sentience, right? Mm-hmm. So, like, yeah.
Yeah, so, like, I guess, like, my question would be, like, is that the, like, let's say, hypothetically, we have magical insight into somebody's mind or whatever, and, you know, when they do the action or right, they don't, like, intend to do harm. They just think it's, like, funny or whatever. Like, they're not seeing it, like, we'll say, like, as a sentient, like, person or whatever, right? I guess, like, what do you, like, if that was the wrong maker, what would you say to that, I guess, like, in that case?
Well, yeah, I mean, there's many different reasons, but that would just be the main reason. And again, I'd stress this, again, we're now just talking about necrophilia and no longer talking about abortion. But then I have answers, right? So, like, there's a lot of reasons for why it's wrong. That's going to be the top reason. Other reasons why it's wrong is because I value the prior preferences that individuals had with respect to their property. I take it to be the view that this is still their property, even though they don't exist anymore, because they had a prior preference in favor of it. If that's not the case, if they, like, gave you granting for it, like, it's just the case that the other people around, you know, the stewards of the body or the family, and then they'd have to say, okay, well, now you have this magical insight into this person's brain, and it's the case that person gave you consent to do this with their body, and it's the case that their family stewards had to do this with the body, and it's perfectly clean. So now we're, like, in a Marvel universe, and you're just taking away the absurdity of absurdity of it. So,
but I wonder if you could also just say something like, or if you could just hold to particularism, or just hold to like some intuitionist view, or just take an objectivist theory or whatever.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's what I would say. But like, I could also do, well, I just perceive it to be wrong. It's some wrong-making property, moral sentimentalism. That's it. But,
Yeah. Well, one thing I used to say is like something like, well, it's gonna be wrong to do anything like symmetrical to anything that resembles like a child or whatever, right? So like if you let's imagine a world, right, where like a bunch of people are like in offices, like AI generating like CP or whatever. Like I would say that like what they're doing is going to be wrong just in
right.
virtue.
I had these debates like on Twitter with these freaking the lolly people, right? So I've had these debates with them. They're over here trying to defend it, like, and you ask them simply one question, and then they run. I'm like, why are you attracted to that? And they never have an answer. I'm like, yeah, it seems to be the obvious answer is you're attracted to that. That's the improper form of how your thoughts should be, and you're acting out on it in a way that's unhealthy to you, and it's harmful to you, and it's harmful to society. Right now, I think that kind of stuff should be banned. The distribution of that stuff to be banned, even if it's artificial intelligence, right? Because like it's the analogy I gave, because they'll give an analogy like, oh, so you think GTA 5 is like wrong because you can go into like a hospital and like pew people. I'm like, well, if you design GTA 5 specifically for school shooters and you wanted school shooters to be your main audience, yes, I would ban GTA 5, right? Because you're like, those are the potential school shooters, because you're giving them an outlet that is not healthy for them. They need an outlet that doesn't resemble violence, but it resembles them trying to get rid of this desire that they have, right? So if you're like, I think the game closest to that was that Hatred game. I don't know if you've heard of it.
No.
Yeah, it's like a top-down game, and it's a mass unaliving game. That's all you're doing. You dress in a trench coat, and you have like all the weapons, and you just go into random people's houses and do it. And it got so much controversy. That's like border of the line, because it seems like that's who the audience is for, right? So it's kind of like that. That would be like the analogy. Like if GTA 5 was created for those kinds of people, then yeah, of course I would ban it. But it's not created for those kind of people. The kind of person who runs into a hospital in GTA 5 and just like starts spraying, they don't have those thoughts in real hospitals. They don't have those thoughts when they look at a school, right? So yeah.
Right. Yeah. But I also just wonder, like, if, like, let's say, like, we'll say like a world where people are just generating this like AI content. We'll just say like, hypothetically, they don't gain any like satisfaction out of it or something. They're just doing it arbitrarily. I think you could still just say like, well, in virtue of the fact that of this principle or something that I have, which is going to be that it's wrong to do anything like this to anything that resembles like a child or depict this in any way. Well, then it's just going to be like wrong, right?
Right.
But that wouldn't apply to something like like if they were AI generating like people like school poo-pooing, this isn't wrong, right? Like, and you could just say something like that and just say, well, these are just like indifferent. They just bottom out, right? That's just what the theory says. I mean, you could just say something like that. I mean,
yeah. So you like the principle is you ought not do this if it appears that way or something like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you could just sort of like let's take a moral norm, right? Like a deontologist, sort of similar to that, right?
The problem with the whole question is, what are these simulations and these games doing? They are taking away the agency from that figure. I was giving an example on the comments. There are currently games on Steam where the goal is CSA and SA.
Yeah.
Which is horrifying.
Yeah.
Yeah,
and then like Alex O'Connor, he made like a really good video about like GTA 5. I don't know if you've seen it, Jolly. It's called "Why Are There No Children in Grand Theft Auto Games?" And then like it's just like he points out how like what's acceptable to do in a video game is like arbitrary. It's like arbitrary lines, right? If it's not arbitrary, it might actually be worse, because imagine you're in a GTA 5 game and there's like little 5-year-olds walking around and you just unalive them. Well, it seems like that's going to cause like a massive outrage across like suburban moms and society. It's going to be on every single news channel. But you can do that like to somebody who looks to be an adult in the game, right? And there's no outrage, right? So what's the difference? Why, like, they're both mass murderers, right? So why is it okay in this case? And it seems to be like, well, there's something about the fact that that person's an adult and that person's a child, and they're much more innocent. But like, it seems to be like even innocent people, like innocent people in the game, like it just seems to be obviously the case that you're unaliving innocent people in the game. They could be like the greatest person in the world, right? The game could even show you a story in which that person is like the most innocent person ever as an adult. And then if you were to unalive them, there wouldn't be this massive outrage. So there just seems to be like an arbitrary line of what's acceptable in like games and stuff. So I don't know.
Also,
Yeah, I think it's arbitrary.
Also, GTA and these kind of games I'm talking about have a significant difference. GTA objectively and outwardly does not portray the main characters as heroes. They are thugs. They are robbers. Right. They're not portrayed as the good guy in that game. The difference between these games that I'm talking about is that they are literally centering the whole thing on this character that is doing these heinous things. There is no, yes, you're playing like a robber. And this kind of distorts quite a bit the perception that people have of reality.
Yeah.
Like the situation with the questions of teenagers that become pregnant. You guys know what's the question that I ask people that leaves them thinking more before they start to answer? Is it can vary slightly between 65 and 85%, but between 65 and 85% of all underage pregnancies around the world, the father is above the age of 25.
Wow.
So, for all intents and purposes, because we know quite a bit about brain development, the person that is pregnant, the minor, has no consent in that question. Not only it's a very big difference of age, which means that there's an unequal power.
Right.
That child has no notion, because they don't have complete brain development, of what happened to them. And I say, now that you know this, are you still okay with forcing teenagers to get pregnant and to endure a pregnancy?
Matt, are you pro-life, right? Matt Adams?
I answer to no degree required, please.
Oh, I'm sorry about that. Yeah. Okay, so 13-year-old girl raped. She should remain pregnant, right?
Yes, if she's pregnant, yeah. I don't believe in unaliving her child.
Okay.
So,
and then, like, if I like, let me just give him one more. So we have like a SS officer who's running like a Nazi concentration camp, and there's like a Jewish girl, right? Little Jewish girl, and she gets raped and impregnated. You believe that she should be forced to carry that child, correct?
Yeah, I don't think we should unalive the child for the evil someone.
Just making sure. Go ahead, Angelica.
So you're okay with forcing that minor, who has no notion of the crime that was committed upon them, to endure a process that is incredibly taxing on their mental health and is incredibly taxing on their physical health. we know that minors having pregnancies have an increased chances of them developing osteoporosis because they are developing and the embryo or the fetus is actually leaching calcium from their growing bones. They have also a higher probability of having a severe fracture of their pelvis because their pelvis is not fully developed in order to be able to endure childbirth. Also, they have incredible high probabilities of suffering preeclampsia, of suffering depression, of suffering anxiety. In fact, a significant percentage of them do try to go on hunger strikes in order to provoke a spontaneous abortion. And you are okay with perpetuating the crime that was committed upon them for the rest of the pregnancy.
Well, if you're going to ask me if their life depended on it and that they had to get it done to save them, then I might give a different answer. But if you're just saying, okay, well, all things considered, they'll deliver the child, everything. Sure, there'll be some issues, but they will survive. Then no, she should get one.
95% of minors that are forced to endure pregnancy will not have children of their own and of their own volition later on because of the psychological trauma that was imposed on them by that forced pregnancy. So,
I mean, still, I don't think you should unalive them. If that
child would get a proper help, you might have a possible parent that would have 5 or children. But because you are denying them the appropriate help, that child, when they're an adult, will tell you, "Fuck no," and will not have children of their own volition.
They might do the same thing in other cases. Yeah, I don't think we should unalive them, the child.
So you're okay with?
If she's going to deliver the baby fine, and there's not going to be any life-threatening thing, then
she's not going to deliver the baby fine.
Well, there's nothing that's going to be life-threatening, right?
You know what's a fracture of the pelvis?
What's that? Okay, what I'm saying is,
you know the outcomes of a fracture of the pelvis. You know what a fistula is.
Is it survivable?
That person will suffer for lifelong problems. Okay, you can survive if I extract half of your liver, if I extract one of your lungs, if I extract
well, then
one
maybe,
kidney,
then maybe you should.
If I force you to donate blood for the rest of your life, if I force you to donate bone marrow, you will be able to survive all of this. I can save more lives by forcing you to do all of these organ donations than by you forcing a child to endure lifelong psychological and physical trauma. So should I be allowed to push you into a hospital and force you to save lives with your organs?
I'm saying that if it's the case, she's going to survive. If she can survive, then she should have the baby. That's all I'm saying.
We are not gonna. We're not gonna assume that all minors with a uterus are girls.
Oh gosh. I can't handle that pseudoscience.
I know you are very uncomfortable with medicine.
I can't handle this pseudoscience.
That's why you don't have a degree.
I don't need
it. I'm kind of just wondering, because you said earlier, right, that well, maybe if it's the case that it saves the life of the kid, right? Well, then maybe it's okay in this circumstance, right? And then you gave circumstances.
Sure, there could be an extreme circumstance.
Right.
You're talking to me?
I mean, I don't know, but I don't know. I'm honestly just curious. I guess where in the Bible, if it is the case that you derive all your moral propositions from the Bible, I guess where are you deriving this from? I guess I'm not trying to
necessarily
I'm honestly just asking.
I'm not necessarily deriving this all from the Bible. I think it's
a secular argument.
The moral compass that we all have, and I think that we all innately understand.
You don't have a moral
okay. So
human life.
So when I see,
that's why we have to try to justify it.
Well, no degree. So okay. So just to be clear, when it's the case that a woman is getting an abortion on like a 4-cell organism, I have no moral compass or perception that that's wrong. So you're just lying. Just because I know you say you do, but do you think that everybody has your moral compass?
Yes, I think everybody does. That's why they have to try
what's
to
the argument for that? What's the argument for that?
Not agree. Who are you to claim moral compass?
If it's the case someone has to say this is a clump of cells, then it's the case they have a moral compass saying it's wrong if it was.
Who are you to claim moral compass?
And the problem is it's not just a clump of cells by scientific standards.
Who are you to claim moral compass when you are here claiming that you are pro creating lifelong physical and medical trauma in humans? Living, breathing humans, they are telling you, stop hurting me.
But yeah, like, no degree. So like, I guess, so the claim is that everybody has like this like system of, I guess, morals that they know to be true. So you're saying like we can derive like epistemic access to these morals based off of like intuition?
Yeah, I can tell that people who argue for the pro-choice movement, you can tell they have a moral compass, because when they have to say things like, oh, well, they don't have personhood. Oh, well, they're not considered human beings yet. Or, oh, they're just a clump of cells.
I don't even understand.
You can tell they're trying to excuse something that they innately know.
Well, that's not an inference, right? Because you're going to do that same thing. Are you a
We
vegan?
know.
Hold on. Are you a vegan?
No.
Oh, okay. So you eat pigs and cows and stuff like that?
Yes.
Why do you think it's okay to eat them? They're like conscious, suffering animals, right?
I don't think they are, but I think.
Oh, see, now you're just trying to justify them not suffering. So it's very obvious that you have a so it's very obvious that you have a moral compass. I'm sorry, I'm still talking. I'm still over. You're still talking, right? So it's very clear that you have a moral compass that you ought not eat them, because you eating them, there's just a lot of suffering and pain and things like that, but you're trying to justify it and saying that they don't have suffering and it's nutritious for you. That's how you're trying to justify it.
Well,
Do you think that is a valid inference, no degree?
Yes, mine is. Yours isn't.
Oh,
And I'll
okay.
tell you
So
why.
special pleading.
Because
Where's your moral compass?
Well, let me
No
finish
degree.
what I'm trying
Where's
to
your
say here. If you
moral
want to have a
compass? No
conversation, I need
degree.
to finish what I'm trying to say.
Where's your moral compass?
Are
No
you going to allow me
degree?
to finish or not?
Where's your moral compass? No degree. When there are people that are suffering, waiting for a liver transplant, and you have a perfectly good liver, and you can donate up to half your liver every 2 years.
Because it's my
to
body,
save
my
people's lives.
choice.
So you don't have a moral compass when
That's
it comes
just my
to your
body,
body.
my choice.
So
In
you
this
have, you
case,
don't
it's
have a
not
moral
your body.
compass
It's
when
not
you
your.
don't-
In an
it's-
abortion case, it's not your body. It's not your choice. That's the difference.
You are,
Does that make
you
sense?
Are
Simple as
you
that.
are telling people that they cannot use your liver in order to save their
Okay,
lives.
she's kind of getting on my nerves now.
But
Yes,
you think
it's your body.
you think
In an abortion, it's not your
If
body. It's
you-
not your choice. That's the difference.
All right. Anyway, so I'm sorry,
where-
no degree. So
where
just to be
is-
clear,
where is
like,
the metabolism? Where
so-
is the organ? Who has the nutrients?
okay, so
I think Carmen wants to talk.
In
to us.
abortion, it's not your body, so it's not your choice. In this other, it is my body. It is my choice. That's the difference. That's the dividing.
Celica, I'm gonna handle it from here. Okay,
That's all.
Celica.
That's all.
Okay, so no degree. So just to be
I
clear,
think we
do
can
not.
just agree on that.
Okay, so no, I do not have moral perceptions that unaliving a four cell clump of cells. No, I don't have any moral intuitions whatsoever that that's wrong. Now you're saying that by virtue of the fact that I called it
I'm
a
saying
clump of
you do,
cell, I
you're
don't know
just
why
lying
you're
about
over
it.
talking me. So I'm
I'm
telling
saying
you.
you do. You're just lying about it.
Yeah, what's the argument for that?
Based on all of this, this emotional, where you're saying, "Oh, look, the woman, it's so dangerous for her life," and stuff. That's an appeal to an emotion.
Yeah,
That
I
tells
didn't.
me that
Wait,
you
no.
have some
Just
sort
to
of
be clear,
it
no
tells,
degree.
hold on, let
I
me
don't.
finish.
No,
You
no,
have
no.
a
That's not what I said.
emotional response
You
to this
said.
because you do think
You
it's more than
said.
just one.
Okay, so you said because I have an emotional response to things that are not a clump of cells, then it follows that I have a moral response to the thing that is a clump of cells. Is that the
Yes, I'm
argument?
saying that because in order to convince someone you're right, you have to say, "Oh, this woman, she was forced into this. This was against her will. Blah blah blah. It's dangerous for her, all this."
No,
That's
those
an
are
appeal to
reductios on your
appeal.
view. If you don't understand what
That's an
reductios are,
appeal to
but I'm telling
emotion.
you what I have
What I'm
moral
saying, but let me
perceptions.
finish
Hold
what I'm
on.
saying.
I'm
You're
what I'm
trying
telling
to
you is
say
that I
you're
have
trying
moral
to justify
perceptions
the
with respect to.
unaliving of a human being
Yeah.
at the expense of another. You're trying to say, okay, well, it's going to cost this other person something, but
Yeah, it's a
I
reductio.
mean, you're also. It's just that doesn't reasonably follow. That's just you're trying to appeal to someone's emotions at that.
Yeah, that doesn't. Okay, so you haven't explained, you haven't given an inference and established an argument that I have moral perceptions for cell organisms, right? You did not give
Okay,
an
well, let me
inference
ask you
there.
something.
Now, I do
Let me
have
ask
moral
you. I
perceptions.
can
I
give it
do
to you
have,
if you
I
want.
can tell you what my moral perceptions are geared towards. That's usually towards things with minds. Now, if you don't have a mind, my moral perceptions are far away from that. I'm giving you access to my brain right now, and you're saying I'm lying,
Okay.
but you don't have an argument that I'm lying. Go ahead.
Well, I'll give you. Is it always wrong to unalive a
I'm sorry,
human
what's
being
the
who's
argument?
done? You believe that it's not always wrong. I mean, you believe it's always wrong to unalive a human being
No.
and view them as disposable
No, I don't.
property. Oh, okay.
Yeah, let me give you an example. I
You
think
want
you
to-
Wait a
wait,
second.
hold on, hold on, hold on. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example. I'm gonna give you an example.
Let me just
I'm gonna give you
clarify.
an
Let me
example.
clarify why I felt that.
Go ahead.
I'll give you a clarification why I felt that. Because earlier you had a title up here and arguing that slavery is owning another human being is always wrong.
I never said that.
Oh. So wait a second. When you had the title earlier about
It
God
said, it said, what does it say?
endorsing
It said, why
slavery,
does your
you
God
didn't think
endorse
that.
slavery?
Okay, so do you think that
Okay, cool.
owning another
Now, so
human
when it
being
comes
as
to,
property is always wrong? Yes or no?
what do you mean by human being?
Someone who, by scientific standards, it's a human life, and the DNA points to it being a human. And obviously, you would know that you claim to study philosophy. It has being, so it's a human being.
Okay, cool. So, and
can I
under this
teach now?
view,
No, that
so
is
under
not.
this view, there are some things. For example, these are a specific type of molar pregnancy, which are called biparental hydatidiform moles. Now, they are biparentally contributed from the male and the female, who do the sperm and the egg and things like that.
That's
And
irrelevant to
I don't
what
know
I'm
why you're
asking.
over talking me. I'm answering the question. So
Because that's irrelevant to
I
what I
still
just
don't know why
answered.
you're over talking me. You're still talking. Now, yeah, so these are a type of cell. It's a living being, and it has human DNA. It's unique human DNA, and it's a being. Now, it's never going to grow into anything other than a mole. Yeah, own it. It's your property. Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll toss that one out then. Do you
Why? It's a
think
human
it's
being.
always okay? Well, look.
Why would
Okay,
we toss
sure.
it out?
Because you're so because I'm just curious if you think owning a human being that the only difference between that human being and you is nutrients and time. Is it
Nope.
okay to own that human being as disposable
No, there's
property?
not.
Yes or no?
No, that's not the difference. Because no matter how much time you give or nutrients that you
I'm
give,
not talking about that.
I
I'm
don't know
talking
why. I
about.
don't know why this guy's like over
I'm
talking.
talking about.
Okay,
See,
I'm
because
gonna
what you're
start. I'm
trying to
gonna
do
start
here is
muting you
trying
if
to
you
avoid
overtalk.
the
I'm gonna
corner.
mute you. No. So I put you. You wanted to run away from the very
I just
obvious
backed you into a
counterexample.
corner. You're
Now, so you said so biparental hydatidiform moles. No matter how much nutrients you give them or how much time you give them, they will always be moles. They don't grow into anything else. They don't gain sentience. They don't gain arms, legs, none of that. It's just a little tiny little spot, and that's all it'll be. Now, it is a human being, and just to be clear, we do agree that that is a human being under your definition, correct?
No, but does it have its own unique DNA from its mother and its
Yes.
father?
Yes, that's why it's
Okay.
called biparental.
Okay, so it's so basically what
Is it
you're
wrong to
saying
kill
is
it?
this is a unformed something went wrong during the pregnancy, right?
Yeah, it's a mutation, and it's a type of mutation
Okay.
that will only
Sure. So
result in this little
I'm
cancer.
I'm okay with us destroying that
Why? It's a human being.
because, as you said, it would never grow into anything else, but
You
it
call
would
you
just
call
I
it
thought
you call
human
it
beings had.
so.
Whoa, hold on,
Kevin,
hold
I
on,
have
no
a, I
degree.
have a question.
Well,
I thought you said
I
like
have
human
a-
beings
I
have
have
inherent value here.
Okay, well let's just say that some don't. How's that?
Oh, okay. So some human beings don't have value. Interesting.
Uh-oh.
I thought that was your criticism of me.
Well, wait a second.
So you're saying it's just a clump of cells? So you're saying it's a clump of cells and anything else? Wait, you already said that you're using the filter emotion right now. You're using the filter emotion because you're bringing up the fact that it's a clump of cells to not give it moral consideration. And in virtue of you bringing up the fact that it's a clump of cells to not give it moral consideration, by that fact alone, I would say you're appealing to emotion such that you don't actually believe such that you don't actually believe that this is a part of your moral compass. So congratulations, you just cooked yourself.
Too easy, bro.
Okay, so what I was trying to do here was just simply say the host here doesn't really have a problem with owning another human being's property. That's all I was trying to say.
Yeah, because there's those cases.
He was criticizing.
I have a problem with owning people.
Earlier. That's all I was trying to say.
I have a problem. Yeah, I have a problem.
I think we can all agree now.
Yeah,
right?
so I have a problem with owning a person as property. I don't have a problem necessarily with owning a human being because there are some human beings that are fine to. Yeah, a person is a mind. So you shouldn't own a person. You should not own a mind. Right, but it's not the case that a human being. I don't know why you're over talking me. So it's not the case that a human being is a mind.
Because I'm getting ready to cook you now.
I don't know why you're over talking me. It's not the case that a human being is a mind. So I'm gonna do this. So let's say we separate. Let's say we have two minds.
Are you gonna let me cook you yet?
No, I'm giving you the argument from my view. I'm giving you the argument from my view. You've already taken 2 L's. I'm about to give you a third one. Okay. Let's say we have a single human being and two minds. How many persons are there?
A single what?
A single human being and two minds. How many persons are there?
A single human being with two minds. Yes. They would be two separate persons.
Interesting. So you count a person of value based off of their mind and not their person, not their.
Yes, I don't believe. Right? I don't believe people's values based off of their physical clumps of cells like you do.
Oh, okay. So why is a person wrong?
You had just refuted your own argument because you think
you're pro-choice, bro.
You think it's determined by a clump of cells.
According to your
reasoning, and since you think it's determined by a clump of cells,
according to your reasoning,
then my next question is: how many clumps of cells? Let me just finish my question. How many clumps of cells does it take to make a human mind?
That's not non sequiturs.
Why would I need
how
to
many
know
clumps
how many
of cells does it take to make a human mind?
Whatever's necessary for the disposition. Hold on.
Okay, so what I want to know is what point does it
I don't know why. Like, can I answer? Yeah. So I don't know the exact amount.
What point does
I don't know why you're over talking me. So it doesn't. You don't need to. Yeah, it depends on the mind. It depends on the person because some people have bigger brains, some people have smaller brains, right? So the number of cells. It's not necessarily just the number of cells. It's also the kind of cells and the integration of the cells, right?
You said the mind wasn't dependent on.
Yeah. So that's what the mind is.
You just cooked your ass.
What?
You were just arguing earlier. You just argued earlier that the mind was not dependent upon cells, and now I ask you how many cells does it take to human mind? You said
that.
No,
when did I say
you said that a number of cells, like a specific number, you dipshit. He's not saying it doesn't depend on any.
Bro, this guy's a fucking idiot. Okay, so let me give you the claim. Let me give you the argument again. Let me give you the argument again. Hold on, he misrepresented my argument, so I'm gonna give it to him again. Okay. Oh, he ran away. He realized that he fucked up, so he ran.
Dude. I didn't expect him to be so bad. Oh my god!
I'm telling you, he's a very bad debater.
That was like
he's really bad.
That was like. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Every single time he faces a scientist like myself, he tries to overtalk because he knows that, for example, people like me can answer him like straightforward. From science, exactly. That's the definitions of the things they say. Oh, there's no definition of this. Is like no, dude. We have really good science to determine these things.
Yeah.
Like, bro, that was like
so
average
low tier, bro.
TikTok debater. That was like average, maybe a little bit below average TikTok debater.
Yeah.
That was really bad. Really bad. Okay.
Too easy.
And what you were not understanding, no degree, because you don't pay attention. You don't pay attention to people that are saying things. Is that the existence of a mind is not dependent on the number of cells, because the mind is defined by the interaction between one's brain, one's nervous system, and one's sensory cells. And this is the product of the interaction of these three systems. A mind is not a cell, it's not a neuron. It's the interaction of all of these things. Therefore, when we're talking about living organisms, namely a living human, we usually have as a baseline, it comes to the interest of medical professionals, what we call viability. It's when we have the basic number of systems that sustain one's life, namely the ability to respond to stimuli, the ability to have independent growth and development, the ability to keep homeostasis. Like, we're not, I have to tell a lot of these people, because they think that biology is fairly simple. It's like,
yeah,
dude,
they don't understand. Yeah, they're just
physicians and researchers like myself spend
actually never debate.
decades
I
on
usually
this
just
thing.
debate him on like on fucking like theism stuff, and I get, you know, I trip him up on those. But this is the first time I debated him on abortion. He's even worse an abortion debater. He is a theism debater.
Yeah,
Torres, can I get your age, please? Okay. Anyway,
Good one.
we get the last person in here. I'm gonna
And
call it a
you
night
see-
after this. JJ, can I get your age, please? JJ, you're live. Can I get your age?
Oh, my bad. I was doing something.
Oh, you're good.
That's a child.
And you've seen the double standard, Carmen, when I call them out for the fact that, yes, this is a reality. People can do a lot more living donations of organs, and we could save a lot more lives. But immediately he went, my body, my choice.
You know, one question I like to
Which is
ask them
Doesn't
is
stand very much.
just like, can you donate your kidney to someone? And it'd be like, yeah. Can you donate your, you know, heart to someone? Yeah. Can you donate this, that? And yeah. Can you donate your brain to someone? And then they just stumble. I'm like, no, because you just be transferring yourself. So you necessarily can't donate to somebody because it's not the person receiving it is you. You're giving it to yourself. You're just putting it into a different body, right? It's just like it's really funny.
Another thing I like to say is like let's imagine like two like instances of sentience like in the same body or something, right? Now, if we're gonna like equate a person,
That can happen.
right? Like let's say
Cranius, it's called Cranius parasiticus, I think it's called. It's a very rare form of yeah.
Not the idea. I don't know if it's...
Technically, when we're talking about dissociative identity disorder, yes, we're talking about.
Oh, you mean in one
the
mind,
existence-
one brain?
Yeah, that if that's an unfortunate situation, this is not something that we want anyone to get because it comes out of severe trauma. But yes, you have when a child undergoes severe trauma, in order to be able to endure that trauma, that child can fracture their own sense of self, and so they can have technically, for all intents and purposes, different people living within the same body.
Well, yeah, maybe like I don't know if in those instances, it's different like psychological profiles, or if it's different like sentiences altogether. I'm not sure, but regardless of whether or not that's, you know, we're talking about that. Like, imagine we have two sentient experiences and like located in the same brain, and we're gonna say like personhood or individuality is cashed out like on, you know, the level of, you know, the brain or something, right? Like, if that's true, well, then we have two individuals. One can believe X, the other can believe not X. If we're going to evaluate and say, like, hey, does this person believe X? Well, then what's the answer?
Well, if you're predicating a person based off of the sentience, right, and you're saying there's two sentiences, and it's just going to be dependent on the person. You wouldn't be able to say, yeah. I mean,
yeah. But then, like, if you're predicating off of the body, though, like the entire brain, what do you say?
Yeah. If you're saying the person is the body or the organism, then then you're saying that the person has a contradictory belief. You would have to say, well, it's not the person has a contradictory belief. You'd have to say it is the case that this person believes X. It's not the case that this person believes X, which would be a contradiction on your view. Yeah.
Yeah.
You you face those kind of medical questions when we're talking about, for example, about conjoint twins in decisions about interventions done to them.
Right, exactly. Like, what if one consents and the other one doesn't consent?
Yeah. What if
right? Is it true?
What if these conjoined twins run for president or run for like Congress or something like that, but only one of them wins, but the other one has the voting power? Like they have to, like, how do you know which one is actually casting the vote? What if they disagree on how to vote? How do you know which one is doing the yes or no if they're in Congress? Oh, that'd be a weird one.
Yeah, well, it's just, I guess it doesn't make, it seems like really unintuitive to say that like a person is going to be cashed out on the level of the body rather than like sentience is, because otherwise you're going to face weird things like what if one, like, I guess sentience is sentient and the other one isn't, or at the very minimum, you're just going to have to say this person is sentient and like not sentient, or you have to evaluate it like a group of people, right? You'd have to say like, if you had a group of people like, you know, half of them believed X, half of them believed not X. If you're asked the question, does this group believe X or does this group believe not X or something? Like you'd have to like say some weird stuff.
Yeah.
But so then you'd have to like, I mean, it's just so unintuitive to think of a person as anything other than like an instance of sentience or like an agent.
Yeah, that's why I asked him that question about, you know, if you have a body and two minds, how many persons? And then his intuition immediately brought him to two persons, which just destroyed his entire worldview. But yeah, I mean, like, those kind of arguments, and then that what you're saying, that like gives good reason. So if anybody ever asks like, well, I think a person is the mind, and they ask, well, what's a good reason to believe that? And you would give them like all these different like hypothetical cases. You'd be like, it seems to be that our intuition just keeps going into line with intuitions are good reasons of justification, therefore yada yada yada. You know, so.
Yeah, another thing, a question I had to ask is like when you say like the mind is identical, I guess like you would say the mind is identical to the integration.
Yeah, it's like saying the computer is identical to those components. That's the computer. It's not because if you're saying that it's the perception, then you're saying the mind is identical to the function itself of the brain or of that part of the brain.
That's what I was explaining. That your mind is not your neurons. Your mind is your neurons. It's your brain. Right. It's your nervous system and your sensory organs working together.
Yeah, so you could just say, yeah, I guess. So then it would just sort of be like the activity, I guess, that's going on, right?
Yeah, something like that. Maybe like the physical structures. Yeah, it's like it's good to think of it as like an object, right? Just like a physical object that has a disposition towards experience, and then.
Yeah, the best example to explain this phenomena, which is called emergent behavior, it's to talk about the easiest example that people can figure in their heads, which is school of fish and flocks of birds. Like, what most people will struggle if you ask them, where is physically the flock of birds?
20 more minutes.
Is in each bird? Is in all birds?
Right.
Where is it?
Yeah, so then I guess like
where is digestion? Yeah.
Like where's that? Yeah. So then, Carbon, would you say that the mind is going to be like a particular, or is it going to be a predicate?
What do you mean? Well, because if you're saying it's a predicate, then you're saying it's a property of something, but the mind is an object. So yeah, it would be a particular, I guess. Yeah. But
okay, and the particular in question.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, you're good.
Have in mind, which ironic me saying this, that when we're talking about particulars that come out of emergent behavior, we're talking like we cannot find the characteristics of this emergent behavior on the parts of the system. Like you cannot find the mind by going into a neuron and poking and prodding around it. So you cannot say that it's fully a predicate, but you cannot also say that it's fully a particular. It's a product of collective behavior of systems, basically.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very familiar with like theories of emergence and stuff like that. So I mean, that sounds about right. I mean, I wonder because I mean it seems. I mean, obviously it's hard to talk about particulars without talking about properties, because usually like when you're talking about particulars, you're just listing the properties like instantiated in space. So like, you could just say something like, well, we could talk about what C's talking about and say, this quote unquote, like when the mind is active or something, right? Like we're talking about like, it's like made of, we're talking about all the constituent parts, right? All the parts of the brain, like the nervous system or something. And when that happens, you can say like, we can categorize that as a particular, but there's going to be like, predicates involved in describing that particular, right? And like both, I guess, go in tandem to say that this thing is the mind or whatever.
Yeah, it's just like, well, I would call it as like activity or like a function of the mind or something like that, because I don't know if I'm a functionalist.
You see, the mind and sentience are two different things.
The mind has a disposition towards sentient. Well, like I say, I'm bounced between those two views. Like the mind is the sentience versus the mind is the objects that dispose towards sentience. I bounce between those two views because when it comes to those, there's philosophical arguments about disposition, persistence, and the fission cases, and persistence over time, and identity over time, and things like that. Those are like serious challenges to the sentience view. Those challenges pretty much go away with the other view, which is the object view. But there, out of that comes some new problems there too. So.
If we talk strictly biologically and medically, sentience is one of the characteristics of the mind. There is no mind if there is no sentience. So it's one of the things that basically breaks the system.
Yeah, it's like saying, like the best analogy is a computer. What is the computer? Is the computer the thing? Is it the computation, right? Or is the computer the integration, the parts that I have that are necessary to run the computation? Now, if you say that the computer is the computation, then it follows that when your computer is off, well, that statement doesn't even make sense. A computer can't be off, right? Because like it's doing something, right? So you can't have a computer. Your computer doesn't exist. When you press this button, press this off button, the computer no longer exists. And most people don't use language in that way. But if you say the integration, like it's the necessary parts in the casing, right? Then now it's coherent to say that your computer is those parts. That just has a function of activity, right? Both of them pick out something. The computation is the computer. They both, are related to computation. It's just in different ways. One is an object that has a disposition towards a function, and one is the function itself. And the question is, which do we call the mind? Which do we call the computer? So yeah, it's just philosophical.
Yeah, I get you. I get what you're saying. So like in essence, then like, I guess the idea is like if we're gonna take this view, then the idea is like, well, I give moral consideration to minds that have a disposition towards sentience, right? Or have the necessary conditions for, like, I guess, like.
But then then they're gonna ask you what you mean by mind, because if a mind necessarily is just an object that has a disposition, it's like saying, I have, I value computers that can compute, right? Like it's just, it's like, okay, yeah, isn't that what a computer does?
The phrase would be more correctly be the reverse. You give a condition to sentience when it's actually coupled with the mind. Because if we're talking strictly about sentience, we can say, yeah, most animals, most organisms have a certain degree of sentience. They have a certain degree of being able to perceive their own environment and react to it. But organized thought, which is the mind, we actually, and that's one of the situations that make us distinguish between embryos and fetuses and then babies, is that you are developing the mind more than sentience, more than perception. You are developing the mind during that process.
So then I guess to ask well then what is the mind then? Then I guess it's just it's simpler. But then
sure account what the mind is. Like there's no correct answer. Like there's biological answers, there's philosophical answers. Yeah, it's just whatever.
The scientific
seems
definition
most,
would be the emergent property between those three things.
Yeah, so
Sensory
that would be
organs,
more
nervous
of
system,
the
and brain.
that would be more of the object view. The scientific view is more of the object-based view, which is that it's the object that has the disposition towards experience, and then more of the sort of woo-woo, like spooky is just like it's just the qualia itself. It's not really. It still can be physicalist, but it just seems more intuitive that way. It just seems more of an intuitive view, but it has a lot of baggage with it to hold that particular view. So it's just
And if you guys are curious about the medical perspective and scientific perspective of it, I love this researcher. Is considered one of the best researchers in the development of mind. It's called Antonio Damasio, and he has one book that is pretty accessible. It's called Descartes' Error. It seems a little bit self-observing, but no, it's like the Descartes error that he's mentioning is when he said, "I think, therefore I am." Antonio says no, it should be "I think and feel, therefore I am," because you don't have a mind absence of perception.
Yeah.
Then I guess like well then I guess I mean I don't know if you'd be able to say it's gonna be necessary. Like if you're gonna take this view, you're probably gonna have to say it's sufficient but not necessary, because let's just imagine like in our brains there's like this sort of magical like qualia that exists out there that's just sort of consistent, and it's not like attached to any brain or whatever, or like there's no like physical I guess process that's
like God,
like sure, right. like imagine like you think of it like that, right? And then let's say like somebody takes a magic wand and starts like like scorching it or whatever for like 5,000. Would this be wrong? Like obviously, right?
Yeah.
So like you probably have to say like, well, it's gonna be sufficient in this case.
Yeah, but like I guess you could say, well, you can just say an object. Well, like in humans, obviously, it's just going to be an object that has a disposition towards qualia. But if you want to make a more general case, you could just say something like an entity with the ontos towards like that with an ontology that has a disposition towards qualia. That would cover that, because it is an object. I mean, well, it's not an object; it's an entity. I guess entities are objects. So it's just weird to call it an object.
Right? If it's not ontic, it doesn't exist.
yeah. So it's an entity. And it does have a disposition towards qualia. So that would include all things bodied or embodied minds. So that's just an easy move.
Yeah, you could just any concrete object that has a disposition towards qualia. That's what I give. It's a necessary and sufficient. I still don't know if you could say necessary, because like there's this weird sort of idea. Like if you like it's hard to it's hard to get an account of like what moral status really is. So like I've heard some accounts just like some say like it's whatever you give like rights or protections to. Another one saying like whatever like can experience harm or something, right? Or like harm can be sort of deployed onto this thing or whatever. Another could be like whatever entity is going to be like factored into like some moral I guess principle or whatever. Like I guess that's going to be present in.
Yeah, it just seems to be that if you're just saying that something has moral value, it's just like to violate it, it's just like you have an obligation to it, and to have an obligation to X is just for not X to be wrong, to have a normative fact against it or something like that. I don't know. It's just
yeah, but then if it's the case that like oh good.
Oh yeah, no, I was gonna pull up the disposition stuff in SCP, but you're good.
Our moral concepts as humans are more malleable than what people think beforehand. Like we can root our own moral behavior in our own evolution as a species. In a sense that it's fairly simple. Human beings, as other great apes, they live in groups. So behavior that benefits the group is promoted. Behavior that doesn't benefit the group is repressed. This is basic thing.
Yeah.
With this, we have developed a long time what we call mirror neurons. But mirror neurons is like not specific neurons in our brain. This
is more of an account of like why humans have the morals that they do, but it doesn't really give an account of like what morals are. I'm trying to get my words correctly. I'm fucking tired. I agree with why maybe in evolution that's a good account for why we have on average the values that we tend to have, that we're disposed towards having on average, but it doesn't, like, philosophers are going to highly disagree. They're going to be like, well, okay, but that doesn't tell us. What am I trying to say, Jolly? It doesn't tell us.
Yeah, I get what their metaphysical, like if they're ontic or not, like if they're like stands independently true, like what their nature is.
Philosophical question, yeah. You can like ground it, like, you know, social species. I agree with all that. It's just like,
from that point, you can go on all of those exercises from metaphysics in which you imagine situations where the social setting is different. Like, for example, imagine a different Earth where the concept of gender didn't exist.
And stuff, like, we're the ones who, somebody who's like a serial killer, where only the serial killer survived. And so everybody's like, wants to like unalive everybody or something like that,
Situations like this, but with these two mechanisms, which is behavior that promotes the survival of the species is promoted, behavior that doesn't is repressed, and also our ability through the evolution of our own brain to kind of put ourselves in the place of the person in front of us or in the animal in front of us, and use mirror neurons. It's basically we can put people on MRI machines observing these things, and we can see that they have similar patterns. Like if you're observing someone in pain, and if you're neurotypical in that degree, you will have the same neurological patterns. You are able to a certain degree to feel their pain.
There's an argument.
Basically, that's it.
Against physicalism. I forgot. Is it Kripke? It's where if you have if
calling pregnant people a day is acknowledging that not all pregnant people are she.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that most of pregnant people are she, her. I'm saying that there are people that are a they, them, or other forms of treatment. I'm including, not excluding people.
So if you have like, I'm trying to remember this argument. It's like if you have two identical physical states, right? Like let's say you had two brains that were identical in every way except their location and time, or their location in space. Sorry.
Location.
And if it's the case, hold on. So if it's the case that they were like identical in every physical space, could it be the case? And let's say you don't separate them, so you kind of like control for their physical space, you know, because perhaps two minds on the opposite sides of the world, they could come to different conclusions. They could develop different norms. So okay, so you keep them as close as possible together. You hold all other constants the same. Could it be the case that they come to different like normative like facts or something like that? Like could it be the case that they that they could do something differently, basically, when it comes to like how they follow like certain normative rules and things like that. Now, if it's the case that they can, then it seems to be that the physical doesn't fully explain you know, mental facts or something like that.
Yes,
physical isn't false or something like that. Yeah, I forgot the argument. It was a while ago.
Carbon, you are basically giving the reason why medical researchers like me love when they get to study identical twins. Literally.
Yeah, but they're not going to be identical though. Like there's obviously like identical twins, they have very similar brains, but they're not identical in every. They're not identical in the sense that their locations, right? There's like many different neurons and stuff. Yeah.
We know from research that when you have identical twins that are raised in different houses, they will diverge more in behavior and decisions than when they are raised in the same house, which means basically that it shows that our own mind development and our own development as ourselves during our childhood is significant.
Yeah,
So we know,
we definitely don't disagree, but I'm just saying like this version of the argument is a lot stronger than like it assumes like because when you have like two twins or something like that, it's just the case that their brains are distinct in more ways than just their physical location. And so in the hypothetical I'm giving, they're only distinct in terms of their physical location, which is not going to be the case in like pretty much anybody.
We would love to be able to do testing like that. Like if
Yeah.
the fact that I am a computational biologist and I have face points every single freaking day because of confounding variables.
Yeah.
It's precisely because it's almost impossible to test that. There will always be some kind of variable that we cannot attend for.
Yeah. So the argument is just like if you have these two identical brains that are only distinct in regards to their physical location in space, there's no good reason why they would follow one rule over another or something like that. Therefore, the normative facts could be different. If the normative facts can be different while the physical facts remain the same, then it's the case that physicalism is false because physical facts don't explain all of mental content, or something like that. I think, yeah.
I think we will never fully know the answer to that question because even with two identical twins that are raised to this absolute same standards, like if their parents would assure that they would sleep the same time, they would eat the same things, they would interact with the same people, all of those things, there will always be confounding.
Yeah, I think you'd have to be omnipotent to be able to control for those kind of things perfectly. Yeah, because like you can say like one twin wakes up, they wake up at the same time. Well, one twin could wake up 1 nanosecond earlier than the others, then they're not perfectly similar anymore, right? And you never know that 1 nanosecond could change something about their neurons. So like you'd have to be omnipotent to control those kind of things.
Yep. Yeah, the thing with biology is that joke that no matter how much you control an organism with this temperature, with these conditions, everything, the organism will do as it damn well pleases. It's basically there are a bunch of confounding variables that you might not have thought in the first place, but they exist. And this happens even in robotics. You know those experiments when people were trying to build robots to follow specific paths, and then they went to a different room and they think, oh my god, these robots are not working anymore.
Yeah,
and they realize it was the light on the windows. So the robot sensors were not perceiving the path the same way.
Oh, yeah.
Like minor things that we have no account for in the beginning.
That's why I love relaxed realism so much. It's so nice.
Yeah, but then if you have robust realism, then you get to say that your views are correct.
You can also say I think you could also say that with relaxed realism too, right? Because you could just say
I thought relaxed realism is literally you have the perceptions, but there are no correct or incorrect perceptions. I thought that was relaxed or moderate realism or something like that.
Yeah, I think what relaxed realism is trying to say is like there's no like metaphysical truth maker. Right, so like like a robust realist would say something like, well, it's true in virtue of like X, Y, Z, Y, like take like a humanist or something.
Categorical standards and norms and stuff, yeah.
And then like a relaxed realist would say something like, no, it's not true, like X moral proposition isn't true, or it's not true that this is wrong or right in virtue of anything. It is just gonna be like true, or it's gonna be like necessary or whatever.
Yeah.
And it's like, the system is just true, like, fuck you, and just, You give the middle finger and walk away. It's so fun.
Well, I'm tired. I've been streaming for 8 hours. I'm gonna go and call it a night, man. I'm tired as fuck.
I'll rest. People,
Yeah.
for real, read Descartes' Errors by Antonio Damasio. It's a really great book. It talks about a bunch of experiments about the human mind, how it's altered, how it can change, why perception is important for the development of consciousness, all of those things. And it's accessible. It's not like really in-depth neurology. It's very simple. The rest.
All right, y'all have a good night. Nanners, it's sleep. Definitely sleep right now. So I forgot she was even still here in the guest request.
I'm so glad we survived the debate with Matt Adams.
That shit was so funny.
Can't believe we did it.
Y'all have a good night. Take it easy. Twitch and YouTube, I'm gonna cut y'all too. So y'all have a good one.